Looking at the 8 treasure chests, Li Rong's eyes were filled with intense eagerness. How wonderful it would be if all these 8 chests were hers. However, she knew that this was all wishful thinking. How could they all belong to her? For transmigrators, treasure chests were their opportunities for growth. Unpacking high-quality items could significantly enhance their territory's overall power. Though she had brought many people for this mission, the ones who contributed the most in the battle were Fang Hao's followers. She initially thought her subordinates would flaunt their strength in the battle, but they ended up doing menial tasks. They were left to do tasks such as looting equipment, burying bodies, and carrying things. Her side looked like a moving company, with everyone briskly getting to work. It seemed like Fang Hao was about to take the lion's share. She hoped he wouldn't be too greedy considering she provided the map and worked hard. Thinking this, she pulled down her collar a bit, exposing a bit more of her fair skin and attractive cleavage. Fang Hao did not have as many thoughts as Li Rong. To him, the silver chests were of too low grade. Even if the chests contained an item, it would be at best of blue-graded quality. For his territory at this stage, such items were of little use. In his view, the most valuable thing in this underground palace was not these 8 silver chests, but rather, the final room of the Golden Queen. There must be another chest in it, which certainly ranks higher than silver. Fang Hao glanced casually and said, "According to our deal, should we split them evenly? 4 chests for each of us." Really? Li Rong's face lit up with joy. Feeling slightly embarrassed about her excitement, she attempted to keep her composure, but found it hard to conceal her excitement. "That was what we agreed on, there's nothing false about it." Fang Hao responded casually. "Ahem. Fang Hao, you put in the most effort during this exploration. You can take a bigger share." If Li Rong had taken advantage of the battle, she would have demanded without hesitation a greater share of the loot. "No need, let's just split it as we decided." Fang Hao went straight to the chests. He promptly opened 4 of them. Obtained. Blueprint for white steel scale armor, blue grade. Blueprint for white steel knuckles, blue grade. Blueprint for runestone bed, green grade. 102 warfire coins, 4 shadow stones. Obtained. Blueprint for silver-edged small round shield, blue grade. Blueprint for pure white frying pan, green grade. 125 warfire coins, 3 shadow stones. Obtained. Blueprint for white steel helmet, blue grade. 4 undead golden statues, 105 warfire coins, 6 shadow stones. Obtained. Blueprint for spirit stone table, blue grade. Blueprint for mithril helmet, blue grade. 98 warfire coins, 3 shadow stones. All 4 chests had been opened in quick succession. As he had expected, most of them were blue-graded blueprints. He had already collected the blueprints for the white steel scale armor and the white steel helmet before. These were surplus blueprints. Although the rest of the blueprints were not very useful to him, they could be used to expand his blueprint collection. "So, how about you? Did you get anything good?" Fang Hao looked at Li Rong. By now, Li Rong was grinning from ear to ear, as if she had just found a fortune. This made Fang Hao suspicious that he might have chosen the less rewarding chests, while Li Rong hit the jackpot. "I got lots of blueprints, all blue-grade ones," Li Rong excitedly announced. "Phew." Fang Hao sighed in relief. "Just blue-graded blueprints. I thought she had found something special." Without any desire to ask her what exactly she got, Fang Hao directly said, "You can sell the shadow stones to me. You won't use them anyway." "Sure. You can have them." Li Rong generously pushed over a dozen shadow stones to Fang Hao. She could not use these items of the undead faction anyway. "Do you have the blueprints for the white steel scale armor and white steel helmet?" "I've got duplicates, so I can give them to you," Fang Hao asked. "Really? I don't." Fang Hao generously gave her the surplus blueprints. Li Rong happily accepted them, immediately recording them in her Book of Lords. After saving the blueprints, Li Rong looked warily at Fang Hao. "Are you really just giving me these blue-graded blueprints? You're not regretting what happened last night and trying to win over my favor, are you? Give it a rest, will you? Do I need to curry favor with you? You're already overflowing with goodwill," Fang Hao countered. Li Rong blushed. "Stop talking nonsense." Fang Hao paid no mind and continued, I'll need your help later, so consider this a preemptive thanks. Li Rong thumped her chest, declaring righteously, just say the word when the time comes, and I'll handle it for you. Thanks in advance. Next, they split the gold and silver utensils found in the underground palace evenly between them. The collected shadowstones and death traces were all allocated to Fang Hao. Li Rong got slightly more utensils. After splitting the loot, both of them were very satisfied. Fang Hao obtained a decent amount of shadowstones and death traces. Li Rong not only obtained many blueprints but also a lot of gold and silver. With this gold and silver, she had the funds needed to maintain her business in the shop, solving many of her problems. While still in high spirits, Li Rong took Fang Hao on a tour of her territory. Her territory was simply divided. The barracks and functional buildings were located in one area. The rest of the land was filled with factories. A large stretch of large factory buildings housed workers, producing the cosmetics sold at the Fairy Dream Tower. This was to maintain her supply of cosmetics. While chatting, Fang Hao learned that in addition to the villagers she had recruited, Li Rong had also employed a large number of locals in the nearby villages. But the supply is still rather tight. If we want to set up branches in other cities, then the current scale of the factory simply cannot sustain it. Either we raise the prices to the point where ordinary people can't afford them and only serve the nobles. Otherwise, we need to expand the scale of the factory, build more factories, recruit more staff. But with Li Rong's current capabilities, these were all unachievable. Even the idea of opening a second store in the city was fraught with difficulties. A lot of money has been spent on it, and it's still in negotiations. The clothes you're selling on the channel aren't bad either. Have you considered a partnership? Li Rong, standing at the factory door, said while smoking a cigarette. How would we collaborate? Put your clothes up for sale in the Fairy Dream Tower, and we split the profits when they're sold. The main product at the Fairy Dream Tower is cosmetics, and clothes don't sell particularly well. However, there are many people who buy cosmetics, which also boosts the sales of products on the second and third floors. It's just not that obvious. Therefore, Li Rong was also considering how to increase sales of clothing and accessories. I'll have to think about it. I plan on setting up a shop in the city as well, which would have implications for my store if I provide for you. Fang Hao responded softly. You're planning to set up a shop in Silver Wing City. It's not easy to start a business, even with connections you might not secure it within a year or so. Li Rong was first surprised and then analyzed. No need, when the time comes I'll ask Rebecca and Olivia to speak on my behalf, there shouldn't be any problems in setting up a shop. Fang Hao's tone remained calm and collected. Li Rong wanted to retort, but her words caught in her throat. If Olivia helped, then opening just one shop wouldn't be too difficult. You're one tough cookie, Li Rong said through gritted teeth, a trace of jealousy in her voice. Let me think about it when I go back. I have stores in Lis City and Prul City, you could sell your cosmetics through them. Both of them were eyeing each other's goods. Phew. Li Rong crossed her arms over her chest and exhaled another puff of smoke. We'll see, let's wait until I open my second shop in Silver Wing City and ensure that product supply can keep up. All right. Both of them returned to the Lord's mansion. In the afternoon, they went back to Silver Wing City directly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on the border of the desolate battlefield. After a few days' journey, Dong Jiayu led an undead army of 2 million, finally entering the region of the dwarf's 8 Peaks Mountain. The undead possessed advantages that the living creatures did not. They could travel day and night without knowing a trace of fatigue. Such a large number, the food and supplies they carry is merely for the needs of the accompanying living creatures. The seemingly endless white bone army stood neatly in place. In the middle of the army, a large tent made of stitched beast skins was erected. In the middle of the tent, there was a table made of logs, displaying a map of all the cities and routes on the 8 Peaks Mountain. The map was provided by Belarga. It recorded the slopes, woods, and paths within the 8 Peaks Mountain in great detail, without any errors. In front of the map, Dong Jiayu sat in the middle. On either side were the Dragon Clan Skeleton Hero, Spencer, Troll Skeleton Hero, Meatfist, Orc Skeleton Hero, Black Sword, Human Skeleton Hero, Heavy Arrow, and the Dwarf Hero Belerga. Behind these heroes was a second row of people. There were 13 transmigrators, 12 of which were under Dong Jiayu's city lords, the other one was Deng Bin, and Deng Bin's hero, Zachary. Fang Hao planned to end this war before winter arrived. So, he also promptly summoned numerous heroes to assist Dong Jiayu in battle. Amongst them, Spencer and Meatfist were orange heroes, Belerga was a purple hero, Black Sword and Heavy Arrow were blue heroes. When these transmigrators saw such a luxurious team of heroes, they all became dumbfounded. Since when did heroes become plentiful like cabbages, popping up one after another? Originally worried about the war, they began to feel excited and thrilled. Dong Jiayu looked around and spoke softly, "Commander Belerga, please introduce the situation of the Eight Peaks Mountain to the new city lords." Spencer and Meatfist were later called for reinforcements. They didn't know about the previous situations. Belerga took a thin wooden stick, sketched out a few areas on the map, and said, "These are the 12 border strongholds of Eight Peaks Mountain, each with a decreasing number of 5, 4, 3 in order, and finally this city built on the slope is the main city of Eight Peaks Mountain, Gray Iron City." Next, what they had to do was attack the first 5 strongholds out of the 12. Belerga paused slightly, continuing, "These 12 strongholds are mutually vigilantes. If one is attacked, the surrounding strongholds will immediately support it, so it will be rather difficult to break. If it were any other race, Belerga would definitely say that it's impossible to break it quickly. But when he thought of the endless neatly arranged undead army outside the tent, he fell silent again. It seemed that when facing such a fearless army of death, all defenses were futile. After finishing the introduction, Belerga put the wooden stick aside. Seeing that he stopped talking, Dong Jiayu continued, "Dwarves are good with machinery, not with numbers, even if they have reinforced. The defenders of the first 5 strongholds will not exceed 50,000, perhaps even less, so everyone please discuss, how should we fight this war and how to plan the strategy." The scene fell into a brief silence. Everyone was quietly contemplating the map. Meatfist, a robustly built man, was the first to speak. "Our advantage is great, there's no need to think too much. Just charge straight in. Take over 5 border strongholds tonight, then use these as a basis to push further into their territory. The strengths and weaknesses of the two sides are indeed very obvious. With the addition of 2 more orange heroes, this battle basically has no suspense." Spencer, who was at the side, nodded in agreement, then added, "We outnumber them, so it wouldn't be beneficial to target just one stronghold. We also have to be wary of reinforcements from other border strongholds." He pointed to the map and suggested, "I propose splitting our forces to distract the other strongholds. The main force shall attack the one in the middle and we'll take it down. In the night, we'll envelop the other strongholds to swiftly take down the outermost 5. Everyone stared at the map, analyzing Spencer's plan. At the same time, they were figuring out the feasibility of this plan in their minds. Overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers is a tactic the Undead clan excels at. The dwarves are proud of their machinery, but against so many of us, it'll surely be a futile effort. In no time, Black Sword also agreed, "This plan is feasible, we have ample information on the dwarves, a direct strike will suffice." "It's a good plan." Dong Jiayu stood up, glanced around and asked, "Does anyone else have any other opinions? Spread the forces first, then mount an offensive with the main force." No objections. Agreed. Sounds good. Seeing everyone agree, Dong Jiayu continued, "All right, tonight, I and Spencer will lead the main troops in the attack. The remaining commanders, each of you will lead troops to distract the other strongholds. The remaining transmigrators will assist each commander." "Yes." Everyone responded simultaneously. The main role of the transmigrators was to act as communicators, using the Book of Lords to transmit messages back and forth. Secondly, creating some tools to make certain things easier. Dong Jiayu nodded. "All right, we still have about 3 or 4 hours, everyone go back and get prepared." "Yes." Everyone responded and left the tent in succession. Night fell. Within the command hall of the dwarf stronghold, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Hester, sat anxiously in his chair, with a sound-transmitting shell in front of him. He was just silently staring at it. "Commander Hester, what did the king say? When will the reinforcements arrive?" An old dwarf asked. "Yes, when will the reinforcements arrive?" This border stronghold was not just a fortress but also a city. The people present were the heads of powerful families within the city. A dwarf scout had reported the nearness of the undead. It scared many people out of their wits. Hester too looked just as grim. Just more than a week ago, he had been promoted to a commander. Who would have thought that the first battle he would participate in as commander would be so challenging? Inside, he began to envy the commander who had been stripped of his rank for making a mistake. At least he was safe in Grey Iron City. He, on the other hand, seemed to have control over the army but was posted on the front lines. But at this moment, he also had to reassure the city's notables. "Don't worry, we still have time. And getting from one stronghold to another isn't that easy," Hester reassured them softly. He too was waiting for news from Grey Iron City. The request for reinforcements had been sent several days ago, but still, there was no reply from Grey Iron City. Just as the nobles in the city were breathing a sigh of relief, they suddenly sensed that something was off. All heads turned in unison to the water glass on the table. There, they saw rhythmic ripples forming in the water, and then the chandelier above started to shake. Finally, even the ground began to rumble beneath them. "What's happening? An earthquake? Hurry out, there's an earthquake." The hall turned into a complete uproar instantly. At the same time, alarms started ringing loudly from outside the city. Hester's face turned pale instantly. Before he could check anything, a soldier ran in. "Commander, the undead have begun attacking the city." Hearing the words of the soldier, the color drained from Hester's face. The complexion of the other dwarves in the hall also turned ash-colored. The panic had faded to become a numb stillness. They now understood that the rhythmic trembling beneath their feet spelled, the undead had begun the siege. Boom, boom, boom. The regular tremors became more distinct, vying with the increasingly frantic toll of the outer bell. Hester could pay no more attention to other matters. He quickly grabbed a battle axe from nearby and strode out. He walked the whole length to the city wall. When he climbed up to the city wall, he could feel the entire wall gently shaking. He stood there, gazing down from the city wall. The assaulting undead had no torches. Under the thick night, he could vaguely see moving silhouettes. Hester took a hard swallow. He looked at the communication shell once again, but there was no movement. What was Grey Iron City doing? They hadn't even come up with a solution yet. Was sending reinforcements so difficult? But, at this time, he could only suppress these thoughts. Looking around at the soldiers on the city wall, filled with fear and unease, Hester knew that in their current state, it would be challenging to hold the city. Once the fight began, deserters might appear. He swept his gaze over the crowd, and then shouted, "Reinforcements from Lord Rune are already on their way. All we need to do is hold out for 2 days, just 2 days, then the time for us to counterattack will come. Long live Lord Rune. Reinforcements." All of the warriors looked cheered. 2 days was not long, they would be safe soon. Their morale surged. All the warriors raised their arms and shouted, "Long live Lord Rune." Boom, boom, boom. Just as the dwarves' spirits rose, diluting their fear of the undead. Somewhere below, the low beatings of war drums suddenly sounded. At first, the drumbeat was not quite in rhythm, but gradually, it became more consistent. With the steady beat of the drums, a gray pulse of light expanded rapidly. It transformed into small rings of light appearing under the feet of the undead warriors. Straight after, the dwarfs saw rings of light appearing under the undead's feet. The night was still dark, but the gray light rings were unusually conspicuous. In the dwarves' vision, it was endless and dense, light rings reaching as far as the eye could see. Hester was stunned. All the dwarven warriors turned dumbfounded. What were these numbers representing? Even if the dead from the past decade of 8 Peaks Mountain were dug up, they wouldn't amount to as many undead as there were outside. How are they supposed to fight this? Commander, they've started charging. A dwarf shouted loudly. Hester snapped awake, looking at the front. The undead were already holding their weapons, beginning their charge. This charge showed no regard for strategy or coordinated tactics. They were just rushing headlong toward the city. They even didn't have siege ladders or battering rams. Fire! Musketeers, ready! Hester gave the order loudly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of dense cannon fire erupted, with cannonballs being dropped into the undead army. As the cannonballs fell, a swath of undead was flung up into the air. Gunsmoke filled the whole area, with the cannon fire lighting up the sky. After a few more rounds, deep pits appeared on the ground. At the same time, Hester noticed something else. Off in the distance, carts covered with oily skins, pulled by skeletal cows, entered the battlefield. The cart's cargo was unloaded, the oily skins were pulled away, revealing large cannon barrels. Hester's heart skipped a beat. The undead also had cannons. How could they possibly have cannons? Meanwhile, he saw a group of humans running out from the back of the team. They began filling the cannons with ammunition. Then, using a torch, they lit the fuse. They moved with practiced ease. Damn it, take cover! Hester shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The undead's cannons unleashed torrents of flaming debris. Heavy cannonballs struck the city wall, exploding the stones and soil. Dwarves were thrown into the air, the city wall under the cannon's bombardment, left with several cracks that resembled spiderwebs. Hester straightened up. They weren't undead. They had no fear of facing cannon fire. Shaking his head to clear the dizziness, he issued an order: destroy their cannons. The cannons turned, aiming towards the enemy's position. Boom boom. The cannons of both sides greeted each other, exploding within their respective camps. The whole earth continued to shake, and the air filled with the scent of gunpowder smoke and charred earth. By this time, the undead had reached the foot of the city wall. The dwarven musketmen opened fire. They didn't even have to aim, just pull the trigger and any random shot struck a skeleton. However, the bullets did minimal damage to the skeletons. Unless it hit the skull, hitting the body did not do much real harm. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets accompanied by spurts of flames rained down. At the same time, the skeleton shooters on the undead side also reached their firing position. Following orders, they began firing at the dwarf shooters on top of the wall to suppress them. Bullets whizzed by each other incessantly. The night was lit up. The cannon fires and the bullets turned the battlefield eerily bright. The skeleton warriors began to swarm at the foot of the city wall, stepping on each other, quickly spreading up the city wall. In the undead region, Dong Jiayu was sitting in the center of the army, holding the Book of Lords, reading the messages from the others. As expected, the 4 nearest dwarven fortresses had sent reinforcements. On their way, they were killed by the ambushes that he had previously set up. 4 armies had also reached the foot of their target fortresses and were making preparations for the siege. Now, it was time to take down this city. Dong Jiayu looked at Spencer on the side and said softly, "Spencer, please take the bone dragon and take this city down." Spencer nodded. All right. As soon as his words fell, he leapt high into the air, morphing into a massive dragon form, heading for the city. Following him were several bone dragons. At this moment, the skies were devoid of the moon's light. All sorts of smoke and dust shrouded the sky, like a dense fog. Through the clouds, Spencer looked down at the battle below. The dwarfs were still resisting, their cannons had already turned their barrels, blasting at the tightly packed skeletal soldiers scaling the walls beneath them. Boom, boom. The barrage of cannon fire temporarily halted the skeletons ascending the city wall. In an instant, Spencer had reached the city's airspace. Swish, swish, swish. The orange-hued bullets whizzed past him. The dwarfs were aware of these invaders. Bang, bang. Arrows as thick as arms were deployed towards the airborne wyverns. Spencer couldn't afford to ignore them. These arrows were designed specifically for dealing with aerial units. The dragon lock crossbows designed by the trolls posed a threat to the bone dragons. Even more so for the improved dwarf-made equipment. Dodging the airborne arrows, Spencer began to flicker down at high speed. Roar. The flame breath poured onto the city wall. The crimson flames swept past, incinerating everything in its path. The dwarf bodies were instantly turned to charcoal, and the cannons on the wall also melted into molten iron as the flames swept across. In an instant, half of the city wall had been completely cleaned. The bone dragons, trailing behind Spencer, also arrived at this time. After clearing the city wall, they circled in the sky, spewing out beams of black light onto the dwarf soldiers below, trying to climb the city wall. In a short time, the undead had taken advantage of this gap to swarm onto the city walls. Following a brief engagement with the remaining dwarfs, they directly opened the city gates. Skeletons flooded into the city. They clashed with the dwarfs in the city. Flames of war ignited across the city, the sound of killing and roars echoed in every corner. Boom, boom. With the city gates wide open, Dong Jiayu stepped in leading her troops. Spencer descended from the sky to dutifully guard her safety by her side. Notify everyone to cease killing if they drop their weapons, Dong Jiayu, holding her silver spear, announced loudly. Yes, the human clan soldiers immediately took her orders. The soldiers dispersed in all directions, shouting for the enemies to drop their weapons. Perhaps the dwarf soldiers within the city didn't believe in their offer, they continued to resist fiercely. But the city was also inhabited by numerous dwarf civilians who were not soldiers. Hearing the call, they had no other choice. The enemy had entered the city and resisting meant certain death. If there was a chance of survival, naturally, they wouldn't want to die. The people hesitantly dropped their weapons, kneeling on the ground. The initially brutal undead immediately stopped in their tracks, avoiding these people, and began to search for new targets. The noise of battle within the city slowly subsided. It slowly quieted down, with only occasional groans echoing through, proof of the recent battle. My lord, the prisoners have been locked into the prison, and we have found the arsenal, filled with over 20 cannons with 200 boxes of ammunition, a soldier reported. Good, take me to the warehouse. Dong Jiayu directed. Following the soldier to the warehouse, Dong Jiayu immediately opened the Book of Lords and distributed all the cannons and ammunition to the other transmigrators besieging the 4 frontier cities through the transaction channel. With these cannons, they should now be a match for the dwarfs in terms of firepower. After distributing the cannons, Dong Jiayu looked at the map once more, and commanded, Deng Bin, take 50,000 men and block this road. I don't want to see dwarf reinforcements before noon tomorrow. The location Dong Jiayu pointed was midway between the ensnared 5 and 4 fortresses. The road here was narrow, an easy position to defend and hard to attack. Her plan was to intercept the dwarf reinforcements in the rear. All right. Deng Bin immediately nodded. Dong Jiayu continued to look at Spencer. Leave Yang Shaolin to defend the city, the rest will follow me to flank the remaining 4 cities. Yes. The city was littered with corpses. Blood had formed streams. After taking control, without even bothering to clean up the battlefield, they directed their forces towards the other cities. The army regrouped, heading towards the next target. While on the march, Dong Jiayu kept glancing at Spencer. The advantages aerial units provided in siege battles had surprised her. In the future, she'd let Spencer and the bone dragons play a larger role. It could expedite the speed of their advances. At the same time, 8 Peaks Mountain, Gray Iron City. When the spectral image of Hester's soul appeared on the hero's altar, the numerous high-ranking dwarves in the audience descended into chaos. Hester's death was proof that the frontier fortress of the dwarves had fallen. The 8 Peaks Mountain was facing an unprecedented threat. Resurrect him. Rune held his staff, unflinching. All sorts of sacrificial materials were placed on the hero's altar. A flash of light sprung forth. Slowly, on the platform of the hero's altar, a figure of a naked dwarf grew. When the dwarf opened his eyes once again, he initially appeared dazed and confused, then, he understood he had died in battle and was just resurrected. Below, a dwarf brought up some clothes. Having put them on, Hester kneeled on one knee. Your Majesty, the fortress has fallen. Rune looked at him, and asked gravely, tell me about the situation of the enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. Hester arranged his thoughts and began to explain slowly. When night fell, the undead began to besiege the city. Their numbers were massive, disregarding the cannon fire. they stormed the city walls. Moreover, they had undead dragons which could unleash red and black beams of light, attacking from the sky. Whoosh! This made the whole place even more chaotic. The siege began at night, and the city had already fallen by now. That is to say, Hester and his team could only resist for a few hours before they lost. This speed, even if Hester said it out loud now, none of them would dare to believe it. Hester, I think you are just shirking responsibility. Where can there be so many undead? Did you kill all the humans and orcs to make up this number? A dwarf stood up and shouted reprimandingly. The statement held true. The undead did not appear out of thin air, but had to be converted. Even the recruiting function of transmigrators required the consumption of resources for recruitment. How could they possibly have such numbers? Hester glanced at him without any response and turned his gaze back to Rune. Your Majesty, every word I say is true. I believe that the undead has the potential to threaten Grey Iron City. We should make preparations as soon as possible. Hester said in a solemn voice. A few days ago, scouts had detected the movements of the undead. He had reported the news to Rune through the sound-transmitting shell, and also requested reinforcements. But it appeared that Rune did not take this matter seriously. The reinforcements did not arrive, nor did he respond to his messages. Now the resultant issue was that the undead had managed to invade with ease. Defending against them in the later stages would not be easy. Rune did not respond immediately, only kept staring at Hester, seemingly trying to discern the truth from his words. Hester was dead, but how could there possibly be so many undead outside the Eight Peaks mountain? But the matter had not yet concluded. Soon, an attendant walked in briskly. He announced loudly, Your Majesty, news from the border fortress, 4 fortresses have fallen. Thissa. In the hall, there was a deathly silence. Conquering 5 cities in a day. The dwarven fortresses were as fragile as paper, the instruments that they boasted about had no effect as well. At this point, everyone believed Hester's words. Rune's face remained expressionless in silence. After a long while, he finally said, Prepare for defense, get in touch with Silver Wing City, the dwarves need allies now. The next morning, after Fang Hao had breakfast, he received the news from Dong Jiayu. Overnight, 5 border cities were taken. This was a victory, but also somewhat expected. In the past, when their territory hadn't been this strong, they had already waged a similar war against the Bloody Mountain Ranges. The undead army completely obliterated the Bloody Mountain Ranges. Not to mention presently attacking the Eight Peaks mountain. After praising Dong Jiayu and the others, he also made a large amount of ammunition and mechanical support for her. To ensure that during the battle, the following battles can proceed more swiftly. After chatting with Dong Jiayu, Fang Hao took Angia and strolled some other pedestrian streets, visiting a few shops. At the same time, he was also observing the business streets, preparing to open a store here in the future. They hadn't walked far before Angia and Lori had their hands full of various snacks. They ate while walking, pointing and commenting on the shops and pedestrians. Like 2 naive children visiting the city for the first time. While they were strolling, a few people adorned in church garbs walked towards them. They stood stiffly in front of the trio, blocking their way. At first, Fang Hao and the others tried to circumvent them, but they also moved and blocked their path again. Only then did they sense the abnormality. Frowning, they looked at the people in front of them. Templar Knight, level 7. Templar Attendant, level 5. The leader was a level 7 knight, while the others were level 5 attendants. People from the church. Although the military unit's name was unfamiliar, the patterns on their clothing showed that they were from the church. The church was not only comprised of priests, but also had a defense army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such strong influence among the humans. Want to pick a fight? Angia's expression changed immediately when their path was blocked. Want a fight? Huh. We're not afraid of you guys. Lori pointed at the Templar Knight at the forefront. Her voice was loud, but with her height, there wasn't much pressure. Fang Hao's countenance turned serious as well. On one hand due to his own alignment, and on the other, because in this city, the church was known to be quite extreme. He even thought that some of them were robbing people in the name of the God of Light. while being protected by a group of Lionheart Knights. Fang Hao asked, "Gentlemen, do you need something?" The Templar Knight's countenance was solemn and severe. "Who are you people? Who are you?" the Temple Knight sternly inquired. Her demeanor was solemn, but her tone carried an undercurrent of interrogation and accusation. Getting halted on the streets. This condescending attitude was also causing a surge of anger within Fang Hao. Speaking coldly, "What's it got to do with you? HMPH. We suspect that you are related to the undead. Come with us to the temple for an investigation." The Temple Knight spoke evenly. With that said, the other attendants began to advance. Made a move to arrest them. Shoosh. The Lionheart Knights all drew their longswords from their waist, vigilantly watching the approaching group. Seeing the other party drawing their weapons, the murderous look on their faces was all too real. The temple attendants froze in their steps, and did not dare to approach. "So, are you all going to resist?" The voice of Temple Knight became even colder. Fang Hao sneered, "I suspect you're a vampire. Come with us for an investigation." In fact, when he heard them mention the undead, he was genuinely shocked. But after thinking about it, he was sure that it was just an excuse. If they truly knew about Fang Hao's information, they would probably send the higher-ups to arrest him. However, coincidentally, Fang Hao does have relations with the undead. HMPH, are you intending to become adversaries of the church, enemies of the human clan? The Temple Knight's voice was even more raised. A faint glow emerged from his body. The onlookers blocking the road, who were previously enjoying the show, bowed their heads in worship as though infected, muttering praises for the god of light. Seeing the change in the crowd around, Fang Hao's tone refused to let up. If he were to follow them, then it would truly be dangerous. "Get out. Stop asking for trouble." Upon hearing the insults, the stern-faced knight's face distorted into an agitated expression. He roared, "Seize these audacious people." Fang Hao also shouted, "Arrest them. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot." Both sides gave orders. Armed, they charged at each other. Just as they were about to collide, the situation took a turn for the worse. From afar, a roar of rage could be heard. "Stop." Following closely, was the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of heavily armed guards surrounded them. "Stop the thieves! Stop the thieves!" Simultaneously, a shrill yet familiar voice rang out. A burly captain with a green parrot perched on his shoulder walked over, positioning himself in the middle, blocking the on-edge groups. His voice was cold. "Public brawl with weapons, how audacious." It was him. To Fang Hao and his companions, the green parrot was unforgettable. Upon recognizing the parrot, they knew that these were the patrolling guards they had previously encountered at the commercial street. "Captain Baccarat, these people publicly insulted the church. Please arrest them. I will take them back to the church for trial." The Temple Knight spoke first upon the arrival of the patrolling guards. Seeing the other party take the initiative to file a complaint, Angia and Lori immediately refuted. They started the trouble first, Angia pointed at the other party. Lori also chimed in, "We were just strolling around, and they stopped us, insisting on taking us away." Their words were even foul-smelling. The captain known as Baccarat turned to look at the Temple Knight, his voice serious. "What happened?" "Captain Baccarat, we suspect that these people are related to the undead and we're planning to take them back for investigation. But they not only refused to cooperate, but also insulted the church and resisted arrest with weapons," the Temple Knight replied. Although the church has tremendous influence, Silver Wing City was still under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Justice. As a knight, he did not have any privileges in front of the patrolling guards. Upon hearing the knight's words, Baccarat's eyebrows instantly furrowed. He remembered Fang Hao and his companions. After all, the appearance of a female orc in the city had left a deep impression on him. People attending the conference in Lis City were not ordinary. Saying they were related to the undead was an excuse to take them away. How ridiculous. Baccarat looked at the people from the church, disgust in his eyes. Speaking sternly, "This matter ends here. Stop causing noise in the street." Hearing this, the Temple Knight's face changed drastically. Although the church did not fully control Silver Wing City, it still held a position of great strength. It's impossible to settle this matter just with his words. Coldly, he said, Baccarat, they have insulted the church, insulted the God of light, you can't let them leave. As he said this, the light from him rose again. The people around them, once again affected by the light, showed anger, they screamed, don't let them go. It seems. Fang Hao noticed the changes in the people around him. This temple knight probably has a skill that could influence the emotion of believers. Why did he say believers and not just anybody? Because apart from the few who screamed along, many people were still just there, watching the situation develop. Baccarat's face darkened. Said, you say they are related to the undead, do you have any evidence? HMPH, evidence naturally exists, but it isn't with us. Once we are back at the church and conduct further investigations, the truth will be clear. The temple knight remained unyielding. His resolute tone even made Fang Hao uncertain. Had they actually discovered him? If his true identity was revealed, he would have to kill and run. How many days do you plan on interrogating him? Baccarat asked again. 7 days, or if the evidence is irrefutable, he'll stay in the dungeon forever, the temple knight answered. Baccarat sneered, the federal conference is in 7 days. If he can't attend, how do you plan to explain that to his lordship? Upon hearing these words, the temple knight seemed taken aback. Baccarat continued, you've taken him in today, but the one who ends up in the dungeon may not be him. Think it through. Are you saying he's a council member? The temple knight took another look at Fang Hao. I've said what needs to be said. If you have evidence that he's involved with the undead, arresting him would be quite the achievement. But if you don't, the church won't spare you, the Justice Alliance won't spare you, and all the council members attending the conference won't spare you. Think it through. Baccarat's voice grew lower. The temple knight's forehead began to sweat, and the attendant behind him was also looking at Fang Hao's party in surprise. Apparently, they had not investigated the identities of Fang Hao and his companions before stirring trouble. At this point, they were somewhat undecided. Involuntarily, they glanced towards a second-floor window of the tavern. Fang Hao, Angia, and the others noticed this movement and also looked towards the second floor. Their angle of view was different from the temple knights. They vaguely saw someone receding back into the shadows. Meanwhile, the temple knights below seemed to have received a signal and said, let's go. Hastily, they turned to leave. Fang Hao's brow furrowed, but he didn't attempt to stop them. Instead, he went straight to the entrance of the nearby tavern with his people, blocking the only exit. The faces of the temple knights changed as they tried to intervene, but Fang Hao and his party were quicker. They went straight into the tavern, ascending to the second floor with their retinue. They pushed open a room near the street. The inside of the room was lavishly decorated. A young man dressed in church attire was sitting by the window side of the table, nonchalantly eating. Seeing Fang Hao come in, he showed no surprise but gave a peaceful smile. Mr. Fang Hao, we meet again. Recognizing the man in the room, Fang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. It was him, that mixed-race guy. They had met briefly at the auction held by the Trade Alliance. At that time, they only nodded at each other from a distance, they never interacted. By now, Fang Hao only remembered that he was a saint from the church, he had forgotten his name. He watched the guy calmly greet him. He didn't seem at all flustered by what had just happened. Fang Hao sat down across from him, also smiling. Yes, what should I call you, brother? Shu Haid. He calmly said his name. At that moment, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the room, and the temple knights from earlier were seen rushing up. They were stopped by the Lionheart Knight, and both sides seemed ready for a fight. Shu Haid spoke towards the door, you wait outside. Yes. The few people from the temple knights responded and obediently stood outside. So, I offended Brother Shu, and today you sent people to cause trouble for me. Fang Hao didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Shu Haid maintained a calm expression, whether it was because he had spent a lot of time in the church or it was just his temperament, there was a certain emotionless quality about him, a lot like the others in the church. I asked them to invite you over, but I didn't expect them to offend Mr. Fang Hao, Shu Haid said. Fang Hao didn't believe his words. Earlier, The group had glanced at the second floor before giving up on antagonizing Fang Hao. It was clear that he was the one pulling the strings. But Fang Hao didn't plan on dwelling on this. I'm here now, so what do you want? I heard that Mr. Fang Hao has some connections with the undead. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room became tense again. Shu Haid had just apologized, but now he was bringing this up. In fact, Fang Hao's connection to the undead wasn't a secret. The skeleton merchant would bring goods to the cities of various transmigrators every day. Although there was no skeleton merchant in Shu Haid's city, learning about these matters in the channel wasn't difficult. What? You're going to judge me on behalf of the God of Light? Fang Hao scoffed. The undead clan is the natural enemy of all living creatures. Once the conference and the church learn of it, they might spare no expense to eradicate your city. I'm afraid there would be no place for you in the 100 cities anymore. Shu Haid took a sip of his wine after he finished speaking. He clearly displayed the demeanor of someone in a position of power. Fang Hao naturally understood Shu Haid's intention. He was threatening him. He knew that Fang Hao must have some connection to the undead, and his earlier attempt to arrest Fang Hao was sincere. However, he didn't expect Fang Hao to be so audacious, not even considering the church personnel as a threat in Silverwing City. Now, he was even more straightforward. But at the same time, he must have other things to discuss, otherwise, he wouldn't be telling Fang Hao all this. Speak your mind. Shu Haid put down his wine glass. Help me with a few things. If you do well, your secret won't reach the church's ears. Oh, I wonder what kind of favor you need help with. Fang Hao's eyes sparkled. Shu Haid gave Fang Hao a serious look and stated outright, give me your Book of Lords. When I absorb it, you'll become my city lord, and then I'll tell you the tasks you need to perform. This Russian is cautious. He didn't speak directly about the matter. Of course, Fang Hao was just testing the waters, seeing if he could tease out any information about the church. Now that the Russian isn't willing to talk, he doesn't mind. He scoffed, you wish. If you don't want to talk, then so be it. Goodbye. Having said that, he stood up to leave. Shu Haid didn't expect him to just get up and leave. He quickly said, aren't you afraid that I'll spill your secrets? Fang Hao paused as he reached the door. Shu Haid thought that Fang Hao was scared and was about to continue his threats. Instead, he heard Fang Hao's voice, full of murderous intent, say again, cherish the life you have. Don't court death. With that, Fang Hao turned and left. Only Shu Haid remained, sitting stiffly in his chair, his hand frozen in the air with his glass half raised. Unable to make his next move for some time. He could feel that Fang Hao wasn't joking. Given his past actions, if pushed too hard he might actually kill him. But now, he's a saint of the church and his territory is a church stronghold. What could Fang Hao do to him? Where would he get the resources? HMPH. Ridiculous. Shu Haid sneered and picked up his mug, drinking to his heart's content. After Fang Hao and his party left, the paladin and attendant outside also came in. They coldly asked, Sir, should I gather the followers to arrest him? It wouldn't be difficult. Shu Haid gazed out of the window at the people leaving the pub. He smiled slightly and calmly said, there's no rush. We won't take any action before the council meeting. Very well, sir, the paladin replied. Shu Haid continued to stare out of the window, sneering as the figures disappeared. What a bastard. Angia fumed. Exactly, what a bastard, Lori agreed. If I get my hands on him, I'll smash his damned head in. Smash his head in, Lori echoed, do you want to eat it too? Angia glanced at him, eat it. After leaving the pub, the two of them ranted and raved the whole way, cursing Shu Haid from head to toe. But they didn't forget to eat. They ate while they complained. After wandering around all morning, they returned home in the afternoon. Nobody came to bother them again. At 2 in the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. Lord Mayor, the lady is having a tantrum. Could you check on her when you have the time? The maid's voice came from outside. A tantrum. Rebecca is usually very resilient. It's rare for her to lose her temper. Conveniently, Fang Hao was planning to discuss today's events with Rebecca. So he said, All right, I'll be right out. After getting dressed, he left his room. He walked through the long corridor and stopped before a room. Standing at the door, he could hear the sound of things being thrown around inside. Whatever had upset Rebecca this much must be a big deal. He left the maid outside and went in alone. As soon as he entered, he saw Rebecca, about to throw a stack of books down from over her head. Seeing Fang Hao come in, she immediately calmed down. She slammed the books down onto the table and sat back in her chair, her expression stern. What's going on? Who has angered our city's lady? Fang Hao came over, put his hands on her shoulders, and softly asked. Rebecca was still angry. Standing behind her, he could see her full chest rising and falling dramatically with her anger. It was as if someone was inflating and letting air out of a balloon, over and over. Rebecca took a deep breath and angrily said, "There's a traitor in Lis City who sold sensitive information to Groot. If these matters get out, we may not be able to get out of Silver Wing City alive." Who is Groot? Fang Hao suddenly blurted out, flabbergasted. People in this world had such long, peculiar names. He could only remember those of the people around him. Over time, he got confused about who was who. Rebecca sighed. He's the representative of the Marshall family at this year's trade meeting. The one who got knocked out by a SETI's kick. Oh, him. Well, how did he get his information? Is the news reliable? Knowing this, Fang Hao remembered who he was. All along the way, he was the one setting up ambushes on the roadside. He really had a bag of tricks. When the attack failed, he tried another method. It's information personally delivered by Olivia today. It must be accurate, Rebecca replied. Is it that serious? Some unspoken rules that everyone knows, as long as your enemies cannot find any concrete evidence, but now Groot already holds our handle, Rebecca sighed deeply yet again. In reality, she should have thought about all this earlier. To deal with the faceless in the city, Rebecca had taken many nobles' lives. These nobles were all linked through marriage, cooperation, and more. The relationships were complicated and intertwined. Killing so many of them was bound to leave many problems. However, Rebecca didn't expect that things would escalate this quickly and ruthlessly, using the power of the Federation to kill her. Fang Hao thought for a moment, when the time comes, just deny it. Say that the evidence they hold is forged. Rebecca playfully hit him. What are you talking about? Do you think this is a child's game? Denying until the end might not work. There might be a traitor in Lis City that might testify. When that happens, there's no room for denial. Fang Hao thought about it and felt she was correct. This was not a school fight where one could deny just by gritting one's teeth. If Groot dared to bring it up in the conference, he must have made ample preparations. When evidence and witnesses come out, there would be no room to defend oneself. Seeing Rebecca's worried expression, Fang Hao still tried to comfort her. Well, it will be fine, I'm here. I can take you away when the time comes. Rebecca tilted her head back, leaning lightly on Fang Hao's belly. She whispered, what's the use of running away? Groot's goal would still be achieved. I wonder why he's so hell-bent on us, no matter how much we try to shake him off. Fang Hao felt the same way. This Groot, like a sticky flypaper, had his sights on they. Always causing problems here and there. After several failed ambushes, now it's coming to this. This was obvious confrontation. Don't think too much about it. As long as people survive, there's hope. Lis City is in your hands. They can't seize it from us. If it comes to avoiding contact with other cities and fearing the Federation, I have enough troops to protect Lis City, Fang Hao said, gently massaging her shoulders. You don't understand. Humans are different from other races. Whether it's trade or politics, all cities need to establish connections. Once Lis City is isolated, it will gradually decline in a few years. Rebecca's body relaxed as she responded, not as fiery as before. Fang Hao thought about it and felt she had a point. Life was indeed less developed among the orcs than the humans. This was related to their focus on raiding. The human clan, on the other hand, was much more orderly and developed quite well. But Fang Hao could solve these problems. He already had enough territory. Connecting all cities and establishing a trading ring shouldn't be difficult. Of course, if they could keep their membership in the 100 cities, that would be the best. If not, the interior would be enough for their survival and development. After thinking it through, Fang Hao continued, you don't need to worry about this. Now we have many cities within our territory. We can establish our own trade network. We can live well. Rebecca nodded, indicating that she understood. In the past, she had to bear and solve all these problems herself. Now, having someone to listen to her worries and help find solutions, she felt greatly relieved. Of course, talking to Fang Hao was also about looking for a way out. She hadn't given up yet. She still had a chance before the conference. Feeling the massages on her shoulder, Rebecca closed her eyes as she enjoyed the caring touch of the man she adored. In this peaceful reliance, she paused for a while. Rebecca, with closed eyes, suddenly felt something unusual. She felt a strange sensation from her body. Looking down, she saw that Fang Hao's massaging hand had wandered down to her chest. And it was constantly shifting shapes. Rebecca bit her lower lip, struggling with the sensation. She immediately slapped Fang Hao's hand away. Her eyes slightly angry. Fang Hao, what are you doing? Fang Hao regretfully let go of her breast, and fibbed, nothing, that's how our massage goes, after finishing the shoulders, it naturally moves downwards. Fang Hao, okay, no more fooling around. Let's chat and then go down for dinner together. Fang Hao sat down on a chair and pulled Rebecca into his arms with one swift motion. Her soft body felt like a large cotton ball in his arms. It was so comfortable that he almost let out a cry. They were in this position more or less before, so Rebecca could accept it. Holding hands, they chatted for a while. After all, Fang Hao was young. With such a beautiful woman in his arms, his heart began to stir up again. He reached out, intending to remove Rebecca's long skirt. Seeing this, Rebecca quickly held down his hand, blushed and said, you're at it again. It's broad daylight. Have you gone mad? This time, Rebecca's attitude was very different from before. It was not resistance and refusal, but a comment about the time of day. Fang Hao tentatively asked again, what if I come tonight? Well, Rebecca was much older than Fang Hao and knew what was going on. She was well aware of the matters between men and women. And her heart was greatly stirred by Fang Hao. Although she had always had an aversion to men in the past, she had accepted Fang Hao now, but she had not yet figured out what to do next. It was fine for them to touch and flirt with each other in the past, but when it came to living together, she was somewhat shy. Hesitating for a moment, she said softly, Fang Hao, give me a little more time. Fang Hao nodded, knowing that there was no urgency in such matters. Rebecca's loyalty reached 98 points, he was not afraid of her running away, so there was no rush for a day or two. Okay, I'll listen to you, Fang Hao said. But his hand still held her waist, and he asked softly, so what do we do now? What should we do? Fang Hao gave a sly grin. Then, pulling Rebecca's buttocks, he placed her whole body on the table. Rebecca was startled, her hands on the table, her face slightly panicked. You. Fang Hao's arms propped on either side of her, looking down at her. Don't worry, just the usual things. Surprise appeared in Rebecca's eyes before she could answer. A heavy body pressed her underneath, and her lips were sealed. Mima. Frantic, Rebecca lightly patted Fang Hao's shoulder, trying to break free. However, after a few pats, her hands softened and wrapped around Fang Hao's neck, responding to him. Seeing Rebecca stopped struggling, Fang Hao's hands slowly started to move towards her full bosom and stayed there without moving. Rebecca sensed his little movement and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. But in this position, it was hard to dodge. After twisting a bit, she gave up dodging, simply closed her eyes, pretending not to care. Seeing that Rebecca didn't resist, Fang Hao increased the pressure on his hands. Needing the roundness in his palm, he molded it flat. Outside the window, dusk was painting the sky red. Inside the room, their breathing erratic. After quite a while, Rebecca felt something was poking her thigh persistently. She reached out to feel it, her expression changed instantly and she quickly withdrew her hand. She knew they couldn't go on like this. She turned her head away, saying, that's enough, it's time to eat. If you keep on fooling around, I'll be angry. Dusk had settled. The commercial street in Silver Wing City was even busier. At the window on the second floor of a tavern, Sander stared in the direction of the city gate. Next to him stood a subordinate. With a worried look on his face, he hesitated before saying, "Boss, over 300 of our men went out. They should have completed the task and come back by now. But none of them have returned, and there's no response through the sound transmitting shell. This is." Sander felt an unease in his heart, his fingers tapping incessantly on the window ledge. The intelligence reported they were just over 100, most of them mere militiamen. Even if there was a problem, over 300 of our men can't just disappear. Something must have happened. That was true. Even if the ambush failed, out of 300 men, a few should have made it back. But now, a day and a night had passed. There was no news at all. Thump, thump, thump. As they were talking, the sound of hurried footsteps climbing the stairs echoed from outside. Soon, the footsteps stopped right outside the room. "Commander, there's news." Sander perked up, sat back at the table, returning to his composed mercenary commander demeanor. "Come in." The door opened, and a travel-worn young man walked in. After a slight bow, he said, "Commander, we found our comrades' bodies. They're all dead." Crack. The water glass in Sander's hand plummeted to the floor, shattering into pieces. Even though he'd considered the possibility of something going wrong, he hadn't expected the worst-case scenario. That was more than 300 of them, all gone just like that. "Are you sure? You didn't see wrong," said Sander, his voice raised somewhat. The underling, who had been asked to fetch some information, trembled before speaking quickly. "Chief, I'm sure. I know all the people in our group." Boom. Sander slammed his fist on the table, shattering it instantly. He roared, "Damn Ida, damn it." Like an enraged bear, he turned over all the objects in the room. After a flurry of smashing and cursing, he finally looked at his underling again and asked coldly, "Did that kid's team come back?" Yes, they did. Not only did his team return, but even Li Rong's people have safely entered the city. Damn, that bitch Li Rong. It must have been her messing around. Otherwise, how could a group of just 50 people be safe? Sander's face was distorted with rage. Their ambush target had been the pretty boy from Lis City. He had brought only 50 people with him, and didn't have any ties here. The fact that over 300 of his own men had been killed outside, it seemed obvious that it must have been Li Rong's doing. That woman had been discussing a business deal with him just a few days before. Then, she had played him like a fool. "Chief, what should we do now? Are we still going to kill the pretty boy?" his underling asked him again. Sander took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his rage. At the moment, he hated Li Rong more than the pretty boy. After a pause, he said, "Our brothers didn't die for nothing. Prepare everything. Tonight, we will send a big gift to Fairy Dream Tower." "Understood, Chief." Night fell off. The bustling Silver Wing City had also reached the moment of lights out. The busy people had already gone back to their rooms to rest. In their room, Fang Hao was playing chess with Angia. Lori examined the current game situation to help Angia. The two of them occasionally whispered to each other, careful not to miss any moves and allow Fang Hao to take advantage. After discussing for a while, Angia reached for a piece, pinching it between two fingers, preparing to make her move. Halfway, she raised her head to glance at Fang Hao's face. Seeing Fang Hao with no expression, she briskly put down her piece on the chessboard. "No going back after placing your move, think carefully," Fang Hao said. Angia looked puzzled for a moment as she turned to look at Lori. Then, with a determined tone, she said, "Ha! Who are you trying to fool? With your petty tricks, you still want to scare us." "Exactly. Who are you scaring?" Fang Hao shrugged. Picking up a piece, he placed it on the chessboard making a line of 5. Angia was stunned and then her face turned red with rage, and she reached out to flip the table. Fang Hao caught her wrist. "Hey, it's not that serious." "Ah." Angia was about to say something. She suddenly stopped and sniffed. Lori at her side did the same. Then they both looked out the window. They could see a tower of fire reaching into the night sky at the far end of the city. Even from a distance, they could see the flames leaping into the sky and smoke obscuring the heavens. It's in the commercial district. Why is such a big fire there? Angia and Lori were a bit shocked. In the orc tribe, such a big fire would likely not be fought. The clan leader would just lead his people to move away. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Footsteps sounded. Rebecca came in with a maid. There's a fire outside. Rebecca just started her sentence, when she noticed the two standing by the window, and Lori crouched on the windowsill. All were staring at the fire. Rebecca joined them and, after a moment of thought, asked, "Should we go check it out?" Fang Hao shook his head. "No need. Someone will handle the fire soon. If we go now, whether we can help or not is one thing. But we might even be suspected of arson. Such a big fire. I'm afraid a whole street might be engulfed," said Rebecca, shaking her head. She knew very well how costly urban construction could be. Probably not. Silver Wing City couldn't possibly not be able to handle a single fire. It's not like we're in some remote place, Fang Hao said softly. As expected. Right after Fang Hao finished his sentence, a thunderous noise sounded from the clear night sky. Then, swirling dark clouds covered the entire area above the commercial district. Whoosh. Then, a torrential rain began to pour. The water mage had made his move. The major fire that had engulfed the commercial street had subsided by the latter part of the night. But the aftershock of the fire was still felt deeply. A great number of people in the city were cleaning up the ruins. Some dressed like guards were investigating the cause of the incident. After breakfast, Fang Hao had brought Angia and a few others to check on the situation. Upon arrival at the site, they found it swarming with people. They gathered around discussing things like, someone set the fire, whose family had been reduced to ashes, and so on. In essence, all chatter revolved around the fire from the previous night. Fang Hao and his group, who were strong and formidable, pushed through the crowd. They observed the whole street. The traces of the fire stretched beyond one or two buildings. At a single glance, one could see an entire row of structures, all blackened from the flame, some still releasing wisps of smoke. A few individuals clad in yellow were handling the areas that were still smoking. Thankfully, a mage had summoned a heavy rain last night, or the fire might have destroyed half the city. Looking at the scene, Fang Hao was suddenly reminded of Li Rong. He didn't know many people here, but he did know Li Rong. Her shop was right on this street. With that thought, he sidled through the crowd, heading towards the Fairy Dream Tower. The further inside they went, the worse the fire damage appeared. It seemed that the fire had originated from the Fairy Dream Tower and gradually spread to the other stores. There was nothing left in its wake. Naturally, there was no need for a door anymore. They climbed over the collapsed walls and entered. The inside was a mess. There were no cosmetics, clothing, jewelry left, absolutely nothing. Just as Fang Hao was about to take out the Book of Lords to inquire after Li Rong's situation, he faintly heard someone sobbing from within the ruins. The sobs were not loud, as though the person was struggling to control them. But from the slightly hoarse and trembling crying, one could perceive the person's sorrow. Fang Hao and his companions walked over the collapsed walls. They saw Li Rong, covered head to toe in soot, crouched in a corner. Her head was buried in her arms, her body quaking uncontrollably. Hearing someone come in, Li Rong quickly wiped away her tears and looked up. Her tear-streaked face looked like she had been crying her heart out. Upon seeing Fang Hao, she who had been suppressing her tears could no longer control herself and started crying again. Fang Hao could understand her grief. After striving for such a long time, she thought everything was on the right track. But one fire had stripped her of everything. Second outlet, business operations, all were lost. Razed to the ground by the fire. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hao squatted down and gently patted her trembling shoulder. He softly comforted, "It's okay, everything will get better." Upon hearing his words, Li Rong turned around and threw herself into Fang Hao's arms, crying even harder. She wetted Fang Hao's clothes. "Everything is gone. It's all gone." Li Rong sobbed. Li Rong, who had her own territory, did not stay in the city at night. Last night she had heard the thunder but was unaware of the fire. But as soon as she entered the city today, she felt something was amiss. On seeing the fairy dream tower reduced to rubble, Li Rong was dumbstruck. Her mind went blank. She had rushed in alone, digging through the rubble, searching for her goods. But of course, after such a big fire, nothing could have survived. All she could find was charred remains. At this moment, she buried herself in Fang Hao's arms. She was sobbing uncontrollably, mumbling incoherently about everything being gone. Fang Hao had heard of Li Rong's business dreams, and he knew how heartbreaking it was to see those dreams shatter and lose everything. He continued to softly pat her shoulder, comforting her. You still have your factory, your foundation is still there, everything can start again. Woohoo! Li Rong cried for a good while and then gradually quieted down. She wiped her tears off her face and raised her head from Fang Hao's chest. Her once pretty face was now a mess of tears and soot, making Li Rong look like she had come out of the fire. Wipe your face, you look like a grimy kitten. Fang Hao handed over a handkerchief. Li Rong took it. She wiped her face, spreading the soot everywhere. Seeing her a bit more settled, Fang Hao asked, "Did anyone get hurt?" Li Rong appeared somewhat dazed, her face was devoid of its previous cheerfulness. Responding in a low voice, "No, we don't have anyone staying at the shop overnight, it's just that my shop, it's gone. It's all right, we can rebuild it later. It's good that no one got hurt." Fang Hao noticed her face becoming increasingly smeared. He took out some water, wet the handkerchief, and wiped her face, revealing the fair complexion underneath the layer of soot. Hey! At this moment, Angia suddenly gave an exclamation. He reached his hand into the rubble and pulled out a long iron box. Li Rong, with tears in her eyes, turned to look at the iron box in Angia's hand. Her crying ceased immediately and she ran over hastily. Taking the box from Angia, she opened it to reveal neatly stacked piles of gold coins. This was the money earned from the shop's recent sales. Having money in her territory, Angia naturally didn't care much for this money. Angia's ability to find treasures was something that had always impressed Fang Hao. She could effortlessly find this money, which was nothing out of ordinary to him. Li Rong held the money box, taking deep breaths in order to compose herself. When her emotions were back reasonably in control, she asked softly, "Fang Hao, Angia, why did you come here?" "We saw the great fire over here last night and came to check out your situation today," Fang Hao explained. The fire ignited in quite an odd way. Silver Wing City is a grand city. According to the city levels, it is probably above level 15. The shops on the commercial street were all constructed of neatly cut stone bricks, which made it difficult to fuel such a large fire after closing shop. Luckily, a mage summoned heavy rain, otherwise, countless structures and people could have been destroyed. "Thank you all," Li Rong said gratefully. When the fire engulfed her place, the first ones to come were Fang Hao and his team with whom she once collaborated. What's next? Fang Hao was about to ask what to do next. But just as he began to speak, he heard a running footstep and a shouting voice from outside the courtyard, Sister Li, we got news." As the footsteps drew closer, some staff from Fairy Dream Tower came running in. Seeing Fang Hao and his team, the staff members stood still for a moment. "Boss, you are here too." One of the Transmigrator staff members recognized Fang Hao and still addressed him as boss. Though not sure why Fang Hao and others were here at this time. But now was not the time to question. Fang Hao nodded. After greeting, the staff members' attention returned to Li Rong. By now, Li Rong's tears had dried. Aside from her reddened eyes, no other expression could be seen. She regained her stern female boss persona, albeit somewhat withered. "What's wrong? You look fretful." Li Rong lit up a cigarette. "Sister Li, we just asked the patrolling guards, and they said we should think about who we may have offended. Last night's fire was arson," the male staff bluntly said. "Arson?" Li Rong's eyes hardened. As heartbroken as she had been, she was now equally enraged. All her possessions were destroyed, and it was targeted at her. "Yes, the patrol team said our place was the origin of the fire. They also found traces of accelerants. They asked us to think about who might do this and then let them know, the male staff went on to say. The staff here were both transmigrators and native people. But the job was pretty good. There wasn't much hard labor, as they just had to sell goods and teach makeup tips to women every day. The income was quite substantial. This job could have been ongoing. They could, at least, get through this winter, and their families could have a decent life. But now, their jobs had been incinerated. Knowing that someone had done this, they felt the same rage. Li Rong nodded and said, "All right, I know. Look around here to see if there's anything worth taking." "Okay, boss." The staff started sorting through the ruins. The third floor was where the jade and jewelry were located. Angia managed to find something. They might also find some intact pieces. If they didn't search now, there would be nowhere to look when city cleaners arrived. Outside the ruins, Li Rong smoked her cigarette, pondering the situation. Fang Hao surveyed the scene and realized that Li Rong might not have a place to stay anymore. "Let's go," he suggested. "Come to my place for now and get things sorted out. It's not too far from here. You can check easily if anything happens." Li Rong was discussing who started the fire. Hearing Fang Hao's words, she hesitated a little. "This isn't it inappropriate?" Fang Hao knew what she was hesitating about. So he directly suggested, "The chaos here won't help you come up with anything. Let's go to my place, and you can think it over more calmly." This time, Li Rong did not refuse. Given her current situation, establishing a closer relationship with Fang Hao would indeed be beneficial. "Thank you, Big Boss Fang Hao." Fang Hao nodded, taking Li Rong towards his residence. The Lis Army residency was allocated by the authorities. The building was massive with many vacant rooms. When Fang Hao and others returned, he asked someone to help Li Rong with a hot bath. Currently, she resembled a little African child just returned from Congo. After asking someone to take care of Li Rong, Fang Hao went on to deal with his affairs. The meeting was getting closer and closer, and several small meetings were taking place in the days leading up to the official meeting. Rebecca had been going out every day, attending meetings, and trying to ally with potential forces. Back in the room, the calling sound of the sound transmitting shell was coming from the storage space. On picking it up and looking, it was a message sent out by Rolana. Perhaps it's because Rolana usually has a fierce personality, and the fact that he started to pursue Rebecca. Seeing the message, he felt inexplicably nervous. He took out the sound transmitting shell and put it to his ear, immediately hearing Rolana's pleasant but emotionless voice. "Those rats have brought back news." Hearing these brief words, Fang Hao paused. That fast. Yesterday, Rebecca had mentioned the traitors in Lis City to him. After getting intimate with Rebecca, he returned to his room. He then used the sound transmitting shell to contact Rolana. Rolana was somewhat reluctant, and Fang Hao felt a bit guilty because of Rebecca. After discussing for a while and mentioning the fact this was to help Rebecca, Rolana finally agreed to investigate the matter of the traitors. Fang Hao didn't really want her to investigate. Humans doing such work would take too long. By the time they'd gather the evidence, the council would have concluded. What he wanted to find were the cranial rats from the underworld. The cranial rats possessed the largest intelligence network in Lis City. Even the faceless ones were achieved with the report by the cranial rats. Investigating some traitors wasn't difficult. But he didn't expect it to be this fast. Fang Hao held the sound transmitting shell to his mouth and asked, "Who are they?" Soon, Rolana's voice echoed again. "A total of 14 people, 5 of whom have disappeared, and the others are already under my control." Good lord, so many people. This doesn't seem like bribery, but more like spies placed beforehand. "Those 5 people, who are they? I need a list." Fang Hao continued. "All right, Maid Stacy, Official Marcus." Rolana swiftly listed 5 names, ranging from Rebecca's maid to local officials. These people, after Rebecca left, disappeared under various pretexts. They probably already secretly arrived at Silver Wing City, waiting to denounce Rebecca at the conference, catching her off guard. "Okay, I understand," Fang Hao replied. Just as he was about to put away the sound-transmitting shell, he heard Rolana's voice again. Her tone was slightly cautious. Ahem. Is everything going smoothly on your side? Quite smooth. Once this matter is resolved, and the council concludes, I'll return. Fang Hao responded. Rebecca's fine, right? You haven't bullied her, have you? Rolana asked once again. He'd never heard Rolana speak in such a tone before. Under normal circumstances, Fang Hao might have joked around, but he didn't dare to do so now. In his mind, he even started picturing Rolana losing her mind when she found out about his situation with Rebecca upon his return. Now was not the time to think about this. If he delayed any longer, she might become suspicious. He brought the shell to his mouth and said, both of us are fine. Why would I bully her? I even bought you a gift. I'll give it to you when I return. Fine, I understand. Her voice returned to its usual cold indifference. Ending the conversation, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords once again. He looked at Rolana's loyalty once more. Loyalty of the beauty of the lonely night, Lorana and Tobias, current loyalty 67. Well, pretty good, it's already reached 67. She's unlikely to kill him. Fang Hao opened the door and walked out. The door to the room across from him opened at the same moment. Li Rong had come out after a shower. She was wearing a beige shirt and tight long pants. Her long and straight legs were tightly wrapped by her pants as she walked out. Her skin was already quite fair, and this outfit even seemed to change her aura. No longer the sharp and valiant businesswoman, she now looked more like a pure and beautiful young lady. She was wearing one of Angia's spare dresses. Although Angia was well built, her frame was a bit smaller. On Li Rong, the outfit was a tight fit around her breasts and waist. Lord Fang Hao, have you figured out who is targeting you? Fang Hao inquired. A killing intent flickered in Li Rong's eyes. Yes, On the other side, in a temporary conference hall. Before the official council begins, several small meetings are held each day. They are all about the federal plan for the coming year. At the end of the meeting, the members of the council began to leave in groups. Rebecca has few friends here, so naturally, there was no one to leave with her. At this moment, a figure approached. He sat down beside Rebecca, Mrs. Rebecca. Looking up, it was Tavok, from Prul City. Tavok was originally a cloth merchant in Prul City and was later promoted to city lord by Fang Hao. This time, he also represented Prul City at the council. However, in order to avoid suspicion, he did not meet with Fang Hao. If there was anything to report, it was done orally. City Lord Tavok, Rebecca greeted with a smile. Tavok nodded, cautiously looking around to see that no one was paying attention to them. Then he whispered, the church mentioned to me this time about the sightings of undead in the north. It seems the news has reached the church. The territory to the north of Prul City was where Fang Hao was. Although most of the undead have been placed in the troop hiding cave. The daughter of Earth Spirit still led the undead on patrols. Sometimes the residents and merchant convoys would encounter them. As long as they didn't attack indiscriminately or approach the city, they wouldn't be attacked by the undead. However, this information reaching the church would cause a lot of trouble. Rebecca also frowned and said, no one mentioned it at the meeting. Yes, the church privately reached out to me and inquired about the situation with the undead. The church is paying attention to that area. Although I had assured them that Prul City is not threatened by the undead, by the sounds of it, the church is likely to establish a temple in Prul next year, said Tavok. Prul City is located on the northern border of 100 cities of human territory. And the location where Fang Hao's city is situated, in itself belongs to an uninhabited area outside of human influence. If divided, it would belong to the orcs' territory. In the past, the city of Prul was least developed and the church rarely paid any attention. It seems they are starting to pay attention this year. Yes, I will discuss this matter with Fang Hao when I return and see what he thinks, Rebecca whispered. As others passed by, Tavok changed the topic with a smile. I hope to be able to sell Prul City's cloth in Lis City next year. Certainly, I will arrange for someone to take care of the safety on the trade route. Once the passers-by left, Tavok continued, the church is also asking about the temple in List City, with the aim of gathering information. Rebecca's face slightly stiffened, turning a few shades paler. She was uncertain about what had gone wrong with the temple, but it must have something to do with Fang Hao. After all, she knew well that Fang Hao had a great connection with the undead. Okay. I understand, I will be careful, said Rebecca. Tavik nodded, stood up and smiled. Haha. I rely on you, Mrs. Rebecca, for our business next year. Rebecca smiled politely, of course. Then I'll excuse myself, said Tavik before turning and leaving. After Tavik left, Rebecca intended to leave as well. But before she could get up, a man dressed in noble garb strode towards her. Groot Marshall, the council representative for the 100 Cities Business Association. At the same time, he was the puppeteer behind the scenes leading to the current predicament faced by Rebecca and others. Groot approached with a smirk and a glass of wine. As though he had coincidentally stumbled upon Rebecca, he greeted, "Ah, Mrs. Rebecca, you haven't left yet. It's been quite some time since we last caught up." Looking at the man beaming with pride, Rebecca was filled with disgust. However, under the circumstances, she still kept to basic etiquette and slightly nodded in response. Groot maintained his smile, his eyes greedily sweeping over Rebecca's body. "Mrs. Rebecca, I heard that List City is facing some trouble. If you consider us friends, you can talk to me. The Marshall clan might. Rebecca had no patience to put up with this pretense. She was perfectly clear about Groot's intention. The biggest threat to List City was him. Now, saying these words was nothing more than a threat. Before he could finish, she interrupted him, "Thank you, but there's no need. List City is doing just fine." At Rebecca's cold response, Groot's eyes twinkled with anticipation, and he said, "Ah, Mrs. Rebecca, I've received some news. After your departure, someone bribed people in List City and received a great deal of internal information. I'm afraid by the time the official council begins, such information might be presented as evidence. Considering your current situation, this might affect your position." After a pause, his expression turned mocking, his gaze unabashedly focused on Rebecca's chest and lower abdomen, and he continued, "Actually, Rebecca, you know, we're old acquaintances. If you're in trouble, you can tell me. We can think of a solution together, plus our Marshall clan's connections, the problems are not hard to solve. If you don't mind, you can come over to my place for a drink, and we can discuss further." If she didn't know him, this spiel would sound like a friend offering to help. However, Olivia had already tipped Rebecca off a few days earlier. I informed her of Groot's knowledge about the List City situation. Rage was evident on Rebecca's face. She had grown to loathe this hypocritical and sly man who always pestered her. Before he could finish, she interrupted him again, "Mr. Groot, please leave. I have nothing to say to you." Rebecca's voice was loud, attracting the attention of the nearby council members. Their curious gazes fell upon her. However, seeing that it was Groot and Rebecca, they remained at a distance, showing no intention of intervening. With such a scene, Groot had no choice but to withdraw. After all, despite their underhandedness behind closed doors, the nobles still maintained an image of decency in public. Groot shrugged, a shadow passing over his eyes. Without hiding his disdain, he sneered, "Rebecca, I've given you the chance. It's you who refused it. I hope you won't kneel down and beg me for mercy later." He had desired this woman for a long time. Distinguished and elegant, she was more appealing than any woman he had possessed before. Conquering such a woman would bring him a great sense of accomplishment. Moreover, he was not in a hurry. He held evidence against List City. Reality would force her to submit to him. When the time came, he would crush the pride of the woman before him entirely. Rebecca was enraged at these words, her face red with fury. Even while trying to maintain her noble etiquette, her fingers tightened into a fist until they turned white. She wanted to say something. But without any allies here, any argument would only put her at a disadvantage. This negotiation was one where Groot had the upper hand. Meanwhile, a few male and female council members approached from a short distance away. These individuals had been keeping a watchful eye on them and were in league with Groot. Ha ha, Mr. Groot, it seems Rebecca Lady does not accept your kindness. A male council member, stroking his small mustache, smiled. Yes, Groot, you can choose any beautiful woman in this city. Why be so obsessed with this outsider? Another lavishly dressed elderly woman sneered. Groot discarded his previous sinister expression, revealing a friendly smile. I just wanted to help an old friend who was in trouble. Since Rebecca knows what she's doing, I won't bother her anymore. Having said that, he laughed and joked with those next to him as he walked out. Even after Groot had left, Rebecca's expression was still full of rage. She sat in her chair, her face grim. Aseti, who was waiting outside the door, came in to investigate when she saw Rebecca did not come out after a long time. When she saw Rebecca sitting alone in the hall, she hurriedly went over. Miss Rebecca, are you all right? Aseti asked softly. Aseti was an orange hero, also a woman. Fang Hao had assigned her to Rebecca's side to ensure her safety. Hearing Aseti's voice, Rebecca came to her senses. Nothing, let's go. Her face still held a smile, showing no signs of anything unusual. All she had just encountered seemed like it had never happened. Oh, the carriage is ready, let's go back first. Aseti guided the way. Okay. Rebecca rose, following Aseti out. For some reason. The moment Aseti's voice rang in her ears, all of Rebecca's worries disappeared, only one thought in her mind. She still had Fang Hao. He would handle all these matters. On the other side, Fang Hao returned to the room and gestured Li Rong to sit across him. Upon entering, he quickly smelled the fresh scent of a woman who had just taken a bath. He poured Li Rong a glass of fruit wine. He had casually asked earlier, never expecting Li Rong to figure out who started the fire while she was bathing. Who? A murderous look flashed in Li Rong's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, Sander. Sander had frequently appeared in Fang Hao's sight recently. Earlier, upon their return from exploring the underground palace, their team was ambushed. It was Sander's men who did it. However, their team hadn't suffered any losses then, and because they were in Silver Wing City, he hadn't taken immediate action against him. He hadn't expected Li Rong's initial suspicion to be him. Are you sure? Fang Hao was a bit skeptical. Yes, I just received news that someone saw the arsonist. It's one of Sander's men. Li Rong's eyes were filled with anger. Li Rong held a high reputation among the Transmigrator group in Silver Wing City. Although she didn't form any faction, if a representative were to be elected among the Transmigrators in Silver Wing City, it would certainly be Li Rong. While Li Rong was showering, she received a message from others on the Book of Lords. Someone had seen one of Sander's men sneaking into the commercial street last night after the lights were off and the stores closed. Not long after that man came out, a fire broke out. The fire was enormous, illuminating the entire area brightly. With this comparison, coupled with the enmity between the two sides over the past few days, there was no need for doubt. It was definitely Sander's doing. Ordinary people wanting revenge wouldn't have been able to cause such a large fire. What are you planning to do? Fang Hao looked at Li Rong. Li Rong reached for her cigarettes. However, she realized she was now wearing Angia's clothes, thus she took the cup and drank some fruit wine. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. Let's follow the rules. You pay for murder and for debts. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao was taken aback. How did they end up resorting to underworld rules? Do you have a plan? Fang Hao continued to ask. Li Rong examined Fang Hao with her eyes and then softly said, Boss Fang Hao, how much are you selling the gun you showed me last time? The Lionheart Knights were equipped with bolt-action rifles. However, within Lis City, they are all stored in Fang Hao's storage space. They would only be given out to the Lionheart Knights once they left the city. This was to prevent them from being traced back if bullets were found in any future events. Li Rong discovered that Fang Hao also had rifles. She was even more surprised and started browsing in Fang Hao's shop on his channel when she returned to her territory. She found that the items on sale were still the same old stuff and rifles were not being sold. You want to kill him with the rifle? Fang Hao guessed her thoughts. Li Rong, with a determined look on her face, said, yeah. My followers are not ranked high. If it really comes to fighting, they may not be a match for him, so I want to buy a couple of guns and take him out directly. It was clear that Li Rong was serious this time. Fang Hao also wanted to kill Sander. However, he was always in the city and was even more adept at using the rules of Silver Wing City. If conflicts occur in the city, it is highly possible that Sander will get away with it while Li Rong would be wanted by the city. By then, even her own city would be under attack from Silver Wing City. Fang Hao thought for a while, feeling that Li Rong's approach was too impulsive. To kill him, there might be better ways. Li Rong, I also want Sander dead, but we can't be rash in our actions. If Silver Wing City discovers that your factions have fought, Sander can lead his people away. Your city is nearby, do you think you can get away? Fang Hao advised softly. Li Rong was speechless after hearing this. She was ready to kill Sander no matter the cost after her shop was set on fire. But without guns from Fang Hao, she didn't even have a chance to do so. Just relying on her own men, they could only fight against the other side, and the chances of killing Sander are not high. I can't care about that anymore. If he doesn't die, how can I, Li Rong, continue my business? The transmigrators in the city don't have much status to begin with. If I can't settle this properly, my shop might be set on fire for a second time. Li Rong said angrily. Fang Hao shook his head, softly said, he certainly must die, as well as the people behind him. We just can't rush in and risk everything. Li Rong also knew that Fang Hao was right. But she was just too angry. She took a deep breath and then said, so, do you have a better plan? Fang Hao only has one approach to dealing with matters like this. And that is eliminating all future troubles. Sander definitely has to die, or else he was unsure what kind of troubles could arise. However, he is not familiar with Silver Wing City. To kill Sander without anyone noticing, he still needs to do a detailed investigation. Do you know where Sander usually is? Fang Hao stroked his chin and asked softly. Li Rong shook her head and said, Dragon Tooth Pub. Fang Hao nodded, said, okay, I'll take care of this. When the time comes, I'll contact you through the Book of Lords. Don't come to Silver Wing City in the next couple of days, in case Sander targets you. After a pause, Li Rong finally nodded, okay, I'll go back and wait for your news. She stood up, turned her gaze back to Fang Hao. She whispered, if you help me get rid of Sander, I'll accompany you for 3 days. Fang Hao was startled, and the water he had just sipped almost spat out. He said, oh, both of these seem good only for you. Li Rong slapped the table with her slim white fingers. What do you mean, you are not interested in me? No, I'm just a kid, why are you telling me these things? Fang Hao laughed, and then continued, I think Sander will definitely hide. Let your men keep track of his whereabouts. No matter what, there is a great possibility that Sander will hide after everything. To find him, it would still take some time and effort. Okay, I'll let my people keep an eye on him. As soon as there's news, I'll inform you immediately. Li Rong also said seriously. Fang Hao nodded, and said to the door, arrange someone to escort Li Rong back. The door opened and, a guard politely said, Ms. Li Rong, please. Li Rong gave Fang Hao a serious look and then walked out of the room. In the afternoon, Rebecca returned in a horse carriage. The two of them met at the staircase. It was clear that Rebecca was not in the best of spirits. Seeing Fang Hao, she said, come to my room, I have something to tell you. Oh, okay. Fang Hao nodded his head, following Rebecca into her room. Upon entering the room, the servants prepared fruit tea and pastries for them. Once everything was ready, they promptly left the room, even considerately shutting the door behind them. Fang Hao took his seat at the table without reservation, pulling Rebecca into his arms. The soft touch enveloped his thigh. Rebecca did not resist, merely sat there and placed a pastry from the table into her mouth. What happened with the fire? People still mentioned it today. Rebecca wrapped one arm around Fang Hao's shoulder. Do you remember Li Rong? Rebecca frowned in recollection, the transmigrator who tried to seduce you at Olivia's banquet. Question mark. Fang Hao was at a loss for words, hearing the tone in Rebecca's voice, it was like a jealous wife. What seduction? We just discussed a potential collaboration to explore the underground palace. Humph. I saw clearly from the second floor that day, when she came to find you, she purposely pulled her collar lower. Don't tell me you didn't notice. I really didn't. All the affluent women at the banquet had low necklines, it was all white as far as I could see, how would I notice how low hers was? Rebecca, irritated, pinched his waist. Fang Hao didn't really mind, especially since she didn't pinch hard. He tightened his hold on the woman in his arms, smiling and said, jealous. Nothing's going on between us, don't overthink it. Rebecca glared at Fang Hao. Who's jealous? I was just advising you to be mindful. There are already plenty of people around you. In this era, it was an unspoken rule that the powerful have more resources. Which of those noble lords didn't have countless women revolving around them? And sometimes, this was even used as a boast to discuss during idle chats. Similarly, as long as a woman had status, she could also keep a group of handsome younger men. Rebecca furrowed her brows, feeling that her words and actions today were a little out of character. Although she did not mind being intimate with Fang Hao, she definitely wouldn't be jealous. Why would she care whether other women were trying to seduce Fang Hao? After all, she quite liked women too. After some thought, she felt it might be because their relationship was getting closer and by name, they were already husband and wife. If he was flirting around in public, it would seem like he didn't see her as worth considering. Having figured this out, she no longer felt like pursuing this topic. The topic shifted to today's council meeting. Tavik asked me to notify you, the people from the church, they've noticed the appearance of the undead to the north of Cruel City. What did he say? Fang Hao became serious. In fact, it was hard to hide the presence of the undead. But the news reaching Silver Wing City still surprised him. Tavik said the church privately approached him, asking about the undead activity to the north, and planned to establish a temple in Cruel City after winter. Rebecca said softly. The church doesn't know that's my city, right? They don't. If the church had evidence linking you to the undead with their domineering attitude, they would probably have started arresting people by now. Rebecca replied. In fact, someone in the church already knew. The transmigrator, Mauzi, was aware of his connection with the undead. But such a thing was hard to use as evidence. That's good, we'll consider establishing the temple in Cruel City after winter. After some thought, Fang Hao said. Whether the temple could be established was still a difficult question to answer. Since the other party hasn't made a move, there's no need for him to be overly suspicious yet. Rebecca nodded, then continued, Groot insinuated something to me today when he came over. Looking at his self-confident attitude, I worry he has gathered some evidence about Liss City. He said that if I reconsider, I should go to his residence. Upon hearing Groot's name, Fang Hao felt a deep loathing. He really was ubiquitous. This lecherous old man is really persistent. Fang Hao gripped Rebecca's soft hand, and continued, today, Rolana passed along a message. She found a total of 14 people planted around you, they. So many. Rebecca was startled, abruptly interrupting Fang Hao's words. She knew there must be some people planted around her. But she hadn't expected there to be so many. Fang Hao nodded and continued, Rolana has already captured most of them. Now there are only 5 left who can't be located, they have likely already reached Silver Wing City. Next, Fang Hao informed Rebecca of the names and positions of those 5 people. Having heard the full information, Rebecca's expression turned even more grim. The identities of these 5 people were all very important, naturally, they were also people she used to trust. But now they had all betrayed her. So, what should we do? Rebecca was somewhat flustered again. While these people remained in Liss City, she had ways to deal with them. But once they reached Silver Wing City, she didn't really have any good solutions. It's fine, I already have a preliminary idea in my mind, just need to refine it. All you need to do is attend the council meetings as usual for the next several days. Fang Hao reassured her in a soothing tone. Considering that the council meeting was about to start, the time left for them to prepare was also not much. He plans to perfect his strategy before the council meeting, so that Groot would have no chance to implicate Rebecca. Rebecca nodded. All right, it's up to you now. The two of them interacted at length in the room. Only when the maid knocked to announce that the bath water was ready did Rebecca push him away. She rearranged herself and left the room. Time flew by. The day of the official start of the council was tomorrow. On the main road leading to the city's central hall, the flags of the Human Federation and the blue and silver flags of Silver Wing City were hung. The entire city was bustling, preparing for the most important 100 Cities Conference of the year. Compared to the bustling Silver Wing City, the temporary residence at Liss City was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. First thing in the morning, Rebecca left with a worried look on her face. Inside the room on the third floor, Fang Hao sat at the table, listening to his subordinates' reports. For the past few days, he had placed many spies in the city, using various methods to investigate Sander and Groot's intelligence. But they had no roots in Silver Wing City. Although many people were sent out and a lot of money was spent, they still didn't obtain any useful information. He regretted not bringing the cranial rats with him. Those little guys couldn't do much, but they were top-notch at eavesdropping on human conversations. After everyone finished their reports without any useful information, Fang Hao waved his hand, telling everyone to go back for a meal and rest. He would think of another way. Tomorrow is the start of the council meeting. No matter what, they can't let Groot show the evidence from Liss City. Otherwise, both he and Rebecca will be put in danger. Well, I know where Groot is staying. If nothing else works out, I can only send him to meet the Grim Reaper. The original plan was to eliminate the witnesses who came from Liss City and destroy the evidence. Once the Liss City delegation left Silver Wing City, Groot would be assassinated at the right time. But now this plan is difficult to carry out. If all else fails, he would just have to kill him directly. After the murder, a fire would be started. Ideally, even the evidence should be burned. Just as Fang Hao was planning to take a huge risk that night. The Book of Lords suddenly sounded an alert for a private chat. Looking through it, it was a message from Li Rong. Fang Hao, I have news about Sander. After the last big fire, everyone was looking for Sander. But these days, Sander seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. Unexpectedly, Li Rong now has news about Sander. Where is he? Fang Hao asked. Li Rong replied, I am not sure about his current location, but I have intel that he will be smuggling some people into the city before the city gates close today. This is our good chance for revenge. Upon seeing this message, Fang Hao furrowed his brow. Smuggler people into the city. After pondering, Fang Hao continued to ask, which important person is he smuggling and what type of people into the city? Li Rong replied, it should be some city's noblemen. If they are getting Sander to do things for them, it must be something shady. I am not sure who they are smuggling. Boss Fang Hao, you must help me. I will agree to whatever terms you have if he dies. Ignoring the hint hidden in her message, Fang Hao was considering the intelligence mentioned by Li Rong. Sander had always been Groot's henchman. This time, sneaking people into the city, could they be those 5 people who escaped from Liss City? He had assigned a large number of people these past few days and couldn't find these 5 people. It would actually make sense if Groot had kept these 5 people outside the city this whole time. They have no knowledge of Silver Wing City. Any nearby small city or even a manor would make a suitable place to hide them. Even if he had arranged for people to search, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of them outside the city. Fang Hao, are you there? If you don't help me, my business will really be ruined. You must help me, please. I, Li Rong, will definitely be grateful. Seeing that Fang Hao didn't respond, Li Rong seemed a bit anxious. There was a pleading tone in her voice. Even if Fang Hao made some excessive demands now, Li Rong would most likely agree without hesitation. In fact, Li Rong's character is quite okay. Aside from always hinting some things to him, she's actually quite a responsible and strong woman. What are the details of the time and place when Sander is bringing these people into the city? Fang Hao continued to ask. Perhaps his plan could still be executed. Killing a thug with a criminal record is definitely less conspicuous than killing a would-be council member. Even if Sander dies, it wouldn't make a big fuss in the city. According to the intel, it's at dusk by the North Gate. The exact time and identities are unclear. I have already arranged for people to stake out there. It's still morning, but she has already positioned people for the stakeout. Women really do hold grudges. Alright, I understand. Keep yourself in the city and don't visit, so we won't trace the death back to you when the time comes, Fang Hao instructed. Okay. Thanks, Fang Hao. If Sander dies, I'll accompany you for 5 days. No need, try someone else. No, my mistake. Fang Hao thought for a second and continued, if you really want to thank me, you can help me with something. Damn, I've given you a person, isn't that enough? Why are you so clueless? Li Rong sent another message, the words bristling with complaints. Li Rong, you're a beautiful woman, go find a man. The nobles in the city are all at your beck and call, Fang Hao said helplessly. Li Rong was always too assertive in her words and actions. Usually, he was the one to flirt with the ladies around him, but in the presence of Li Rong, he would end up sweating after a few words. He didn't even know what to say. I want to choose you. I won't hold it against you. What are you afraid of? Li Rong said again. I'm afraid of you. Now, I need to set up for Sander's plan. I won't chat for now. Okay. Make sure to keep me updated. The two ended their chat. Fang Hao immediately asked to set up people to stake out the North Gate. This was his last chance. If there were no follow-up plans regarding Sander, Fang Hao would have no choice but to order an assassination en route. The evening haze was thick and painted the sky crimson. The North Gate was unusually bustling today. It seemed there were more people than usual. People even set up stalls by the gate. They were hawking loudly. At a grocery stall somewhat close by, the vendor was wiping his nose while loudly advertising his merchandise. There were quite a lot of people here and someone would often ask about the price. And every time, they would curse the hawker for being greedy before turning to leave. The vendor didn't mind, he just smirked in response to the curses. He didn't say anything. This time, a man, clothed like a beggar, came over and squatted down, gnawing on a piece of bread. The two sat together, looking like two bored people having a chat. The beggar asked in a low voice, "How is it?" The vendor replied, "I didn't see anyone. The business is good, I doubled the prices, otherwise I'd be out of stock." The beggar took another 2 bites of his bread. "Enough, this is the 6th piece of bread I've eaten, I'm afraid I won't be able to shit it out later." He didn't know what was up. There were quite a lot of good Samaritans today, always throwing him some money or buying him some bread. He was so fed up with eating bread, he felt like throwing up. He probably wouldn't want to eat bread for a year. The stall owner gave a small smile. He was quite lucky in comparison. He whispered consolingly, "Just hang in there. They are about to close the city gates, and if no one shows up, we can go home." These guys had all seen the images of the 5 people who had escaped from Lis City, as well as Sander's image. Even if they disguise themselves when entering the city, with over a dozen eyes watching, no one can slip through. As long as they dare to enter the city, they have confidence that they can recognize them. And it was close to the time when the city gates close. At this time, the residents who have been out for work would start to return back, and the people entering the city will be the most. The two were chatting leisurely. The old beggar's gaze suddenly focused on a man and woman at the city gate. These two were dressed as ordinary people, but he recognized them. They were the targets of this operation. His heart was overjoyed, but his face didn't reveal anything abnormal. He stood up. The stick in his hand knocked against a stone wall on the side, as if he wanted to knock off the dirt on it. With those few knocks, numerous eyes turned towards the city gate. With the beggars knocking, the noisy North City gate fell into a seemingly frozen 2-second silence, only to plunge back into the chaos immediately afterward. The sounds of vendors hawking and beggars pleading were incessant. However, these minute changes failed to attract the attention of the crowd. The city gate was crowded with people struggling to enter the city. The stationed guards were keeping order while grumbling and swearing. Split among the crowd were 5 people who managed to enter the city one after another. Under the watchful eyes of many, the 5 people gathered at a nearby stall. The stall owner, a middle-aged man dressed shabbily, glanced at the 5 and nodded slightly, all present. The 5 who entered the city one after another recognized each other. They looked at each other and nodded in response. The middle-aged stall owner glanced around before continuing, "Something's off today. So many merchants have suddenly shown up at the North Gate. Let's take a detour." He had a feeling. Today, the North Gate had seen many unfamiliar faces. He had no idea if this had anything to do with their task, but it felt abnormal. Rolling up the food spread out on his mat, he picked it up and started to move further into the city. The 5 followed behind him silently. Ha. The guard stationed at the city gate yawned out of boredom. He subconsciously cast a look back, and was slightly taken aback. His companion, observing him stare behind, also followed his gaze but found nothing unusual. What is it? Checking out a woman. Coming back to reality, the guard frowned. Why has it suddenly become so quiet? His companion also looked back. Indeed, the location which was bustling just moments ago. The stalls were packed up and the beggars were nowhere to be seen. It had suddenly become eerily quiet. Who cares? It's better that the clamoring crowd has left. Too many people cause trouble. True. Inside the room, Rebecca, Fang Hao, and other heroes were all silently waiting. Everyone was gathered in the room. It was as silent as death. Fang Hao would glance at the gold watch on his wrist from time to time, calculating the time until the city gates were to be closed. Rebecca at his side seemed even more tense. Her fingers were tightly clasped, with her knuckles turning white from the pressure. If no information came before the city gate was closed, Fang Hao would have to implement his previous plan. He would have to kill Groot directly, silencing him once and for all. The room was eerily silent, everyone quietly waiting. After some time had passed, the guard's voice came from outside the door. Soon, the door was knocked. "Sir, there's news from the North City Gate." The intense silence in the room seemed to be broken by this news. "Come in." The door opened, and a Lionheart knight, disguised as a small vendor, strode in. After he slightly bowed, he opened his mouth to say, "Sir, we found the people from the portraits at the North City Gate. There are a total of 5 people, led by a man dressed as a peddler. They are heading towards the city center. Our men are tracking them." Fang Hao immediately stood up. "Let's go. Take me there." "Yes, sir." Fang Hao led the others straight out of the room. Residential area in the northern part of the city. Inside an inconspicuous civilian residence. With a list in his hand, Sander began to verify the identities of the 5 people before him. Though he did not know who these people were, and why they had to sneak into the city. But based on their demeanor and appearance, they were clearly not ordinary civilians but more akin to nobility. Add to that, these 5 people were guests of his master. He acted very humbly, not daring to display his typical thuggish superior attitude. Cough cough. Clearing his throat lightly, Sander managed to show a smile. He said, "Gentlemen, I have prepared clothes for you. Change into these clothes. Outside, there is a carriage waiting to take you to the master's place." The 5 didn't say much. Each of them started changing into the clothes prepared by Sander. Just as the 5 had changed their clothes and were about to follow Sander out, the curses of Sander's underling were suddenly heard from outside. "You folks there, what's your business here? Move aside." Recently, Sander had suffered a heavy loss. So he had recruited a new group of people. But these people were far inferior to the previous mercenaries and could at best pass for local hooligans. Hearing the cursing outside, Sander stopped in his tracks. The other 5 also were alert and stopped as well. Then, they heard a series of dull thudding sounds from outside. Sander's face changed. He recognized that sound too well. It was the sound of a blade penetrating flesh. He knew that something was wrong. Moreover, the other party seemed determined to kill them, otherwise, who would dare to kill people in Silverwing City? Creak. Just as he pulled out the dagger from his waist, the door was already pushed open. Several figures entered one by one, dragging their fallen prey into the room. These people were all dressed differently, some like street vendors, some scruffy like beggars. But Sander didn't recognize any of them. He was also sure that none of them were his enemies. Brothers, could there be some misunderstanding here? I understand the rules. I will give you money, just spare us. Speaking, Sander threw his weapon to one side. From under the bed, he pulled a wooden box. Carefully he managed to open the lid, revealing the luminescent gold coins inside. Though it was a small box, for an ordinary civilian or even some petty nobles in the city, it was a considerable amount of money. However, the men didn't even glance at the box, their gaze still remained on the 6 people. Are you Sander? A shiver went down Sander's spine. They've come for me. What do you want from me? Sander asked cautiously. As long as you are here, just wait. What? The 6 people didn't know why they were there, they could only wait quietly. Soon, footsteps came from outside the room. The door opened again. A pair of young men and women, dressed up as commoners and hiding their faces, walked in. My lord. The people in the room immediately kowtowed. The young man nodded. He unwrapped his scarf, revealing his face. Bang, bang, bang. Except for Sander, the other 5 people were stunned at the sight of the young man's face. Their faces changed drastically, and they could not help retreating several steps automatically. Nearly immediately after, they fell on the ground with a thud. Pleading immediately, City Lord, we had no choice. Shish, don't shout, be quiet. The newcomers were Fang Hao and Angia in disguise. Although Sander had laid many ambushes for him, he had never seen Fang Hao himself. On the contrary, the others, being officials and maids of Lis City, recognized Fang Hao at a glance. They were all clear about why they were here. And it was not difficult to guess why Fang Hao appeared here with his troops. Sander frowned in thought. City Lord. These 5 people were calling this young man a city lord. Such a young city lord. Recently, city lords from all over were attending the federal conference in Silver Wing City. Which city was he from? When the 5 people shut their mouths and knelt fearfully off to the side, Fang Hao's gaze fell on the contemplative Sander first. My name is Fang Hao. I came with the team from Lis City. You should know who I am. Sander's pupils rapidly contracted as he swallowed unconsciously. It's him. No, I don't know you, sir. Do you know me? Sander tried his best to appear as puzzled as possible. But his acting was too amateurish and looked fake. Groot had you ambush me so many times, you can't possibly not know who I am. Fang Hao sat down on the wooden chair nearby. Sander's face turned solemn, but he only now realized that his employer was named Groot. Previously, there had always been an old man who contacted them, assigned them tasks and paid them handsomely. Observing the young man in front of him, who seemed to know everything, even more than he himself knew, continuing to pretend seemed pointless. He also knelt down immediately, begging, Sir, please spare me, I won't dare to do it again, I won't. Fang Hao smiled and continued to ask, Where did Groot ask you to take these people? Sander answered promptly, Sir, I'm not sure if the man giving us our assignment was Groot. But our current task was to deliver these 5 people to mansion number 36 in the Central District. You have never seen Groot. No, not true, it's always been an old man who delivers the messages. Sander answered immediately. Fang Hao nodded. This Groot wasn't too stupid. If it wasn't for the news from Groot that I'd received from the Life Taker camp, even if we captured Sander, we wouldn't be able to confirm Groot was behind the plots against me. After a thought, Fang Hao continued to ask, What assignment did the old man give you? It was just to pick these people up and send them to a specified location. Nothing else. Sander was very cooperative. Whatever Fang Hao asked, he thought for a while and then answered honestly. Mainly, other than the task given to Sander, there really wasn't any other information available. After finishing with Sander, Fang Hao's gaze fell back on the other 5. Among the 5, he was most familiar with one of the women. She was under 20 years old and used to be a maid of Rebecca. During several transfers, she was the one waiting in the hall for him to transport over, leading him to meet Rebecca. Who would have thought? she would end up here, betraying Liss City. Acting as a witness, she appeared here. What happened? Fang Hao turned his gaze towards the pale-faced maid. Hearing Fang Hao's question, the maid broke down into tears. Fearing that the sound would be too loud, Fang Hao immediately directed someone to cover her mouth and pulled her to one side to question later. His gaze then landed on the remaining people. He said quietly, "You have had a tough journey coming all this way." None of the remaining 4 answered. One middle-aged man gave Fang Hao a slight glance. He spoke, "Ask what you want to ask. We will tell you everything. Just don't kill us." This man was the Minister of Internal Affairs, a very important official in Liss City. Similarly, he knew more of Liss City's secrets. Just now, Fang Hao had even said Groot's name, which meant that he was already very clear about their side of the story. He also knew about the secret of the 5 of them sneaking to the Silver Wing City. Continuing to deny would be meaningless, it would be better to take the chance and plead for their lives. The minister thought well, but Fang Hao didn't really have anything good to ask. He just needed to make sure that they wouldn't show up at the conference tomorrow, then he would have completed his task. After thinking for a bit, he still asked, "What benefits did Groot promise you?" The remaining 4 started murmuring their complaints one after another. Talking about how Groot forced them, so they had no choice but to betray Liss City and travel all the way here. Of course, Fang Hao didn't believe a word of their narrative. These people were all cunning, seasoned veterans, no one could force them to do anything they didn't want to do. They only came because they were promised greater benefits than what Belize's city offered. He dismissed the men's pleas with a wave of his hand and turned his gaze to the maid behind them. Compared to these old fellows, seeing this maid surprised Fang Hao. When Fang Hao first met her, she was a simple, unpretentious girl with a charming smile. He didn't know why she ended up here. "Stacy, why are you here? Tell me." Fang Hao shifted his gaze back to the maid. When Fang Hao mentioned the name, Stacy, Rebecca didn't believe it. She said that she had bought Stacy when she was very young. Stacy had always been obedient and well-behaved and would never betray her. But it seems that Rebecca was mistaken. Stacy's presence here spoke volumes. The maid turned ashen, clenching her jaw in prolonged silence before finally divulging her story. Being of humble birth, she naturally wouldn't have had the chance to interact with the likes of Groot. The last time, when Hubert and Groot went to Liss City. During their stay in the city, she accidentally shattered one of Hubert's belongings and was ordered to compensate for it. It was then that Groot defended her, paying a hefty sum as compensation. Stacy was grateful to Groot. Combining Groot's cunning manipulation of women, he ended up becoming intimate with her. Afterwards, Groot used her to identify Rebecca. He lavished her with noble luxuries and exerted pressure through his own status. Eventually, he persuaded her. Shortly after Rebecca's departure, she followed the Minister of Internal Affairs here. Everything unfolded like an old-fashioned soap opera. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry," Stacy said. All the maids around Rebecca possessed some basis of knowledge. Once they calmed down, they realized that Groot was using her, and whether she would survive afterward was uncertain. But by then, she was already in too deep with no way out. A seasoned noble like Groot. Luring a girl under 20 was just too easy for him. The whole thing about compensating for Hubert's expensive item was just part of a staged performance. She had ultimately fallen into their trap. But in this era, it seemed there was nothing a servant like her could do. If a noble wished to kill you, he might not even bother seeking an excuse. After hearing her reasons, Fang Hao glanced at his wristwatch. It was 10:20 at night. He shot a glance at the Lionheart Knights nearby. Everyone understood the gesture. Plop, plop. Their mouths were covered, their throats slit. Stacy, terrified, stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. She wanted to scream but couldn't muster the courage to. Hugging her head with her arms, she trembled. How Stacy would be dealt with now that she had been brought to Rebecca was not his concern. The remaining individuals gradually ran out of energy, struggling and whining in fear. A sickening scent of fresh blood permeated the room as the struggling slowly came to an end. Fang Hao casually put a box of gold coins into his storage space, saying, "Bury the bodies in this room. When you leave, make sure no one sees you." "Yes, sir." Everyone began to dig in the room. Meanwhile, Fang Hao led Angia and the somewhat limp maid out of the civilian district. 11 o'clock at night. The core area of Silver Wing City. This was the city's famous noble district, where property could not simply be bought with money. If you wanted to live here, aside from an astronomical price, you needed a certain status. A mansion. Inside the luxurious hall, the floor was covered with an extravagant carpet, and a grand nightstone chandelier lit up the room brightly. In the middle of the room was a colossal table, on which sat glasses of wine steeped with unknown substance. Groot sat quietly at the table. While sipping his wine, he locked his gaze on the woman in the middle of the room, standing barefoot on the opulent carpet. The woman had long black hair and wore a white gauze gown. She danced barefoot on the carpet. Her obscure parts, hidden beneath the gauze, would fleetingly appear as she danced. Her movements were tantalizing. Her allure was incessantly tantalizing the man's libido. Groot swirled his wine glass, his eyes fixated hungrily on the woman who danced before him, his yearning evident in his eyes. He took a big gulp. Strip. Groot was in a fine mood today. His plan was progressing very smoothly. An hour ago, the butler had passed the news on to him. The mercenaries they had hired had already been met by people from inside the city and would be brought here after their identities were confirmed. Then, with Rebecca stripped of her current status, he would naturally have ways to deal with her. The thought of being able to take revenge on Rebecca set his heart aflame. Watching the woman dancing sensually before him, the desire in his eyes intensified. "Undress," Groot ordered. The woman had been bought with a hefty sum, as the price of a transmigrator wasn't cheap. Especially, a young, beautiful one with unique skills. The woman dancing on the carpet frowned at his words but seemingly chose to ignore it, continuing to dance silently. Bang! The wine glass collided heavily with the table. "Undress for me." Groot's tone was more forceful. Swish. The woman's fair arms moved backward, and the veil fell off, fluttering down. Only a little fabric remained, preserving her last bit of dignity. She had been sold to this place by a slaver. Naturally, she was familiar with the cruelty of this world. Angering these nobles would result in her death without any consequences. So, before the man's anger erupted, she didn't dare to disobey him. Dignity, it was something to consider after surviving. Ha ha. Good, really good. Seeing the woman obey and reveal her delicate, snow-white skin satisfied Groot's desire to control. He downed the wine in his hands and ingested the bitter dried meat into his stomach. He got up and walked around the table, heading towards the woman. The woman instinctively wanted to retreat, but then stopped in her tracks. She couldn't avoid him. Just as Groot was about to pounce on her, sudden hurried footsteps came from outside the door. A look of displeasure crossed Groot's face. He hated it the most when people interrupted him at crucial moments. "Master, something's happened." Outside, the butler's voice came. The butler was Groot's confidant. All the unspoken tasks were handled by him. When he said something had happened, it meant something of grave importance had occurred. He returned to his seat. "Come in." The door opened, and the old butler walked in. "So, what happened?" The old butler didn't speak. Instead, his gaze flickered to the dancing woman beside them. Groot frowned slightly. He gestured the woman to leave. "You may go now." "Yes, sir." The woman nodded, picked up her veil from the ground, and ran out of the door. When the woman's figure vanished and the footstep sounds couldn't be heard, the old butler began, "Master, the people didn't arrive, and we can't contact Sander. We're afraid." "What did you say?" Groot roared. "The people, we lost contact with them. I've arranged someone to check in the civilian area, but there's still no news," the anxious butler reported. Bang! The wine glass smashed heavily on the table again. Groot's chest heaved with anger. Just a moment ago, he had planned to humiliate Rebecca at the council and torture her afterwards. But now, all those plans seemed extremely vague. "Where are the people? You assured me there would be no problem, so why can't you carry out just one task properly?" Groot roared furiously. "Master, it's my incompetency. I'm willing to be punished. The butler knelt on the ground, lowering his head. Yua. Groot was furious, his face turning red. His butler was usually to his liking. Gathering women, proposing ideas, he had always handled everything perfectly. And moreover, he was his confidant. But for some unknown reason, everything always seemed to go wrong with the plan regarding Liss City. Groot sat in silence for a while. Then got up and said, "Get the carriage ready, we're going to Hubert." "Yes, master." The butler immediately rose and left to make preparations. The next day. Today was the day of the 100 Cities Council meeting. Fang Hao got up early. With the help of the maid, he put on the complexly embroidered ceremonial garb. He never thought a garment would take a half hour to don. But what he didn't expect even more was that it took Rebecca over an hour to put on her ceremonial gown. By the time she came out, the maids besides Byron were completely drenched in sweat. "Were you guys fighting in the room?" Fang Hao asked curiously. Rebecca rolled her eyes out of habit. "Who's fighting? Let's hurry up." The two of them boarded the carriage and headed straight for the council hall. Along the way, colorful flags were planted all over, fluttering in the wind. The locals didn't resent this. In fact, during this period every year, the city's economy would see a significant boost in just a few days. It could also be considered a form of driving development. Carriage by carriage, escorted by their own security teams, headed towards the front. Pulling open the curtain, one could see the other carriages. They reached the council hall, and after a simple check, Rebecca, arm in arm with him, entered the council hall. The hall was incredibly spacious. The floor was covered in soft woolen carpets, filling the entire hall. On the stone pillars of the hall were carved magnificent bas-reliefs. Both sides of the wall were adorned with beautifully illustrated story murals. On one side of the platform, musicians were playing soothing music. Young and beautiful girls were softly singing along with the music. Their ethereal voices were very pleasing to the ears. The seats in the hall were divided into 3 areas. At the very bottom, in the densest location, there were hundreds of seats placed orderly like those in a movie theater, all facing forward. The second area, slightly higher, was arranged on both sides, with scores of chairs almost reaching 100 in number. The third area was the highest platform. There were only 5 seats, all overlooking the councilors below. Rebecca, arm in arm with Fang Hao, led him to a spot in the second area and sat down. She began to explain, "This is where the representatives of the 100 cities sit." "What about the seats down there?" Fang Hao asked, looking at the bottom where the seats resembled those in a cinema. "Ah, that's where the general council members sit, like union representatives, business group representatives, and various civil organization representatives," Rebecca replied in a low voice. "Well, considering this, quite a lot of people are in attendance. If there were any terror organizations involved, they could probably abduct the whole high-ranking group of humans in one fell swoop, without leaving a single one behind. So, those on top, are they the big 5 you spoke of?" Fang Hao directed his gaze upward to those 5 lofty seats. Both the chairs and tables were especially ornate. Rebecca lowered her voice and said, "Yes, these 5 people make up the upper council of the 100 cities. In theory, the 100 cities is a democracy where all council members vote, but the big 5 have the power to veto. In truth, whether or not something can happen often depends on their say." "Oh, I see." This operation sounded quite familiar to Fang Hao. A mini UN. The decision to proceed primarily depends on the attitude of the big 5. If the big 5 approve, it's easy to get past. If it's of no great interest to the big 5, it will be very difficult to implement, no matter how much commotion is made below. So, each city resorts to clandestine activities, doing things that violate the 100 cities' regulations while keeping a mutual silence. Rebecca took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Fang Hao. She said quietly, "When you officially assume the position of the City Lord of Liss City, you will have to stand and pledge your loyalty to humanity. Get familiar with it now so you won't be nervous then." "Ah, so this is happening." Fang Hao looked at the text on the paper. The content wasn't a lot. It was mainly about loyalty to humanity. It didn't seem to be a problem. He read it carefully twice, making sure he was familiar with it. At that moment, Fang Hao felt a gaze on him, and he looked up. Only to see Groot and Hubert walk in together, their eyes full of hatred as they glared in his direction. While looking at the content on the paper, Fang Hao gave a friendly wave to the two of them. The pair were taken aback. Then, they turned away with rage on their faces. As time passed, the seats below gradually filled up with people. The place was chaotic, with many people discussing individual matters. Boom. The clock chimed upright, and 3 gigantic flags fell from the roof to the floor. The music being played by the musicians instantly surged, transforming from soothing to stirring and exciting. Leaning into Fang Hao's ear, Rebecca continued in her role as a guide. The middle one is the flag of the Human Federation, the one on the left signifies the Hall of Justice, and the one on the right is Silverwing City's flag. Fang Hao nodded, but was full of surprise inside. He had a strange feeling of familiarity towards the flag on the left. Against the blue background was a copper emblem in the shape of a horn. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Under the table, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords. In the space inside, he examined the Valor Horn that was stored. Valor Horn, orange emblem. Category: Emblem. Ability: Emblem wearers, human, war horn attribute plus 100%. Description: during humanity's Dark Age, they united, wearing Valor Horn, lofty belief, sacred rampart, sharp thorn, and just truth, embarking the unification of humanity to resist the foreign race, defending the last dignity of humanity. The pattern on the flag was the Valor Horn. The emblem was a reward he received from a previous challenge mission. At that time, he faintly remembered it being mentioned that the emblem had been lost and its significance was extremely important to the human faction. Rebecca said this was the Hall of Justice flag, so did it have some connection with this emblem? Should he ask Rebecca to introduce him to Doherty, the leader of the Hall of Justice? This idea had just surfaced when Fang Hao gave it up. It's better not to take any risks. Everything should be founded on steady development. It is best if nothing that might cause changes occurs. This is what he thought. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of intense applause startled Fang Hao. Lifting his head, he saw 5 people emerging from atop. Without a doubt, it had to be the 5 top personalities of the upper house. Rebecca, acting as the narrator, opens her mouth to introduce them again. The middle-aged man at the forefront is Doherty, the current Alliance of Justice's leader, Olivia's husband. He has a decent reputation, but he is somewhat old-fashioned. The one behind him dressed in the Archbishop's long robe is Milton. The 3 people behind are city lords under the Federation of the 100 Cities, wielding formidable power. Fang Hao, upon hearing this, also started observing the 5 top figures in the Federation of 100 Cities. Doherty looks to be in his 40s, physically strong, with dark skin that exudes an intimidating aura wherever he goes. He's dressed in a deep purple nobleman's robe. On the left side of his chest is an embroidered emblem of the war horn. The one stepping forward next to him is an old man. Tall and slender, wearing an abbey's long robe, he's handling a scepter. He has a kind countenance and is always smiling as he moves around, occasionally waving down. The last 3 men, all middle-aged, dressed in brocade robes, maintain calm facial expressions. However, it is apparent that their power is inferior to the 2 who are leading, considering they are following the 2. When the 5 reach the top, they each sit down in their designated spot. After a simple opening, the swearing-in ceremony of the newly appointed city lords and senators begins. Those whose names are called stand up and begin reading from a piece of paper. There are many new appointees this year. But the process went smoothly, all they had to do was read from the paper. Yet, when it was Fang Hao's turn, an unexpected error occurred. Just as Fang Hao finished loudly reading the contents on the paper, standing tall, a voice came from the top above. Fang Hao, you are a transmigrator, aren't you? When Fang Hao lifts his head, he sees that the voice is Archbishop Milton's and he is looking straight at him. Although Milton looks 80 or 90 years old, his voice doesn't suit his age. It sounds more like a middle-aged man's and carries a strong bass. With the Archbishop interrupting at this moment, All the senators present feel that something is off. All eyes turn to Fang Hao. Fang Hao is startled, not understanding why there might be extra scenes when it's his turn. He looks down at Rebecca, asking whether this is part of the procedure. Yet, he sees unease and worry in Rebecca's eyes under his gaze. He realizes that this is not part of the procedure. He directs his gaze back at Milton and replies, smiling, "Yes, I am a transmigrator." The appearance of transmigrants is the most unstable factor in Silver Wing City. It seems that Liss City has managed this aspect fairly well. You guys get along rather harmoniously, don't you? Milton continues. The upper house has unbeatable authority. With Milton saying this, Fang Hao's situation becomes treacherous. Whether he can smoothly become the city lord or not, Milton's words hold significant weight. Fang Hao contemplates for a moment before saying, "What's unstable are social factors. They cannot be attributed to a particular group. It's like there being good and bad people in every city. We can't say everyone in a city is bad or good. Of course, transmigrants do include bad folks, but overall, transmigrants have higher quality compared to the locals." Milton looks at things from a local's perspective, which is inherently flawed. Milton would pose this question not because he couldn't accept transmigrants, but merely to trouble Fang Hao. The holy Saint Maozi himself is also a transmigrant. He's given a great responsibility in the church, vying for the archbishop's position amongst the 12 holy saints. "Oh, so you're saying you have the confidence to manage Liss City?" Milton asks, his expression unchanged, still bearing that same smile. He looks very much like a cunning old fox with a dagger hidden behind his smile. "I can. Ha ha. Good, the young ones should have aspirations. But, I just received a piece of information that documents Liss City's violations of the Federation's regulations over the past several years. You have just declared, so in your opinion, how should this matter be dealt with?" Archbishop Milton's eyes are full of interest as he looks at the two people below. Upon hearing this, everyone below breaks into an uproar. And beside him, Rebecca's face turns as white as a sheet, drained of all color. The person bringing up the indictment isn't Groot, but the Archbishop himself. It's over. As he spoke up to this point, every member in the assembly had grasped his insinuations. The Archbishop charged the newly appointed city lord with several pieces of incriminating evidence on Liss City. Liss City had caught the attention of too many, with many hoping Rebecca would abdicate from her position. At this moment, the Archbishop, one of the 5 heads, personally presented this incriminating evidence. As a result, Rebecca was cornered. Perhaps, she wouldn't even have the chance to walk out of the council hall. Humph. It's the end of Rebecca's reign this year. She's been in charge of Liss City for so many years, it's time she stepped down. I heard she killed her last husband. The upper house will definitely not allow her to continue controlling Liss City. What can a woman possibly manage? I wonder who'd benefit from her imprisonment. The lower house members were drowning in whispers and murmurs. The Archbishop presented the evidence, which undeniably carried a level of certainty. Everyone understood this. It was over for Rebecca. Everyone watched, excited for the drama to unfold, but also seeking opportunities to undermine Rebecca and catch the Archbishop's attention. Seeing the Archbishop above, Fang Hao quickly understood why he hadn't been able to find these compiled pieces of incriminating evidence. Last night, he'd sent Lori to Groot and Hubert's residences. He hadn't found this evidence because it had already been passed on to the Archbishop. However, all the witnesses had been killed. What's the point of producing unverifiable evidence? Was there a backup plan? Or did the Archbishop not know that the witnesses were already dead? He surreptitiously glanced at Groot, who sat below in the lower house. He noticed beads of sweat on Groot's forehead, his wavering gaze suggested deep pondering. Seeing this, Fang Hao confirmed. Groot had only handed the documents to the Archbishop. All those who could have indicted him were killed by Fang Hao last night, which the Archbishop was unaware of. This meant, they only had paper evidence that lacked compelling power. With these thoughts in mind, a smile still graced Fang Hao's face. He said, "Your Grace, Archbishop, I'm having trouble understanding your intentions. You may not understand, but Rebecca should grasp my meaning. In the past 3 years, Lys City has illegally sold weapons to the orcs. Urban funds have vanished without a trace, and I've heard, to feed her vanity, she's used hefty public funds to exclusively design her clothes. Rebecca, anything you wish to say? The Archbishop's palm hit the table with a resounding smack. Everyone knows the rules of the 100 cities have long been outdated, having ceased to apply to the varying situations of each city. Each city developed based on its own governance style, with everyone turning a blind eye. But now, it seemed like the Archbishop was determined to bring Rebecca down. While the lower house members observed the situation, the 5 members of the upper house remained calm. It seemed they already knew about this. It made sense. Rebecca was tipped off by Olivia and had the time to prepare. Rebecca stood up, still calm, and stated softly, "I have nothing to say. These accusations were fabricated by others, and I had no knowledge of such." Rebecca herself was tenacious. She had overtly and covertly fought with these nobles for decades. Not to mention that Fang Hao had taken care of all the witnesses. At this point, she couldn't afford to show weakness. "Are you sure about this, Rebecca? If you confess, there could be a way out. If you persist, you should know the consequences," the Archbishop roared angrily. Rebecca's face was still as stoic as ever. "How can I confess to a crime I did not commit?" At this moment, Doherty, the leader of the Hall of Justice, chimed in. "Rebecca, are you sure you're innocent?" According to Rebecca, Doherty was upright yet stubborn. Even if Rebecca and Olivia had a good relationship, he would never side with Rebecca. Hence, no witnesses from Lys City should appear at the scene. "No, if you have any evidence, present it." Rebecca did not back down. Doherty refrained from speaking, while the Archbishop nearby sneered. His gaze settled on the lower house seat, precisely where Groot was seated. "Groot, bring the eyewitness." Groot wiped the sweat off his face. He gestured towards his men at the entrance. Sure enough, a few guards entered the room, escorting 2 humans. Rebecca was a bit restless initially, but upon recognizing the faces of the witnesses, she calmed down again. Groot stood up, forced a calm tone, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, these 2 can prove Rebecca's guilt. They took over the weapons equipment sold by Lys City." Everyone turned their gaze towards Rebecca. But she had a smile on her face as she said loudly, "Groot, who are these 2 people? At least prepare a suitable identity for them." He had no choice but to push forward and said, "These 2 people are in charge of guarding and weapon manufacturing in Lys City. They can validate everything that happens in Lys City." After this, everyone in the room looked at Groot with suspicion. Even the Archbishop in the upper house frowned at him. A guard and a craftsman. Regardless of their true identities, you want to use them as witnesses against Rebecca. This is no joke. If it were truly that simple, Rebecca wouldn't have been able to rule Lys City for over 20 years. The Archbishop was unaware that Fang Hao had killed all those prepared by Groot last night. Regardless of the Archbishop's status, Groot did not have the right to meet with him. The delay carried on until the council meeting was about to start. With no other choice, Groot randomly picked 2 people to deal with the situation. "All right, take them away," Doherty suddenly spoke. It was clear to anyone who was watching what was happening. These 2 people had been hastily brought in to fill the numbers. As soon as they were brought, they were escorted away. Meanwhile, Groot quietly retreated back to his seat. Sweat soaked his entire body, giving him the appearance of someone utterly depleted. Glancing at the Archbishop, Doherty whispered, "Archbishop, I suggest we continue the council. As for the affairs of Lys City, we can discuss them once we investigated further." Doherty's words were polite. The meaning was clear. Don't let this issue cause further delay. There's still much for the council to attend to. The Archbishop's face hardened further. "Leader, I ask one last time. If there are no issues with Lys City, I will no longer pursue this matter. However, I will strictly investigate the source of this information," he spoke. Doherty glanced at Rebecca below and nodded. The Archbishop directly stood up, his gaze settling on Rebecca. Composedly, he questioned, "Rebecca, I ask you. This mid-year, Lys City was accused of exceeding weapon forging limits, suspected of selling weapons to the orcs, and other charges totaling to 72. Are these claims true?" As he spoke, the Archbishop emitted a golden glow. The counselors below looked on in shock. This was a capability of the church called interrogation. Once locked on by the skill, unless they are stronger than the spellcasters, they will not be able to lie. This ability works similar to Blackthorn's speak with the dead. Blackthorn's ability interrogates the deceased, compelling them to answer in a short time. While interrogation is a skill that affects living creatures, invoking a belief so sincere, it prevents them from lying. Rebecca stayed still, suddenly feeling a surge of piety within her. Yet this feeling vanished as abruptly as it came, as though cleared by some kind of power. She could feel that this power was emanating from her chest. Aware that the light feather dagger Fang Hao had entrusted to her was functioning, she remained vigilant, revealing a devout look. She slowly spoke. False, this information is not true. The Archbishop and Groot were taken aback. The rank of the Archbishop was far too high. Under these circumstances, it would be impossible for Rebecca to lie. Could the intelligence really be untrue? Just as the Archbishop was about to say something, Doherty interrupted him. Your Excellency the Archbishop, let's set this matter aside for now. We still need to continue the council. The council only occurred once a year. It wasn't a place for such disputes. They had already wasted so much time, breaking the usual course. All right, let's continue the council. The Archbishop was somewhat unwilling, but he couldn't really question any further. So he just sat back down. Rebecca sat too, tightly clasping Fang Hao's hand. She was terrified. The pressure radiated by the Archbishop was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Considering the circumstances, Rebecca had done remarkably well. The council proceeded as several newly appointed councillors and city lords took their oaths. After this, several important decisions from the previous meetings were presented. Everyone collectively discussed and voted on them. Fang Hao wasn't interested and simply sat to the side to listen. Only, his hand was getting a little sore from Rebecca's grip. The morning session of the council ended and the afternoon session carried on until around 5. Rebecca and Fang Hao were returning in a carriage. As they left the council hall, Fang Hao received a system notification. Rebecca's loyalty to you has increased by 2, the current loyalty score is 100. Rebecca, your subordinate, has reached a loyalty score of 100 and will no longer be affected by any negative statuses such as deception or betrayal. 100. Joy instantly surged in Fang Hao's heart. She's the first of his subordinates, without a slave contract, who'd reached a loyalty score of 100. His help over such a long period of time hadn't been wasted after all. True loyalty is reciprocated with the same. The test of time reveals one's character. However, Rebecca still looked a bit pale at the moment. It seemed she still hadn't recovered. Only when Fang Hao looked at her did she softly speak. I didn't expect it to be the Archbishop. Both of them had guessed their enemy was Groot, but they hadn't anticipated that the church was also involved. Fortunately, traitors in Lis City had been dealt with the night before. Otherwise, if the charges were confirmed by the church's means, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Don't worry, it's all over now. We'll go back in a couple of days. No matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to touch us, Fang Hao consoled, holding her hand and patting gently. Rebecca nodded, stretching her hand into her jacket collar. She removed the light feather dagger hidden between the seams. The light feather dagger, shaped like a weapon but used as a charm. Though it was called a dagger, it was even shorter than a dirk. It was not designed as a weapon. Of course, it could still be used to kill, but the orange rank wasn't suited for it. The skill, blessing, prevented the wielder from being affected by any negative status. Last time when the heathen saint caused trouble, it was discovered that the church had some skills that could affect others. Fearing any mishaps, Fang Hao entrusted Light Feather to Rebecca. But the council's inspection was thorough and it was difficult to bring it in. Luckily, Rebecca had substantial assets and could hide it all in the center. No one would search a woman's body, so she brought it into the meeting. Unexpectedly, Light Feather really did serve a purpose. Thus, the council meeting was not without its gains. Come next spring, the Federation plans to establish trade routes to increase contact between cities. Allow for the circulation of goods in every city. As soon as this is put into practice, Fang Hao's goods will be sold in large quantities. Continue to multiply his resources by 100. It's perfect for him. On the military front, the Federation mentioned two things. One is centralization, and the other is strengthening the borders to resist foreign invaders. In short, being part of the 100 cities has its benefits. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to sever ties with humans. By the way, why is the flag of the Hall of Justice a horn symbol? Fang Hao suddenly remembered this. The flag of the Hall of Justice is identical to the emblem he obtained. There must be a connection. Rebecca whispered, "Well, that's a long story." After a moment, she continued, "You must have seen the 100 Cities Council meeting just now. The format of the top 5 leaders in the upper house is based on the Hall of Justice's council format. The Hall of Justice was initially established by 5 human heroes, namely, Brave Horn, Noble Faith, Sacred Rampart, Sharp Thorn, and Righteous Truth. Our regional leader of the Hall of Justice is Brave Horn, which is Doherty." Damn. Fang Hao couldn't help but be surprised. The emblem he possessed certainly had an impressive history. Are you implying that besides our 100 Cities Federation, there are other regions inhabited by humans? Fang Hao suddenly realized. Isn't that obvious? Of course, in addition to the other 4 leaders who also control their own regions, there are many city-states with humans living independently, Rebecca replied affirmatively. It seemed that the world was even bigger than he had imagined. Their regional channel was just a fraction of the whole. There might even be world channels and cosmic channels in the future. Cough, cough. Fang Hao cleared his throat and ventured, "I guess the Brave Horn is lost, right? It is not in Doherty's possession." Rebecca nodded. True. Doherty has enough prestige and power, but the Brave Horn has been lost for many years. Despite managing Silver Wing City, Doherty does not possess the emblem. Suppose, just suppose, I find this Brave Horn, is there any benefit? Do you have it? Just suppose, suppose. After some thought, Rebecca answered, "You would likely receive a grand reward from the Hall of Justice, as the Brave Horn emblem represents something of significance in human culture." What reward? Perhaps a city or a lot of money, I'm not sure. Rebecca shook her head. Could they give me Silver Wing City? Fang Hao dared to ask, inching closer. Silver Wing City. If they really gave you Silver Wing City, the Archbishop would keep an eye on you every day. Nonsense. If I got Silver Wing City, and he still wanted to stay in the city, I would immediately get rid of the old man. Rebecca was startled, and immediately covered Fang Hao's mouth. She looked at him with shocked eyes. Turning to the carriage horse, she hurried it to move faster. The carriage jolted along. Wrapping his arms around Rebecca, Fang Hao whispered, "The meeting is over. When will we go back?" Rebecca was somewhat shy, but she didn't resist too much. "We'll prepare supplies for the road in the next 2 days, then we'll leave." "Fine. I need to go out tomorrow to deal with the palace issue. Don't wander off in case some people haven't given up," Fang Hao advised softly. He wasn't afraid of Groot, but he was slightly worried about the church. "Oh fine, I got it. So hot. Let go of me," Rebecca squirmed. Naturally, Fang Hao didn't let go. With a loyalty level of 100, he knew Rebecca wouldn't resist. He said quietly, "It's our last day here. Once we're back, we'll be busy with our own tasks. I'll come play chess with you tonight." Rebecca blushed deeply, obviously understanding the implications. She gently nodded her head. Meanwhile, the council meeting had ended. The Archbishop, a formidable figure, was only then leaving the venue. Escorted by a group of temple knights, he slowly boarded his carriage. "Archbishop! Archbishop!" A loud shout echoed as the carriage was about to depart. Whoosh! 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 The sound of swords being unsheathed reverberated, as the temple knights surrounded the person who tried to stop the carriage. Archbishop Milton lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. He saw Groot, standing outside with a tense expression, trying hard to explain to the obstructing temple knights. "Let him come up." Milton's voice emanated from within the carriage. Instantly, an attendant rushed over and brought Groot. After a thorough frisk, Groot got onto the carriage. The interior of the Archbishop's carriage was vast, and its decoration was exceptionally luxurious. Every corner was adorned with symbols and patterns related to the God of Light. It was brimming with faith and devotion. Groot, with a nervous demeanor, boarded the carriage. He did not speak, but immediately knelt down, with his forehead touching the ground. A way to repent for the mistakes he had made. As the carriage began to move slowly, a slight bumpiness was felt. Yet Groot maintained his position and did not rise. After a long while, Archbishop Milton, having had a sip from his water cup, asked, "The evidence you gave me was fake." The council meeting had proceeded smoothly today. The only matter that had upset Milton was the failure in accusing Liss City based on the purported evidence. If only Groot hadn't messed up midway, Milton wouldn't have lost face in public. "It's real," Groot replied hurriedly. Milton, after a moment of contemplation, exuded a golden aura, and continued, "Tell me about this." With his status as the Archbishop, he ordinarily wouldn't pay attention to issues of a marginal city. Whoever became the city lord, the Church of Light wouldn't be interested. The church focused on propagating faith. However, this year the faith in Liss City was fraught with problems. That is to say, the temple in the city couldn't continue gathering the power of faith for the God of Light. This brought Liss City to the attention of the church. Subsequently, the church began investigations. Coincidentally, Groot was also investigating Liss City. Hence, naturally, it was not surprising that the evidence landed in the hands of the Archbishop. If this information was genuine, even if such evidence could be found in any city, with the Archbishop's influence, he could easily dethrone Rebecca. By then, supporting a new city lord, the temple's issue could be resolved. However, such a simple matter was messed up by Groot. At the most crucial time, he could only find 2 guards as witnesses, making the situation spiral out of control. Even now, Milton did not trust Groot any longer. During questioning, Milton had already invoked Inquisition. Any creature, under the influence of the holy light, would speak their mind. Still kneeling, Groot became more devout inside. Speaking softly, "The evidence is real. Last night, I arranged for 5 witnesses from Liss City to be brought in through the North Gate. They are crucial officials of Liss City, sufficient to prove Rebecca's guilt. However, in the end, all 5 of them and the people I had arranged to escort them went missing. That's why there was a mistake in today's council meeting." Milton, listening to this, knitted his brows lightly. "You mean, Rebecca abducted them in advance?" There was some disbelief in his tone. The security in Silver Wing City was generally excellent. How could newcomers, who had only been in Silver Wing City for a few days, carry out such an operation without arousing any suspicion? "Yes, that must be the case. I suspect it's Fang Hao. He has multiple unusual abilities. Rebecca might not have been able to do it, but he might be able to," Groot continued. Milton frowned in silence. This was not the first time he had heard the name Fang Hao. Saint Shu Haid had mentioned that Fang Hao possessed formidable strength. At the council, I used Inquisition, but Rebecca did not lie. How do you explain that? Milton continued to question. According to him, Fang Hao had many peculiar abilities. But Rebecca had no such power. At the council, in front of everyone, he had used his church power, and Rebecca had claimed that the evidence he held was fake. Given Milton's incredible strength, not to mention Rebecca, even a high-ranked hero could not lie under his powerful influence. So how could this be explained? Groot hesitantly continued, I am not sure, but the evidence I gave you is certainly true. Even if I had the courage, I would not dare to deceive you, Archbishop. Milton pondered deeply. So, was Rebecca wearing any artifact at that time? He recalled Rebecca's attire at the time. Rebecca, a woman who loved beauty, had been dressed in a very fitting gown. Had she been wearing any object, it would have been found during the body search before entering the council room. If Rebecca wasn't lying, and Groot wasn't lying at this moment, then, what was going on? As the carriage continued to move, Groot's body began tingling all over. He was already weak, and maintaining the kneeling position was naturally unbearable. His body began to shake violently, much more than the trembling of the carriage. But Milton still didn't let him rise. By the time the carriage arrived at the church's cathedral, Groot's body was shaking like a sieve, and his sweat had completely soaked the carpet. "Archbishop, we have arrived at the church," came the voice of an attendant from outside the carriage. The archbishop glanced at the man prostrating under his feet. He said softly, "Go do your work, I'll tell you what needs to be done in the next couple of days. I hope you won't disappoint me this time." After finishing, he stood up and got off the carriage. Groot, who had been kneeling all this time, instantly went limp and couldn't get up from the floor. The archbishop had left. The Knight Templar glanced at Groot, who was sprawled on the carriage, weak and drenched in sweat. He commanded, "Get down." Gritting his teeth, Groot slowly moved down. He stepped off the carriage. The luxurious carriage left, and Groot hailed another carriage at the roadside to take him back to his residence. As he sat in the carriage, the weakened Groot let out a smile. This time, his clash with Rebecca ended in failure again. However, unlike previously, this time he had managed to drag down the Archbishop too, and made him stand on his side. "Rebecca, just you wait," he murmured. The autumn sunlight was still bright, but it was no longer as sizzling. Basking in its warmth brought a cozy feeling. Fang Hao stood in the courtyard, assigning tasks for the day after tomorrow. They were to return to Lis City in a few days, and provisions needed to be prepared in advance. Moreover, he informed the 4 accompanying mercenary groups to start assembling their teams, so that no one got left behind when the time came, as the team wouldn't be changing times to wait for them. The 4 mercenary groups had no tasks in this short period. They weren't needed for patrols or stand guard. Their days consisted of strolling around, going to a tavern to drink and find women. With the departure imminent, gathering the members would seriously take a few days. After delegating the tasks, he let the crowd make their own preparations. Everyone dispersed. Fang Hao also decided to check on the horses. Arriving in the courtyard, he saw Angia and Lori amusing themselves with a not-so-small parrot. The parrot's feathers were rainbow-colored, and it had a red beak and a red crown on its head. It looked rather regal. The parrot was perched on the table without any leash, not flying away or running off. It was simply waiting for the 2 of them to feed it dried fruit. "What's this thing?" Fang Hao asked as he approached. Angia and Lori turned at the sound of his voice, and seeing it was Fang Hao, they smiled. "A parrot. Haven't you seen one before?" I know it's a parrot. I meant, where did you get it? It's quite big." Looking closely, this parrot wasn't small. It was even bigger than the average pigeon. "We bought it today in Chinatown. An old man sold it to us, saying after training it for a few days, it would start talking," Angia said excitedly. Previously, when they saw the captain of the guard's talking parrot, Angia was filled with envy. As expected, she ended up buying one. "It doesn't talk yet, can we teach it?" Fang Hao extended his hand, trying to pet the parrot. But the parrot dodged his hand swiftly, then spread out its left wing to block Fang Hao's hand. This made Fang Hao pause, thinking it's quite clever. He stretched out his other hand to touch. Snap! The parrot used its right wing to strike it away. "Here, use this." Angia handed him a dried fruit from her hand. The dried fruits were some roasted grains and a few mixed dried fruits. Appearance-wise, they seemed to be specially purchased pet food. Fang Hao took one and fed it to the parrot. This time when he tried to touch it again, the parrot didn't use its wings to block him. Fang Hao successfully petted the parrot. The parrot was soft and fluffy, but smaller than its exterior appearance. Its plushness was only because of its rich feathers. Chirp! The parrot made a noise, indicating to Fang Hao that he could touch it but shouldn't forget to feed it. "It's quite smart. What can it say now?" Fang Hao asked as he fed the remaining dried fruits in his hand to the parrot. "We're still training it. It should be able to talk soon," Angia said. Fang Hao thought that made sense. The parrot seemed intelligent, so teaching it shouldn't be hard. After all, they had seen the guard captain's parrot who was capable of talking. "What's its name?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. Angia and Lori both fell into thought upon this question. Seems like she hasn't thought of one yet. Skullcrusher or Fireblade, which sounds better? Angia asked with an inquisitive look. Lori pondered for a moment. Fireblade, I guess. That red thing on its head makes it fit the name. Hearing their conversation, Fang Hao quickly interrupted, can't you guys come up with other names, rather than using human names? You think Fireblade is a bad name. It's not about whether it sounds good or bad, but it's somewhat improper to use a person's name for a pet. What if you run into Fireblade one day? When you call for him, both will look at you. You're right. Well, you name it. I can't think of any either. Fang Hao shook his head. Then I'll go find Rebecca and let her think of a name. Angia stood up and beckoned, and the parrot flew straight onto her shoulder. The two of them, along with the parrot, embarked on their journey towards Rebecca's room. After Angia left, Fang Hao continued heading towards the stables at the back. Their place was huge, with multiple stables. A large number of soldiers were responsible for taking care of the horses. As he approached, he saw a settee, who was also there to check on the horses. The two of them ended up at the same place. Sir, a settee saluted. Yeah, we'll probably leave the day after tomorrow. No problems with the horses, right? Fang Hao reached out and stroked the neck of the four-footed giant lizard beside him. The giant lizard looked up, seeming rather simple-minded. I just checked, the horses have no problems at all. A settee reported. All right, make sure the fodder needed for the return journey is prepared. Understood, we're taking stock right now. After dinner. Having given all the orders, Fang Hao returned to his room. Angia and Lori were in Rebecca's room, trying to come up with another dominating name for the parrot. Fang Hao lay on the bed, killing time by browsing through the Book of Lords. Although he was looking at the chat channel, his mind was considering the Church of Light's attitude towards them. Clearly, the Archbishop had noticed the changes in Lis City. Otherwise, someone of Groot's status wouldn't have the Archbishop helping him with these matters. The most likely possibility was that the church was planning to replace the ruler of Lis City. Fortunately, they had made sufficient preparations and handed over the light feather to Rebecca before the council meeting. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to imagine the consequence. The winter should provide some stability for a while, and any church movement would also wait until after the winter ended. They could take advantage of this period and make the necessary preparations. As he was lost in thought, the moon had slowly risen high into the branches. As darkness fell, the nightstone began to emit a hazy light. Creak. That's when the door was gently pushed open. Looking towards the sound, he saw a curvaceous figure standing at the wooden door, looking a bit hesitant. Rebecca, in a loose blue-gray long dress, stood quietly at the door with her hand on the wooden frame. Frozen like a statue, she did not move. Her fair cheeks and autumn-like eyes. Her full red lips were clearly well adorned before she came. The loose long dress accentuated her perfect shoulder and hip curves. Her ankles under the dress were slender and fair. She stood at the door, a hint of hesitation in her eyes, uncertain whether to leave or come in. Rebecca's appearance made all of Fang Hao's previous thoughts evaporate instantly. He shut the Book of Lords in his hands. Immediately went over, took her hand, and invited her into the room. Rebecca was pulled into the room, her cheeks blushing even more. Even up to her neck, turned bright red. The two of them sat down by the bed, their hands still intertwined. Aren't Angia and the others with you to name the parrot? Fang Hao asked curiously. Rebecca's eyebrows, shaped like willow leaves, knitted lightly. So, you mean you didn't want me to come? Her tone carried a hint of embarrassment. No. Rebecca's beautiful face became serious as she softly stated, I suggested a few names to them. I asked them to pick one when they were back in their rooms, and Rebecca said she would stay with Lori tonight. Oh, that's good. At the words, that's good, Rebecca blushed even more, and punched him hard in the shoulder. Then, like a reckless gambler, she threw herself onto the bed sprawled out. Come on. Oh fuck. The doors and windows were tightly closed, the lights were bright. Rebecca was lying straight on the bed, her hands crossed at her waist. She gave off a tranquil vibe. Her long, cream-colored gown draped heavily around her, revealing her curvaceous figure. Her high, prominent chest was like an insurmountable mountain, astonishing. Her pretty face was somewhat flushed. Her eyes were tightly shut, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She was clearly nervous, but still tried to keep a calm demeanor. Fang Hao found it a bit amusing. He bent down, and removed her shoes. Rebecca, who was pretending to be dead, felt someone holding her foot. Her body stiffens instantly, and she sits up abruptly. What's wrong? Fang Hao noticed her irritation and asked quietly. Rebecca was about to scold him for touching her foot, but saw Fang Hao merely placed her shoes to one side. Instantly, she didn't know what else to say. With a thud, she lay back on the bed, continuing to feign death with her delicate and powerful foot pulled in slightly. Finding her adorable, Fang Hao laid down next to her. He lay on his side, quietly watching her. The room was silent, so quiet that they could clearly hear each other's breaths. Rebecca wasn't young anymore, and she was a top-notch noble in the city. She was well aware of the matters between men and women, but due to her own preferences, she hadn't yet experienced such things firsthand. The only one she had been intimate with was another woman. Being with a man was a first for her. Years of holding power served as a constant reminder to handle every situation steadily. I'm old enough to be a mother. I must not appear too nervous and lose face, she thought. Lost in her wild thoughts, she waited for him to make a quick move. That way, she could easily reprimand him, reminding him not to overinterpret their relationship. They just had to like each other and not let it affect their work. These were good thoughts, but after waiting what felt like forever, nothing happened. All she could feel was the hint of his warm breath occasionally hitting her face, causing a bit of itchiness. What's he doing? The silence felt just as tortuous as waiting for your turn to speak during the daily council meeting. She really didn't understand what Fang Hao was up to. She opened her eyes slightly and glanced at him. Fang Hao was lying on his side, smiling at her. Rebecca was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. She turned her face towards him. Their faces were just inches away from each other, and they could both feel each other's breath. Fang Hao. Yes, I'm here, Fang Hao replied. Rebecca looked at him oddly. Are you done? Done what? You're insulting me, Fang Hao retorted. Rebecca silently got back into bed, saying, if it's going to be like this, I'm going home. Saying so, she started to get up. Seeing her get angry, Fang Hao immediately compromised, embracing the beautiful woman from the side. He wrapped his arm around her waist, hugging her soft and supple body close to him. Yeah, Rebecca let out a cry of surprise, her body instantly stiffening, her face fiercely flushed, though she was trying to keep her composure. Fang Hao's heart was racing too, attracted by Rebecca's beauty. Hugging Rebecca before him, he softly said, Rebecca, you look really beautiful today. Rebecca was pleased at heart, but her face remained serious. Feeling the warmth of his body, she replied seriously, Angia might be coming back soon, so don't blame me if I don't have time for you. Fang Hao realized that was true too, Angia could come back anytime. Thinking about it, it seemed more thrilling. Holding the smooth and gentle body in his arms, he pulled the thin quilt over them both. Do you remember the first time we met? You were sitting up there, and I was looking up at you from the first floor. Rebecca spat at him. Back then, you were pretending to be a Platonist. I haven't settled that score with you yet. You even helped me change clothes. I nearly cut you off. In relationships, Platonism refers to the pursuit of pure love in spirit and ideals, rather than just physical pleasure. Back then, when Fang Hao arrived at Lis City to take Rebecca's evening dress order, he was being so delicate that it seemed like he would snap his waist at any moment. But he was rewarded. Besides securing the order, he got to see Rebecca's body openly and honestly. As Rebecca spoke, her breathing got heavier towards the end. Fang Hao halted his wandering hand under the blanket, deliberately asked, What's wrong? Your breathing is quite heavy. Rebecca opened and closed her mouth, unable to speak. Fang Hao's hand began to move again, unbuttoning her gown, only to find that she was wearing the bellyband he had given her. The silk material was excellent, smooth and soft to the touch. He continued, No matter what, I like you. Maybe it's because of our interactions, or maybe it's the first time I was taking your measurements. But from now on, you are mine. You don't have to bear everything on your own, I am here for you. Rebecca bit her lower lip and whispered, I would be a fool to believe you. Fang Hao pressed further, what about you? When did you start liking me? Rebecca's body stiffened, her breathing became even more rapid. Opening and closing her red lips, she said, I don't know, I didn't notice. Perhaps when Lei Li died, or maybe when you saved me from Aubrey. There was laughter in Fang Hao's eyes. Rebecca admitting she liked him made him incredibly happy. Half squinting his eyes, he watched as her face turned increasingly red and her body squirmed more and more. Her breathing started to become hurried. His other hand braced her chin, tilting her face upward for a kiss. Woo. Rebecca's eyes was hazy. Her small fists lightly tapped on the man's shoulder, then she stopped resisting. Her slim body sunk slightly, the delicate feet curled up under the blanket along with her tensing body. She grabbed onto the man's shoulders. Her eyes gradually lost focus and a deep blush colored her face. A housemaid, waiting outside the door. Performing the tasks given by the lady of the house. Suddenly, a slightly clear surprised yell came from inside the room. Ah! It was the lady's voice, short, as if it was an expression of pain. The maid felt frightened and was about to ask if anything wrong. She then heard the sound of a creaking bed. The maid instantly had a thought. Her face also became flushed in an instant. Knock knock knock. The noise of knocking coming from outside the door. It was slightly dawn, the sun had not yet risen. Rebecca sleepily opened her eyes, staring at the grayish-white wall with a confused look. Who am I? Where am I? Feeling somewhat perplexed, she immediately sensed a sour and numb sensation flooding her upper body. Madam, the day is about to break. The maid's voice came through. That's what Rebecca had instructed her the night before. She would leave before everyone else woke up, so she could maintain her dignity as much as possible. She moved slightly, only to find her head resting on a man's chest, her thigh draped over his waist. She was tightly held by his arm, unable to get up. I got it. Rebecca didn't dare hesitate, she replied in a low voice right away. Hearing her response, the maid didn't make a sound, she continued waiting outside the door. Rebecca removed the arm around her, intending to sit up. A wave of sour pain rushed all over her body, causing her to collapse back again. The floor was strewn with their clothes. It looked like the room had been ransacked by thieves. Fang Hao, stop pretending to be asleep. Rebecca raised her fist and hit him in the stomach. PFF'd. Fang Hao, who was pretending to be asleep, almost choked and quickly opened his eyes. Seeing Rebecca slightly angry, Fang Hao immediately sat up and helped the slightly uncomfortable Rebecca to sit up. He softly said, why not sleep a little longer? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Dare you to mention it again? A glint shone in Rebecca's eyes, seeing the tease a smile on Fang Hao, she felt like flipping out. Last night was truly traumatic for her. She had intended to let him take the lead, but then, lying down, crouching, standing. That range of techniques exceeded what she had heard all these years. It felt like they did all the unimaginable things. Fang Hao held her in his arms, spoke softly. Let's sleep a little longer, we don't have much to do today, you must be exhausted from last night. Recalling the occurrences of last night, Rebecca felt her body tingling. She twisted her waist tightly and said firmly, I told you clearly, but you simply wouldn't listen, you have to mess around. Fang Hao was pinched, not feeling any pain, he spoke softly. I was too excited last night, I lost control. HMPH. Rebecca snorted coldly, released her hand, and started to dress herself, enduring the pain in her body. Fang Hao swallowed. Seeing her attractive body, he approached her a bit more and gently pulled her, saying, it's still early, do you want to rest a bit more? Rebecca froze in response and immediately took position to prevent him. She moved the blanket to cover her body and moved away. She took as much distance from him as she could. Rest. Get yourself dressed. Everybody will be up soon. Rebecca casually threw his clothes at him too. Fang Hao didn't try to stop her anymore. Seeing Rebecca in such a condition, he felt like she wasn't doing well. She was walking very carefully. As Rebecca got properly dressed, She opened the door and left with her own maid. Only then did Fang Hao realize that there was a guard outside the door too. It must have been hard for her. After Rebecca left, Fang Hao started cleaning the room. Although there were servants who could clean the room, the situation in the room was a bit embarrassing today. The room that was clean was now a mess. The things on the table had been swept to the floor, and the chairs were overturned to one side. A large piece of the blanket on the bed had been thoroughly wet and was still damp. Fang Hao returned the items on the table to their original positions. The drenched quilt had been directly placed into the storage space. It's saving the trouble. He would just find a place to throw it away later when no one is around. The sun rose. It was broad daylight now. Angia, who had stayed at Laurie's place for the night, pushed open the door with a bang and came back yawning. A red-crested parrot perched on her shoulder. As soon as she entered the house, she asked, "Are we going out later? What are we having for breakfast today? What smell is this?" The orcs' senses were keen, much more so than humans. Instinctively, her nose twitched, looking like a sniffer dog. Fang Hao opened the window and quickly diverted the topic. "Did you name the parrot?" On hearing something of her interest, she immediately responded, "I have decided to name it Red General. Isn't it nice, Red General?" The red parrot nodded cooperatively. "Does it know that's its name?" Fang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course." Angia looked proud. She pointed at the parrot and said, "Red General, perform for him." Red General landed directly on the table. It propped itself up on one foot, flapping its wings, looking like a mighty eagle soaring high. "Really, it is smart after all. Impressive. Right. Very clever," Angia said with a face full of joy as she fed the parrot a dried fruit. After gulping down, the Red General flew back onto Angia's shoulder. "Has it learned to speak yet?" Not yet. No matter how I teach, it just won't learn to speak." Angia answered helplessly. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then said, "I heard that if you want a parrot to talk, it seems you have to cut a piece off its tongue." Flap, flap. The Red General on Angia's shoulder seemed startled and flew behind her, flapping its wings in fear. It glanced at Fang Hao warily, as if he was really going to cut its tongue off. I was messing, don't be scared." Fang Hao immediately reassured the bird, seeing its reaction. Still, the Red General remained on guard, not daring to approach Fang Hao. After finishing breakfast, Rebecca, who originally planned to catch up on sleep, received another notification from the Hall of Justice. An emergency council would be held in the council hall in 1 hour. This left Rebecca, who was feeling a little sore all over, no choice but to get ready quickly and rushed in the horse carriage towards the council hall. Once Rebecca left, Fang Hao too assembled people and left the residence. Leaving the city from the east gate, he headed towards Li Rong's territory. Sitting atop the giant lizard, Angia teased the Red General and started the conversation. "You trust Li Rong this much? Aren't you afraid she might betray your secrets to Silver Wing City?" According to the plan, today, Fang Hao intended to use Li Rong's city as a coordinate point to teleport Nelson over and deal with the issue of the Gold Queen before leaving Silver Wing City. Previously, he might have had some apprehensions about Li Rong disclosing the matter of the undead. Hereafter his interaction with the transmigrator, he dismissed that concern. When a transmigrator speaks, they need solid evidence. Not to mention that Li Rong, in her capacity, was unlikely to gain the church's trust, even if some might believe her words. She couldn't produce concrete evidence. Simply stating, "I've seen it," had little persuasive power. Moreover, disclosing this information would bring Li Rong no benefits whatsoever. Silver Wing City would still not accept her, and she would incur the wrath of Fang Hao. She was clever, smarter than most transmigrators. She wouldn't do something so foolish. Turning around on the massive lizard's back, Fang Hao assured, "Don't worry. Li Rong is smart. She knows which side she should stand on. She won't do anything foolish." Angia nodded. "Yeah, I always feel like she's calculating something." After handling the matter of the underground palace, we will return to Maodong. Fang Hao continued. The most significant secret of the entire palace was likely hidden in the last layer. No matter whether the Gold Queen documented in the murals was inside or not, he would explore it today. Alright, what a pity for her shop though. It was pretty good, but it was destroyed in the fire. The group advanced rapidly. Soon, they arrived at Li Rong's city. They had contacted Li Rong before the departure. Seeing Li Rong, who was puffing a cigarette while waiting near the door from afar. "You guys are up early. Have you had breakfast?" Li Rong asked while leading the group into the city. Fang Hao and his company were riding the giant lizard and purple-scaled horse. Without anyone to look after, they traveled fast. Li Rong seemed to have just woken up. "We've had our food. Let's go to your mansion and make sure no one comes near." Fang Hao dismounted from the giant lizard and proposed. Li Rong exhaled a puff of smoke. "I've told everyone. Just don't demolish my house." "Sure." Walking swiftly, they quickly entered the mansion. After getting the Lionheart Knights to surround the place. Without any hesitation, Fang Hao brought out the demon doll, prompting it to activate the demon teleportation. The teleportation gate connected the two cities. Before Fang Hao could enter, Nelson, who had been waiting with 12 priests equipped with various tools and potions, came out. Turns out after the teleportation matrix was connected, he didn't need to go to pick people up, they could pass through the teleportation light curtain on the other end. Seeing 13 skeletons, dressed in a religious attire, come out, Li Rong was stunned. She forgot to exhale the smoke she inhaled, causing her to choke and cough violently. Beating her chest continuously, her performance caught the attention of Nelson and others. They glanced at Li Rong sideways, and the pale blue soul fire in their eyes seemed to gauge her emotion. Li Rong happened to meet the gaze of the soul fire. Scared, she turned pale and her coughing quieted down considerably. "Sir." Nelson saluted first. Fang Hao smiled. "Scholar Nelson, I'm sorry for the trouble. It's our duty." Fang Hao nodded and said, "Prepare a carriage for Scholar Nelson." Yes. Once everybody was ready, the group set off once more, racing towards the underground palace. Walking this road for the second time, it felt much more familiar. They spurred their horses on, moving even faster than the previous time. However, there was one peculiar incident. The team was stopped midway by a patrol from Silver Wing City. Fang Hao and the others immediately became tense, almost ready to fight. Luckily, Nelson and other funeral priests were all inside the carriage and did not show their faces. Perhaps the patrol took the carriage for transporting women and did not conduct a thorough check. After checking the team's credentials and purpose of their journey, the patrol allowed them to continue. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after leaving. They resumed their journey towards the underground palace. Silver Wing City. The council chamber. The sudden increase in the number of council meetings left the representative members confused. Some who were prepared to leave were forced to return by the cavalry, summoned to attend a meeting. People whispered amongst themselves, guessing what could have happened that warranted such an urgent assembly of everyone. Rebecca was seated in her position, her heart fluttering anxiously. In her hurry that morning, she had forgotten to take the light feather from Fang Hao. If the archbishop was still relentless, persisting with the charges against Lis City, and used his interrogation ability again, what was she to do? She glanced surreptitiously at the door, contemplating if she should leave right then and avoid the meeting. She could think of an excuse later to explain. Although there were guards at the door, they were not vigilant. She figured she could slip away. Just as she was lost in thought, the 5 leaders hurriedly entered from the top side. As the 5 leaders took their positions, the entire hall fell silent at once. All eyes were affixed on them. Rebecca's hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles were white from the pressure. In a short while, Doherty of the Hall of Justice spoke in a deep voice. "Yesterday, we received news from the dwarf city of Grey Iron that 8 Peaks Mountain was being attacked by the Undead army. They hope that the Federation will come to their aid." When they heard this news, there was quite a commotion in the room. Relations between humans and dwarfs had not been close since their united effort to attack Crescent Heights. Even due to border disputes and resource issues, things had been tense. Now the dwarfs had the audacity to ask humans for help. Discussions ensued among all the counselors. Rebecca slowly opened her white, clenched hands, taken aback by the information. She leaned back onto the chair, allowing her tense body to relax. So it was not about her. It was about the dwarves being attacked by the undead. Dwarves. Undead. In the blink of an eye, Rebecca's formerly relaxed brow furrowed again. It couldn't be. Fang Hao, could it? Just a few days ago, he had mentioned some dwarf territory matters to her. Moreover, apart from him, where else could there be such a large undead army? It had to be Fang Haoa. Leader Doherty, the Eight Peaks Mountain is the dwarfs' territory. These past years, there have been frequent conflicts at the border with the human clan. We need to carefully consider this rescue mission, a counselor said aloud, standing. Since Rune had ascended the throne, the dwarfs have been in chaos, even repeatedly threatening our city. I have concrete evidence of these. And now that they are in trouble, they wish us to expend human and material resources to assist them. Why should we? Another middle-aged man stood up, furiously slamming a thick stack of documents onto the table. This man's city was adjacent to the dwarf border. He was unlikely to ever have been happy seeing the dwarfs in hardship. He would rather hold a party to celebrate their misfortune. And now they expected him to send troops to assist them. Keep dreaming. Once these two brought up the recent actions of the dwarfs, it garnered the support from other counselors. Normally, they had little to do with the dwarfs. However, from the sounds of it, the dwarfs caused trouble on human territory and only sought help when they experienced difficulties. Did they not value their dignity? Soon, there were many who opposed the sending of troops. The situation quickly unraveled into chaos. Doherty struck the table 3 times, silencing the room. Calm was restored to the giant chamber. It was at this point that Archbishop Milton stood up. He began to speak. The undead are the enemies of all living creatures. This time, the large-scale approach of the undead must mean something is amiss on the desolate battlefield. Pausing for effect, he continued, incisively studying everyone present. Humans and dwarfs have fought the undead and the Blood Clan together in the past. We have always been allies. It is only right for humans to come to their aid in this undead calamity. Applause erupted from a few places after Archbishop Milton's speech. These were counselors deeply associated with the church. No matter what Milton says, they would always echo and support him. However, most people remained silent. Lack of opposition didn't mean consensus. At a later stage, if other forces were reluctant to deploy their troops, the church alone would not be able to sustain a racial war. Milton's face turned sour. The prestige of the church had been visibly waning. Seeing the atmosphere turning uncomfortable, Doherty at this juncture spoke, Archbishop Milton, please sit. Immediately after, Doherty's gaze fell on the crowd below. He then spoke solemnly, since the founding of the 100 Cities Federation, our mission has been to resist external tribes and create a secure space for humans to live. This time, the message sent by the dwarfs said that there's a large number of undead, which had attacked and taken over 5 dwarven fortresses in a single day. Everyone was stunned. 5 fortresses a day, this speed was simply beyond comprehension. The dwarven machinery was world-renowned, but the fortresses they built were equally renowned for their solidity. How could they have been broken so quickly? Doherty listened to the discussions below and once they had somewhat subsided continued, everyone should understand the principle of a shared fate. Our aiding the dwarves now is to end this war in their territory and prevent it from spilling over into ours. As soon as he finished speaking, even the city lord who had just brought out a stack of evidence against the dwarves felt some reasoning in what Doherty was saying. If there were so many of the undead, once they conquered the dwarves, the next step would be to attack human cities. In that case, it might be better to go to war in the dwarves' territory. Even though they understood this logic, they weren't too keen on rushing to help the dwarves so readily. Some raised their hands to signal their attention. Upon receiving a nod of agreement from Doherty, they stood up and said, such an easy promise to assist may not garner gratitude from the dwarves afterwards. Doherty naturally understood this. He loudly proclaimed, we naturally won't assist without compensation. When the dwarves aided humans in the past, they took a considerable amount of resources. This time it's our turn, and likewise, we should also be compensated. The council members below nodded in agreement. Turning the battlefield into the dwarves' territory while using the opportunity to squeeze the dwarves. This seemed like a fair trade-off. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Doherty added, "All right, let's vote." In reality, the matter of assisting the dwarves had been thoroughly discussed among the 5 leaders of the upper house. Announcing it at the meeting today was more of a notification. The church made the first move, persuading the believer members to agree, and then Doherty convinced the others. There was a brief discussion before the members below began to express their opinions. Rebecca watched silently the entire time, not expressing her opinion nor discussing with anyone else. In her heart, she increasingly suspected that the undead army was Fang Hao's forces. As humans rushed to aid the dwarves, coupled with the Church of Light's damage to the undead. Would this affect the course of the war? Would it affect Fang Hao's development? She had only been to Fang Hao's city once and didn't know much about the power inside his territory. She couldn't help but think a bit more about this. Okay. 132 votes for, 12 against, and 22 abstentions, a statistician loudly announced from the side. Rebecca snapped back to reality. Coming back to focus, she realized the voting was over and that she had abstained. Luckily, there were quite a few abstentions and no one paid any particular attention to her. Okay. Next is the deployment. Time is of essence. The Hall of Justice and the church will send out an advance troop of 20,000 to help the dwarves. The other cities can report their forces, Doherty went on. If they wait for the armies of all cities to gather, they probably wouldn't be able to reach 8 Peaks Mountain by the start of spring next year. Therefore, the Hall of Justice and the church will send out an advance party to aid the dwarves, while the armies of the other cities will support according to plan. Hearing Doherty's words, Rebecca's anxious heart relaxed instantly. 20,000 men. Looks like you have no idea how many forces Fang Hao has. These 20,000 men will only serve as his toothpick. Rebecca, what are you laughing at? A nearby council member asked curiously. For some reason, the woman beside him just suddenly smirked and burst out laughing. Nothing. I just remembered something amusing. Rebecca stifled her laughter. The council member didn't say anything more, just shook his head slightly. Women. With something so important happening, she is preoccupied with other thoughts. The meeting only discussed this one thing. The Archbishop and Groot didn't take the opportunity to cause trouble for Rebecca. After the meeting, Rebecca returned to her carriage and went back to her residence. She thought to herself, better leave Silverwing City as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected changes. The next day. After a day of rapid travel. By the next morning, Fang Hao and his team finally made it to the water pond. After chasing away the wildlife gathered to drink water, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, setting up a temporary camp. Once everything was ready, Fang Hao released the demon dolls. He said to Nelson and the others waiting by the shore, "Master, you guys wait here for now. I'll go in and make sure it's safe first. If there's any danger, we'll retreat immediately." Nelson nodded slightly. "All right, my lord." Having given his instructions, Fang Hao controlled the demon doll and plunged into the pool. Heading downward, he quickly returned to the entrance of the underground palace. Removing the nightstone from around his neck, he passed through the stone cave and entered the palace. Since it had already been cleared by Fang Hao and his companions, the ascent was uneventful, with no enemies or monsters in sight. He went straight to the 9th floor. Within the corridor, the once vibrant murals had faded, with some areas peeling and flaking off. Only a few days had passed, and yet everything had changed this much. He made his way straight to the stone door. Using the method Lori had taught him, he gently knocked on a stone brick. Click. Following the crisp sound, the entire corridor started to wobble, and the stone door slowly opened to both sides. It revealed the interior. This was a single room. The room was about 50 to 60 square meters. It was fully equipped with various utensils, tables and chairs. However, all the furniture was made of stone, while all the utensils were made of gold. In the center of the room lay an enormous golden coffin. The gold coffin was covered with beautiful decorations and was extremely ornate. Fang Hao stood at the doorway and waited for a while. However, the room remained silent. No enemies appeared. As the Golden Queen not at home. It was not his first time encountering a case where the owner was out. While the owner was out, he turned their residence into a dungeon-like place and swept through it, carrying away anything in sight. Once he was sure that there were no enemies inside, Fang Hao stepped into the room. The whole room was filled with utensils. The possibility of hidden traps was slim. Still, Fang Hao was cautious. After entering the room, he looked around. His gaze ultimately fell on the large golden coffin in the center. The exterior of the coffin was carved with all kinds of intricate and beautiful patterns. The brightly colored patterns were all embedded with various precious gemstones on the coffin. Among them, one was as large as a fist. Regardless of whether these gemstones were special materials or not, even ordinary gemstones are incredibly valuable at this size. What a luxury! If there was danger lurking in this secret room, it would probably be within the closed golden coffin. However, the possibility of an enemy inside was low, based on previous experience. If there really was an enemy inside, they would have awakened the moment he stepped into the room. Thinking of this, Fang Hao was uncertain whether to feel relieved about avoiding a major battle or regret having missed the chance to encounter a powerful hero. However, these were things he could not change. He placed his hands on the side of the coffin lid and gently pushed. Click. The sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out, and the coffin lid was slowly pushed open. As the coffin lid opened, Fang Hao could see the interior. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of shriveled feet. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Hao instantly let go and retreated several steps. Someone was home. The demon doll's eyes flicked as the soul fire within violently bounced, staring fixedly at the partly opened golden coffin. But ultimately, nothing unusual happened inside. The silence was unbroken. No, wait, could she have simply died in her sleep? Undead creatures don't die in their sleep. Was she asleep? Or was she using an ability similar to God's presence, and did not know someone was approaching? In any case, the sight of those feet earlier certainly gave him quite a scare. It was one of the rare times he felt so startled after joining the Undead faction. He waited for a long while, but there was no movement from inside the gold coffin. Fang Hao built up the courage again to approach, and peered inside once more through the small gap he had created. Those shriveled feet he spotted earlier had vanished. As if they had been weathered and crumbled into a pile of black powder. Were they dead? The undead can also die. And when the undead die, their bodies cannot be transformed. Could it be that this gold-eating queen has just died? When he opened the coffin, he saw that her feet were still intact. He backed away and returned, but now her appearance had changed. He continued to speculate while putting forth his efforts. With the accompanying screeching noise, the coffin lid was slowly pushed open. And as it opened wider, the body in the coffin was gradually vanishing with time. It seemed like this golden coffin was some kind of container. When a part of the container was opened, the body inside could no longer withstand the ravages of time and eventually reduced to ashes. Clang! The coffin lid finally tipped backward as intended. The whole scene inside the coffin was laid out before his eyes. The vanishing body stopped when it reached the chest. Only half of the chest and a shrunken skull were left. The hollow pupils had dried up. No signs of the living dead state or soul fire were present. Fang Hao drew a bit closer again. Gold-eating queen. Amanda, dark gold-ranked hero. She's not dead. Fang Hao, who had just drawn nearer, inched back, creating a distance from the coffin. A transmigrator's power does not affect corpses. The dark gold-ranked hero lying in front of him seemed to be in bad shape, but she was not dead. However, she looked close to death. Fang Hao stood aside and waited for a while, but nothing unusual happened in the golden coffin. The queen, with only her chest cavity and head remaining, lay peacefully inside. He found a metal rod without any property and gently tapped the shrunken body. Nothing happened, and a big chunk fell off where the golden scepter had touched. It seemed that the remaining part won't last long either. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, he left the Diome doll here and his main consciousness returned to his body. He stepped out of the room. Outside, heroes like Nelson and Demetria had been silently waiting. Seeing him come out, They quickly approached. Sir, what's the situation? Nelson asked. Fang Hao considered for a moment and then said, the last layer has a corpse-keeping coffin made of gold. There is a body inside it that only has the skull and chest cavity left. It is the gold-eating queen, but it seems her condition is not very good. Fang Hao explained the situation as it was. Actually, the tomb had mainly been cleared, so there was nothing more to worry about. Nelson thought for a moment and said, Sir, you stay here. I'll take some people to check it. Okay, I'll have the giant lizard take you there. After a brief chat with the 4-footed giant lizard, it carried Nelson and a group of funeral priests and took them to the tomb below the pool. In the 9th layer, the Dione doll controlled by Fang Hao saw Nelson's arrival. Nelson led the priests to the golden coffin and slightly saluted it. Then he went forward to check the situation closely. After examining the status of the body in the coffin, he returned to the door. He said softly, Sir, this gold-eating queen has suffered heavy damage. If we want to restore her body, we need some materials to perform the ceremony. Will the materials be consumed on a large scale? Fang Hao asked after a thought. He had to weigh whether it was worth it or not and, if the queen woke up, would she serve him? He was not an ardent follower of undead loyalty and would not go to desperate lengths to save this gold-eating queen. Moreover, the title, Gold Eater, was somewhat special. I hope she's not fond of eating gold. Nelson thought for a moment and said, we need over 100 shadowstones, death traces, and alchemy materials. Murdering living creatures could also be used as a substitute, but more people would be required. That's a lot. Building the special structures of the undead faction only required a few, or at most a dozen or so shadowstones. To repair the body in the golden coffin, it would require 100 shadowstones and death traces. Would it require so much energy? He could afford these things, but what if she turned hostile after being restored? Rolana was a case in point. He had resurrected her, even had to coax her, and her loyalty still grew dreadfully slow. After thinking a bit, Fang Hao asked, can I make her wake up first and communicate with her? He wanted to communicate with her before spending a large amount of materials to restore her. Yes, but the waking time will not be long, Nelson replied. There's no danger when she wakes up, right? We can only wake up her consciousness. Nelson continued. Okay. Then let her wake up first. Yes, sir. Nelson returned to the room again and organized 12 funeral priests to draw the array. They had brought some materials with them when they came, so they could start drawing the array right away. The complicated array centered around the golden coffin was completed. Nelson muttered some words and then made a gesture. A blue soul flame lit up inside the dry skull in the stone coffin. Sir, you can talk to her now. Nelson whispered. Fang Hao nodded and walked over. In the golden coffin, a soul flame was burning within the dry skull, the flesh in the pupils was hollow. The dried corpse seemed to be struggling, but when it realized it couldn't move, the soul fire trembled violently. Who are you? The withered skull started to speak. The faint movement of the lower jaw caused a large piece of the body on the chest to crumble into powder. Who we are doesn't matter, we just want to propose a deal to you. Fang Hao looked down at the dry corpse inside. Oh, what kind of deal? The skull spoke again, its tone now very calm. As if it were truly a normal conversation, it showed no concern about its precarious situation. I save you, you work for me, Fang Hao said. You're the first one to dare to speak to the queen like that, continued the skull. Really? There's nothing strange about it. You're about to die. I just asked the corpse which, restoring you will require a lot of resources and materials. This seems like a fair exchange to me, Fang Hao replied. A demon doll in the form of a skeleton and a mummy, reduced to just a skull and a rib cage. Both were in the state of undead, devoid of any expressions. Their tones gave away no emotions. They calmly continued their discussion. Hearing Fang Hao's proposition, the skull fell into silence. She indeed felt extremely weak, and her soul fire wouldn't last much longer. After a prolonged silence, the skull spoke, I am the queen. And then, I've never taken orders from anyone, and I will not start. Fang Hao also fell silent for a moment, then said, "The world has changed rapidly. The era where you used to live is greatly different from the present. Rolana, the little princess of the Blood clan, also works under me. It's less like work, more like mutual aid and support. We're helping each other live better lives here." His tone was not too assertive, considering a dark gold hero could greatly help his territory. Upon hearing Rolana's name, the soul fire in the skull's eye sockets shimmered faintly. It seemed that she knew Rolana and was somewhat surprised that Rolana would willingly work under the peculiar skeleton before her eyes. The gold-eating queen fell silent again, seemingly contemplating Fang Hao's words. Fang Hao didn't interrupt. Her silence indicated she was already tempted. Even the undead were not fond of oblivion and death. Is not their willingness to be turned into undead a reflection of their fear of death? As the soul fire in her eye sockets grew fainter, she spoke again, "I can join your territory. But you must agree to my terms. Let's hear them. First, you must give me the respect and status I deserve. Second, you can't make me do anything against my beliefs. Third, as my power comes from gold, you should provide as much gold as you can. Fourth, assist in improving my strength. These are the initial conditions." Fang Hao nodded. "The third point, about gold. All the gold in this underground palace is yours, and future gold will be allocated to you as much as possible. But the territory's development also needs funds, so not all can be given to you. As for the rest, I can promise you." "Good. Then I am willing to join your territory. Maybe you could make some pledges to nurture trust between us." The soul fire of the gold-eating queen shuddered even more. "What is your name?" "Fang Hao." The gold-eating queen's indifferent voice rang out again. "By the great god of undead, after joining the territory, Lord Fang Hao's will shall guide my path. All who oppose his vision shall be bestowed with equal doom." The oath sounded convoluted, but its meaning was clear. He didn't hold a dark gold hero scroll, thus the only way to recruit a dark gold hero and impose restrictions was through this method. Swearing an oath to the god they worshipped was not as simple as bragging. It was a grave matter. After listening to the gold-eating queen's oath, Fang Hao nodded and said, "Welcome, let the recovery process begin." The gold-eating queen said nothing. Slowly, the soul flame in her eye sockets died down. Fang Hao retreated to the door, and Nelson stepped boldly inside. 12 priests entered the room, moving all the gold objects to the hallway outside the room. In the corners of the room, they found 6 viscera jars that sealed the gold-eating queen's organs. The gold-eating queen's body was a living dead, meaning her body had organs. Before her severe wounds put her to sleep, she had removed all her organs and placed them in different corners of the room according to a certain pattern. Either she was waiting for someone to save her, or it was for some other reason. Either way, she was well prepared in advance. If organs turned to dust along with her, recovery would have been much more challenging. Fang Hao checked the properties of the 6 viscera jars. 2 of them were magical items with orange level augmentation. The other 4, though also sealed with viscera, kept no additional properties and were simply ordinary containers. Fang Hao merely glanced at them, with no intention of keeping possession of the viscera jars. A dark gold hero was more valuable than viscera jars. Once the room was tidy, Fang Hao, as required by Nelson, took out a large number of necessary materials from his storage space. While previously exploring the underground palace, he had acquired many shadowstones and traces of death. The remaining alchemy materials were obtained through trade after he had asked his subjects to procure them. Once everything was ready, the ritual started. Under Nelson's guidance, the complex array started radiating light, and the energy it gathered began to restore the body inside the golden coffin. When the restoration reached the chest area, the viscera jars, one by one, were opened. The viscera, constantly dripping with viscous black liquid, were returned to the chest cavity. The ritual went on for a long time, with shadowstone after shadowstone shattering inside the room. Just as the last 3 stones were left, the ritual markings suddenly shrank, finally all siphoning into the golden coffin. The very next second, from within the golden coffin, a withered hand rested on the side of the coffin. Following that, the body of the gold-eating queen slowly sat up. It could be seen that the restored parts did not match the color of her chest cavity. The gold-eating queen was a member of the living dead undead. Her body possessed flesh and organs, though it was no longer as pliable as that of the living. She was more akin to a mummy that had just had its bandages removed. The gold-eating queen moved her body. The crisp sounds of her bones rubbing against each other were unusually clear in the room. It was feared she might break the body she had just repaired. A group of funerary priests paid her a slight bow, and then, like a queen, she stepped out of the large golden coffin with Nelson's assistance. The gold-eating queen first nodded towards Fang Hao. Then, her slender fingers lightly touched the golden coffin behind her. The large gemstone-encrusted coffin melted as if it was liquid. The golden liquid coalesced into streams, climbing her body and solidifying. Ultimately, it formed golden armor on the gold-eating queen, a golden mask, and a golden crown studded with gemstones. And the gemstone as big as a fist was set at the top of a golden scepter. The scepter in her hand was nobly magnificent. At this moment, Fang Hao was dumbfounded at the doorway. Who knew you could do that with gold? This wasn't the end of it, the gold-eating queen gestured once more. The gold utensils moved to the hallway outside the door also began to melt. This gold liquid surrounded Nelson and the group of funerary priests, eventually forming golden armor. It was placed over their robes. Many thanks, my lord. Nelson and the others bowed again. How impressive. From her entrance, every move she made was filled with impressiveness. She truly did seem like a just awoken queen, rewarding her subordinates who had come to save her. Only he, as the lord, stood at the door. Just like he had bought a ticket to watch, he had completely come to watch the show. When everything in the room was finished, the gold-eating queen, Amanda, walked out. She walked straight in front of Fang Hao and elegantly bowed, saying, "Greetings, my lord." "You're much more commanding than I am," Fang Hao thought. But on his face, he just nodded. "Well, should I call you Amanda from now on? How does that sound to you?" "Acceptable. Let them first remove all the utensils from here. I'll introduce you to the situation of our territory. It might be a bit different from where you used to live," Fang Hao said softly. Following that, Nelson commanded the funerary priests to begin moving things out. Fang Hao, however, was introducing Amanda to the situations of the territory and the living creatures inhabiting it, such as humans, orcs, dwarfs, and trolls. But Amanda just silently listened and did not express any surprise. "Aren't you surprised?" Fang Hao asked Amanda. "The immortal clan also rules over living creatures. The bones tax that the living creatures turn in each year is the main source of military power." Amanda's voice came from under the golden mask. Bone taxes were a type of tax, each year based on the request. Complete bodies and bones from all regions had to be handed over as a sort of tax. If it was from natural deaths, it was sufficient. But if the bone tax wasn't enough, live persons would be captured to fill the requirements. Of course, capturing other ethnic groups was also an option. "All right, we are currently under the watch of the church. Later, I will return you to your territories." Okay. After the introductions were over, the last items in the room were finally cleared away. Everyone went through the water basin and returned to the temporary campsite. Once out of the pool of water, Fang Hao put away the demon doll. When he, in his human form, appeared in front of the gold-eating queen, Amanda, the elegant and calm queen, was momentarily stunned. Although you couldn't see if there was any expression under her mask. But you could see, her gaze stayed on Fang Hao for quite a while without speaking or making any moves. Also in somewhat of a stunned state were Demetria, Angia, and a number of other creatures, curiously sizing up the woman in front of them wrapped in golden gemstones. "That's quite some aura she's got. Amanda, let me introduce you. You've met the corpse witch Nelson. This is the lizardman Demetria and the orc Angia. They are heroes from within our territory, so from now on, we're all on the same side." After introducing, Fang Hao continued to present Amanda to Demetria and others. "This is Amanda of the Undead clan. She is a dark gold grade hero. She will be our companion from now on, so you should all get to know her." When Fang Hao mentioned the Undead, the others confirmed Amanda's race identity. Being covered in a golden armor and seeing eyes behind the mask. It's somewhat difficult to confirm whether she's an undead or not. Each of the heroes nodded in acknowledgement, serving as their greetings. Amanda remained relatively indifferent, merely responding with a nod, but said nothing. All right, everyone get ready to return home, Fang Hao announced loudly. Yes, sir, everyone replied. Everyone got moving, loading the gold artifacts that had been carried out onto the carts. In addition to the large amount of gold, in the 9th layer, a golden chest was also found, but Fang Hao wasn't in a hurry to open it. It was loaded onto one of the carts and tightly secured with rope. Everybody began to busy themselves. Meanwhile, Fang Hao took this time to check out the stats of the new Dark Gold hero. Gold-eating Queen, Amanda, Dark Gold rank 6 hero. Faction, Undead. Template, Dark Gold. Racial traits, Undead, Living Dead, Vulnerability to Light. Legion talent, Undead Queen, my command must be obeyed, Metal Skeleton. Skills, Queen's Majesty, Life and Death Control, Golden Divine Power. Innate abilities, Domain Magic Mastery, Domain Sword Technique Mastery, Domain Magic Mastery, Domain Command Mastery. Undead Queen, the Undead army led by this unit is automatically blessed with the power of death during offensive moves, attack power plus 10%, explodes and produces poisonous gas after death. My command must be obeyed, the army led by this unit, attack power plus 15%, defense plus 20%, magic elemental resistance plus 20%. Metal Skeleton, the Skeleton type undead units led by this unit, defense power plus 35%, evasion of arrows and bullets plus 50%. Queen's Majesty passive, the army under her command will not flee or surrender due to morale. The enemy army, morale decrease by 20%. Life and Death Control active, the Queen grants you death and new life. A certain range of dead living creatures will automatically transform into undead and join the Queen's ranks, continuing the fight maximum distance 20 meters. Golden Divine Power active possesses the ability to control gold. Description: Amanda, the Gold Queen of Anglina Kingdom. Her wisdom and courage are as highly celebrated as her sense of honor and justice. But her rule was tragically short-lived. She was poisoned and died in her prime by political enemies. The royal family of Anglina Kingdom couldn't accept this reality and brought in the Corpse Witch, an enemy of living creatures, to turn the preserved Amanda into the Undead Queen, continue to rule the kingdom towards glory. At the end of the Undead ritual, Amanda woke up to find her beauty and body had turned pale and rigid. When she walked out of the Great Hall again, she was wrapped in golden armor, with a golden mask depicting her face in life on her face, standing in front of all her people. However, the glory of the kingdom of Anglina was not sustained. The wars between the undead and the living creatures gradually destroyed the once mighty kingdom. The queen then returned to her golden coffin, waiting for the next awakening. Having read Amanda's stats, Fang Hao couldn't help but be in awe. Her skills aren't numerous, but each is not weak. Queen's Majesty as a passive skill. Her own troops will not collapse due to morale, and the enemy immediately drops 20%, which is somewhat overpowered. A drop in morale to a certain value can even lead to surrender or escape of the entire army. A drop of 20% at the onset means they will have a hard time fighting later. Life and Death Control turns the deceased creatures on the battlefield into the undead to continue fighting. It has a distance limit of 20 meters, but the number shouldn't be small. The descriptions of all the skills are very detailed. Only the last one, Golden Divine Power, has a simple description but the effect is terrifying. It can turn gold into liquid and then shape it into any form. This controllability is enormous. If used well, it could be more terrifying than any other skill. I've found a treasure. Then he checked Amanda's loyalty, hoping it wouldn't be too low. Such a powerful hero with low loyalty would be another worry for him. Gold-eating Queen, Amanda currently has 75 points of loyalty. Good, good, pretty high, pretty high. With Rolana's precedent of 26 points, Amanda's 75 points seemed quite reasonable. This queen, high quality. Yes, very high. ... While Fang Hao was looking at the Book of Lords, Demetria walked over. Sir, everything is ready. We can head back now. Fang Hao looked up. The temporary camp had been dismantled and the carriages were ready. Amanda, Nelson, get on the carriage. We're setting off, Fang Hao announced loudly. Everyone mounted their horses. Amanda headed towards a lone carriage, while Nelson and the corps of undertakers climbed onto the carriage at the rear. Amanda beckoned, and gold flowed around her like liquid. Underneath the carriage, it morphed into a low, square stool. Amanda stepped on the stool and onto the carriage. The stool then transformed back into a liquid, and flowed into the carriage. Everyone watched in dumbfounded amazement. This was too impressive. Fang Hao had seen this before and naturally reacted more calmly. Seeing that everyone was ready, he loudly ordered, "Let's go, back to Li Rong City." The scouts advanced first, with the caravan following closely behind. The return journey was even smoother. They passed by patrol teams, none of which tried to obstruct them. They made their way and reached Li Rong's territory by the noon of the second day. Gazing at the huge amount of gold utensils that had been transported back, Li Rong was dumbstruck. Seeing how the heroes who were of dark gold tiers had disembarked from the carriage, she crushed her cigarette and approached to ask, "Heroes recruited from the 9th level?" Yes, Fang Hao nodded. "Damn, I should have gone. I don't have any heroes yet." Li Rong jealously hollered. After all, it was Li Rong who supplied the dungeon map and information. But her own harvest was far greater. Watching her envious expression, Fang Hao chuckled, "This is an undead hero, you would need to have the corpse witch, and factional relationships to recruit it. Basically, there are prerequisites. You wouldn't have been able to recruit it even if you went." "Oh, is that so?" Li Rong calmed down. Couldn't discern the hero's race, who was fully clad in gold armor. If it's an undead, she dared not accept that. While in Silver Wing City, she definitely needed to maintain her distance from the undead, in order not to be burnt at the stake by the church. "Of course, why would I lie to you? Moreover, I spent hundreds of precious materials to recruit it," Fang Hao said as he walked towards the Lord's mansion. Hearing about the preconditions and the vast amount of materials used, Li Rong felt a lot calmer. "Then, you have to give me some of the gold utensils." "We agreed, each of us gets half of the dungeon loot." Li Rong hugged her shoulders, looking dissatisfied. "All right," Fang Hao smiled and nodded, then suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh right, about the gold utensils from the last time. I'll exchange them for warfire coins. Give those gold utensils to me." Gold coins and warfire coins were both viable currencies. From the previous loots in the dungeon, he and Li Rong took half each. When he recruited Amanda, he agreed to give her all the gold utensils from the dungeon. So now he could only exchange the share he gave to Li Rong. "Fine, as you wish." Li Rong agreed. Li Rong naturally agreed with Fang Hao's proposal. Her territory didn't have the blueprint for a mint, so those burial gold utensils couldn't be converted to cash directly. Now that Fang Hao was willing to exchange them with warfire coins, she was naturally willing. "Haha, that's great, Sister Li is indeed very generous." Li Rong gave him a sideways glance. "What's the big deal? You helped me kill Sander, I haven't properly thanked you yet." Both of them entered the hall and sat down on chairs. "Don't worry about it, I wanted to kill him too," Fang Hao thought for a moment before continuing. "The stores in Silver Wing City won't be repaired by winter, what are your plans?" Upon mention of this matter, Li Rong sighed slightly. "Sigh, what can I do? I can only wait until winter ends, and the stores are repaired. Whether people will be willing to rent them to me is still uncertain." Li Rong looked worried. Her territory doesn't cultivate or hunt. The development of her territory completely depended on the supply of store goods. If nothing had happened to the stores, her development would have been far quicker than others. But now, as the stores supporting her development had been destroyed, her development came to a halt. Thankfully, she had saved quite a bit of money already, otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted the winter. "Have you ever considered my earlier proposal?" Fang Hao smiled at Li Rong. "You mean, our collaboration on opening stores?" "Yes, I have many cities in my territory, enough for you to display your capabilities. You won't have to worry about the rental fee for the stores, and no gangsters would dare to create trouble. You'll be able to manage them with ease." Additionally, if you're planning to open stores in native cities, I would also support you. I have both the money and soldiers, Fang Hao spoke softly as he picked up his cup and took a sip. Li Rong didn't answer, but pulled out a cigarette, tapped it twice on the table, lit it, and placed it in her mouth. The room fell into silence. It wasn't until her cigarette was half burned that she finally asked, "How will we split the profits?" 80-20. I'll handle the capital and stores, you will manage them. Hence, I get 80, you get 20, Fang Hao said. Li Rong shook her head. I possess the skills and have proven in the market that I'm capable of making profitable returns. I'll be in charge of managing the stores then. Why should a hands-off manager like you gain so much? How about a 50-50 split? We are old acquaintances after all. This is business, don't play the sentiment card. Your supply can't even meet the demand of the stores. You're incapable of building production factories. I'll need to be responsible for that eventually. 70-30, Fang Hao continued. Li Rong remained silent, puffing out rings of smoke. After a long silence, she finally continued, I want to open 2 stores before winter, and by the start of spring, I want a factory with over 500 people. Can you do it? The shops in Silver Wing City were burned down, and she needed them to sustain the current sales and factory expenses. Many of her people were recruited from nearby villages, and it would be difficult to recruit them again if they were disbanded. Fang Hao thought for a moment and answered, 2 shops and a factory of 500 people are not a problem. Can you guarantee the delivery of the goods to the shops in winter? You don't have to worry about that. I'll arrange for transmigrators to manage the shops, and they can restock through the trading channel. Li Rong answered. Fang Hao nodded. All right, I have another request. Let's hear it. Li Rong calmly stated, understanding that their collaboration was the best option at the moment. She was well aware of Fang Hao's intention to get a piece of the cosmetics business. However, running a shop in this world had made her feel powerless. She faced rejection from the natives, harassment from the underground forces, and exploitation from nobles. Furthermore, her shop was destroyed by fire, and it would be difficult for her to start over by herself. Moreover, she had to consider those who relied on her. She still had some savings, but what about the transmigrators and the workers in the factory? It was uncertain whether they could make it through the winter. Agreeing to Fang Hao seemed to give him a huge advantage, but it was indeed a temporary solution for her as well. If he truly can establish numerous shops just like he said, then, whether she had shops in Silver Wing City or not would not matter, it would suffice for the development of her city. Join as a subsidiary city of mine. Fang Hao said seriously. Li Rong's eyebrows creased. She had also devoured several cities with her Book of Lords, making them her subordinates. She naturally understood the implications of devouring them. She hadn't expected that Fang Hao wanted to turn her city into a subsidiary city. I offered myself to you and you refused, now you want my city. What's inside your head? Li Rong said through gritted teeth. You see, why bring this up again? Li Rong thought for a moment, what do you mean? Why do you need my city? If I do this, my lifeline would be in your hands. What if you change your mind? Fang Hao continued, the situation in my territory is unique. For some security reasons, only if you become my subsidiary city would I trust you. Of course, your city still belongs to you, I will not coerce you into anything we agreed on. Li Rong was silent for a while, then nodded, all right, I agree. But my people should be under my command, and you must discuss with me in advance about any matters. Agreed. Without wasting any more words, Li Rong directly removed her Book of Lords and handed it to Fang Hao. He accepted it, and chose to devour directly. Devouring has been successful, your level 6 Book of Lords now needs 13/20ths to level up. After devouring, the required experience increased from 8/20ths to 13/20ths. It also indicated that Li Rong had devoured 5 Books of Lords herself. He reassigned the area to Li Rong and handed her a Book of City Lord. Li Rong did not stand on ceremony and took the Book of City Lord. She then casually sat on Fang Hao's lap, with one hand holding a cigarette and the other arm resting on Fang Hao's shoulder. In a soft voice, she said, from now on, I'm yours. You have to take good care of me. You Just as Fang Hao was about to say something, footsteps were heard coming from outside. One of Li Rong's subordinates walked in with large strides, and upon seeing the scene, he was taken aback and turned to leave. Li Rong felt embarrassed and got off Fang Hao's lap and sat to one side. With an expressionless face, she asked, "What's the matter?" The militiaman finally snapped back to his senses, saluted slightly, and said, "My lord, a cavalryman came from outside the city, claiming that the lady has sent him to deliver a message to Lord Fang Hao." Li Rong instantly looked towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao nodded. "Let him in." Li Rong told her subordinate, "Let him in." "Yes." The militiaman quickly retreated. Not long after, a man was ushered in. It was the lead guard from Rebecca's side. Upon seeing Fang Hao, he bowed and said, "My lord, the lady asked me to bring a message to you." "Speak." The lead guard remained silent, his gaze shifting between Li Rong and the militiaman in the room. Fang Hao understood his meaning. "Li Rong, stay. Have your men go outside." Li Rong nodded. "You go out first, and don't let anyone approach." The militiaman obeyed and exited the room. The room was then left with Fang Hao, Li Rong, and the lead guard. "Speak." The lead guard nodded and lowered his voice. "The Hall of Justice and the Church of Light have assembled 20,000 men. They set off 3 days ago to aid the dwarves at the Eight Peaks Mountain. The other human cities have also started gathering their forces, and will also head to Eight Peaks Mountain." Upon hearing this news, Fang Hao's eyebrows knitted together instantly. Humans are coming to aid the dwarves. Hearing this news, Fang Hao was somewhat surprised. Winter was about to arrive, and given the situation, which was nearly medieval, launching a large-scale war would drain too much resources. Unless absolutely necessary, no forces would be willing to wage war at this time. However, the Federation of 100 Cities still decided to assist the dwarves. Looking at this, it appeared that humanity had made a huge resolve. However, the dwarves obviously didn't inform humans about the actual number of the undead. Otherwise, Silver Wing City would not have sent 20,000 people to their deaths. Will other cities also send troops? Fang Hao turned to his trusted aide. The latter nodded and replied, "For war against foreign races, each city will send out a corresponding amount of troops based on its city level. As for Lis City, according to its current city level, they have to dispatch at least 10,000 soldiers to join the joint army." Lis City was at city level 12. For those above level 10, there would be a minimum number of troops to deploy. Given the numerous human cities, such a merger resulted in quite a significant number. Fang Hao thought for a moment before continuing, "When will the 20,000 from the Hall of Justice and the Church depart? When will the others from various cities leave?" "The force from Silver Wing City has already set off 2 days ago. Based on their route, they are expected to pass Cracked Stone Bridge today. My lady received an order stating that she must send reinforcements to Eight Peaks Mountain within 2 months, hence, my lady wishes to seek your opinion." The trusted aide responded seriously. Fang Hao nodded. "All right, I understand. I will return later and discuss this matter with Rebecca personally." "Very well, City Lord." The trusted aide saluted once more before leaving the room. The hall was once again quiet. Li Rong curiously asked, "Are you involved with the dwarves?" By now, how could she not understand what he meant? Clearly, the war with the dwarves had something to do with Fang Hao, which was why someone specifically came to inform him about the movement of the Human Federation. Fang Hao looked at her and said, "There's no harm in telling you now. My people are attacking Eight Peaks Mountain. According to the current pace, we should be able to take over the entire Eight Peaks Mountain before winter arrives." Li Rong was completely stunned. She had made speculations about Fang Hao's power. He had a high-ranked hero, special troops, and it was said that he had vast territory. But now, he said he was at war with the dwarven forces. Just how much should a transmigrator expand before they would start a war with a faction, and even aim to seize the enemy's territory before winter? Each time they interacted, she thought she knew Fang Hao's final trump card. But each time, she would have to revise her conjecture. He was at war with an entire race. This was simply madness. "Are you lying to me?" Li Rong tentatively asked. As Fang Hao was flipping through the Book of Lords, he replied, "Why would I deceive you? We are now part of the same force, and there is no benefit in lying to you. Mad. This is madness. Li Rong fanned herself as she murmured to herself. Fang Hao ignored her and started a private chat with Dong Jiayu. Jiayu, how's the war going? Do you need any support? Soon. Dong Jiayu replied. No need, everything is sufficient. It's just that the dwarves' resistance has greatly increased, making the advancement slower. This was within expectations. The closer to the central region, the stronger the resistance. It was impossible to split the troops into 5 and conquer 5 cities in one night as when they were at the outskirts. The dwarves have sought aid from humans who have dispatched 20,000 soldiers for assistance. The troops from the other cities would also be mobilized for support in due course. Fang Hao relayed the recently received news to Dong Jiayu. After a while, Dong Jiayu replied, 20,000 troops are not a big deal, but the continuous reinforcement could slow down the speed at which we advance. If the war continues, there is a high chance that it could escalate into a war with dwarves and humans at the same time. Fang Hao didn't respond immediately but pondered over Dong Jiayu's words. Dong Jiayu's analysis made sense. 20,000 may not seem like much, and it wouldn't cause much of an impact within the 2 million strong Whitebone army. But what if humans continue to send reinforcements? Dong Jiayu would then have to deploy troops to block them. Once the conflict arose to a considerable degree and casualties increased, there was a high possibility it could turn into a situation where the undead were at war with both humans and dwarves. If this happened, it would definitely deviate from his plan of developing the human race. Alright, I'll figure out a solution here. Over there. Pick up the pace and try to take over 8 Peaks Mountain as soon as possible, Fang Hao replied Dong Jiayu after thinking it over. Okay. Brother Hao. After ending the chat, Li Rong was still sitting quietly at the side, silently watching Fang Hao. It seemed as if she was still considering why Fang Hao had developed so quickly and what the secret behind it was. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords and looked at Li Rong. He asked, where is the cracked stone bridge? Oh, it's here. Li Rong opened the Book of City Lord and pointed to a location on the map. Since it was a bird's eye view, they could see that it was a dried-up riverbed with a stone bridge connecting the two sides. After looking at the distance between here and the cracked stone bridge, Fang Hao nodded. He then commanded towards the door, have the heroes come over. I have orders for them. After a while, several heroes entered the hall. After sitting down at the side, Fang Hao told them about the situation in Silverwing City. Angia was still busy feeding the Red General, she didn't pay much attention to it. Demetria was also deep in thought. Rather, it was the gold-eating queen, Amanda, who spoke after a brief silence, delaying the human reinforcements isn't that difficult. As long as we create an illusion, they wouldn't dare to send troops to assist in the short term. Everyone turned to look at him. Fang Hao asked, what illusion? Amanda gently stroked the gemstone on her staff and continued, humans are easily swayed by emotions. As long as we make them believe that Silverwing City is also under threat, the nobles living in the city will naturally become worried. They won't dare to send troops to help others. They won't even dare to send a small squad, much less 20,000 troops. Everyone was struck by this realization. Indeed, this was a simple and highly effective plan. That's an excellent idea, but how will we convince the council and the nobles that Silverwing City isn't safe? Fang Hao asked further. A voice came from behind the mask. First, we need to make clear who the humans should fear. Undead. Fang Hao answered. There were enemies stronger than undead, but due to the existence of the church, undead was the biggest and irreconcilable enemy. Exactly. If undead were to appear near Silverwing City, then the council will become acutely aware of their threat. They would prioritize handling the domestic threat first. Without the alliance leading, the relief troops from other cities won't just send their people to save the dwarf. We can keep stalling until we capture the 8 Peaks Mountain, Amanda explained. Well, she did make a lot of sense. We have the undead, but not in this area. Transferring them here in large number could pose problems. Fang Hao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Amanda continued, this can be left to me. It's not difficult to deal with. It's merely a feint. Fang Hao looked at her intently. Then asked again for confirmation. You mean to say that you're going to distract 20,000 people alone, right? If I use the identity of the undead and make some trouble, it's not that difficult. Will you ensure you won't be in danger? Fang Hao asked again. If your information is accurate, the likelihood of me being in danger is small. Even if there's danger, I can escape. Amanda replied calmly. Fang Hao thought for a while and watched Amanda for a while. Finally, he nodded. All right, this is on you. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately. Letting these 20,000 people go isn't a big deal, but ensuring your own safety is. Amanda nodded. Okay. Fang Hao considered for a moment, then gave a space pendant to Amanda. This magical necklace has a storage space of 3 cubic meters. You can use it to store gold. Amanda took it with a nod. Gold-eating queen. Amanda's loyalty towards you has increased by 2 points, with the current loyalty being 77. Well, it's not bad. Her loyalty increased by 2 points. But the higher the level of the hero, the less increase they show even when given good things. After all, they've seen too many things and it's hard to make a big splash in their hearts. Unlike Angia, who was overjoyed when she was given a purple necklace last time. Once everything had been agreed upon, everyone left the hall. A carriage filled with gold artifacts and another for people were parked in front of the city lord's mansion. These were prepared for Amanda. Amanda made a gesture and the gold artifacts gathered like a stream of water. In the end, it turned into a solid gold cube of 3 cubic meters, which Amanda stored in the space pendant. Next, Amanda moved in front of the carriage. Meanwhile, Fang Hao summoned a demon teleportation to send Nelson back to the main city while summoning a bone dragon at the same time. Fang Hao said, Amanda, this bone dragon is for you. If there's any danger, ride the bone dragon and escape. You can worry about stalling later. Amanda glanced at the bone dragon, somewhat surprised that Fang Hao kept such an undead unit. However, she didn't say much. The remaining gold flowed again, coating the bone dragon's skeleton and the white steel armor it wore with a layer of gold, as if it was under a layer of gold paint. The whole body sparkled under the sunlight, so bright that it could even hurt your eyes. Once all preparations were done, Amanda climbed the golden ladder and seated herself on the dragon's back. She nodded to Fang Hao. With a powerful leap, the bone dragon charged into the sky, disappearing from sight amidst a gust of wind. That's impressive, Li Rong muttered to herself, standing in place. It cost a lot of gold. Fang Hao also watched the direction where the bone dragon disappeared, whispering to himself. All the gold in the carriages was gone. After Amanda left, Fang Hao brought out the gold chest he obtained in the 9th level. He chose to open it directly. Obtained. Bound Spirit Tower Blueprint, Purple Queen's Gold Tower Blueprint, Purple Fine Iron Crescent Blade Blueprint, Purple 202 Warfire Coins, 13 Shadow Stones. Wow! A purple light appeared. 3 blueprints appeared in Fang Hao's hands. Although the items did not look plentiful, the quality was already pretty good. Having 3 purple blueprints was much more useful than multiple useless green or blue ones. Bound Spirit Tower. Hardy Wood 2200, Fine Stonework Bricks 5200, Cast Iron Pieces 850, Metal Parts 1200, Shadow Stones 35, Death Trace 5. Description. A tower bound by wraiths. Every night the painful wails of countless wronged souls can be heard from it. Bound Spirit Tower should be the recruiting building for Bound Spirit Guardians, seen inside the palace. 7th rank undead with intelligence. As long as it is built, it will greatly enhance the strength of the undead within the territory. This is exactly the architectural blueprint that Fang Hao currently needs. Queen's Gold Tower. Fine Stone Bricks 3000, Cast Iron Blocks 3500, Fine Iron 2500, Gold Blocks 1500, Metal Parts 850, Mithril 320, Traces of Prayer 12, Perfect Essence 5. Description. An ancient tower made of pure gold, representing the Queen's decree, a spectacle built over endless years. Thissa. Fang Hao was very curious. Just how tall was this gold tower? The materials required were so many, and its functions hadn't even been introduced yet. The appearance of mithril and traces of prayer indicated that it might be a functional building. Like a statue, a building that amplified certain aspects. But back then, the statue didn't consume this many materials. Unable to figure it out, he set it aside. Next was the last blueprint. The purple weapon blueprint. Fine iron crescent blade. Cast iron blocks 5, fine iron 5, thick leather 1. Description. A knife developed based on a special type of soldier, shaped like a crescent moon. Fang Hao also had some impression of this crescent blade. In the underground palace, the weapons of the bound spirit guardians were similarly crescent-shaped, somewhat similar to the curved knife used by the Mongols in TV dramas. It was just right, the blueprints for the single-handed knife he had in his hand had always been of low quality. Now the quality of the single-handed knife has been improved. After checking the contents of the blueprint, Fang Hao collected all the blueprints. Li Rong on the side was watching eagerly. When do you plan to visit my city? Let's settle the matters of the factory and the shop. Fang Hao looked at Li Rong. Let's wait a few days. I'll handle things here, and I'll notify you when it's time. Fang Hao thought for a while, then let's wait until Amanda is back. I'll use the teleportation array to bring you both over. It'll save time. Okay, we'll do as you say. 2 p.m. Fang Hao led his group and left Li Rong's city. The team left in a hurry and soon disappeared from view. In the city lord's mansion, Li Rong stared at the book of City Lord, with prompts popping up ceaselessly. She couldn't help rejoicing and cheering loudly. Fang Hao shared a blue blueprint with you, spiritual field. Fang Hao shared a blue blueprint with you, large-scale quarry. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Fang Hao shared a blue blueprint with you, heavy sword infantry training camp. Fang Hao shared a purple blueprint with you, Lionheart Knight training camp. Fang Hao shared a blue blueprint with you, Storm Fine Iron armor set. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. One message after another appeared, just like a flood. The blueprints that she had once longed for but couldn't get, were now unlocked all at once. This joy even made her think this was a dream. After being excited for a while, she patted her chest, trying to calm herself down. Good thing I agreed, or I would have let this fat sheep slip away. Back then, she almost declined Fang Hao's invitation. The moon shone brightly, the stars were scarce. A team of 20,000 people set off from Silver Wing City. Holding torches, they were still on their way. An attendant of the Hall of Justice hurriedly approached the carriage. In a low voice, he said, "Saint, we're about to reach the cracked stone bridge." The cracked stone bridge. The dried river bed was more than 10 meters wide, and about 4 meters high. A stone bridge connected the two banks, and in the center of the bridge was a huge crack. Therefore, people passing by named it the cracked stone bridge. Saint Shu Haid was sitting in the carriage, asking quietly, "When did the commander say we're setting up camp?" "He said we'd camp in a village past the cracked stone bridge." "All right, I got it." In this operation, a commander from the Hall of Justice was in charge. Shu Haid and 3 other saints carried 5,000 of church personnel with them. Although this operation was dangerous, it was also a good opportunity to gain military achievements. A saint with no military achievements would find it hard to gain an advantage in future competitions. Step, step, step. The army continued to move forward. The road under their feet began to transform into rock, producing clamor with each step. Just then, a sudden outcry came from the front of the formation. "What's that? There's an enemy, prepare to fight." The shouts startled everyone. They were still within human territory, near Silver Wing City. Who dared to attack the army of the Hall of Justice and the church? Shu Haid lifted the curtain of the carriage. He saw under the night sky, strands of gold liquid, like winding golden snakes, flowing towards the troops up front. These golden fine snakes crawled onto the bodies of the soldiers. They wrapped around their heads. The next second, the golden liquid became a series of heavy golden metal spheres. Dang, dang, dang. One after another, soldiers fell to the ground due to the heaviness in their heads. They stopped struggling. What is this thing? Everyone fell into panic. Being covered by a metal sphere, they were suffocating. Clang, clang, clang. One after another, soldiers' heads were covered by heavy gold blocks. In their frantic struggle, some fell to the ground, never to rise again. From the chaotic swings of their weapons, one could see the soldiers' terror and desperation. Even as their heads were engulfed, the outside world heard no cries for help. The sudden crisis threw the 20,000-strong force into chaos. The soldiers scattered, trying to avoid the gold liquid that was impossible to attack. But even so, men kept falling one after another. What is that thing? Who dares attack Silver Wing City's army? Shu Hade's voice shook with panic. All along, the status of the church's saint had given him power and status. Other transmigrators worried whether they could survive the next day. But his life was better and more rewarding than ever before in the modern world. With great power, a single decree deemed God's will could render life or death for many. He had always seen himself as the protagonist in this grandeur. Others were simply supporting characters in his ascension to power. Yet, witnessing the relentless deaths done in such a way and being utterly helpless, he was in a panic. Death was so much closer than he thought. Saint, get down quickly, the carriage is too conspicuous. An attendant from the temple quickly reminded him. Right. Shu Hade quickly got off the carriage in a panic. His feet stumbled, almost causing him to trip. With the assistance of the attendant, he retreated further. Only then did Shu Hade ask, who attacked the army? Was it a mage? This type of attack was closer to a mage's ability. It's unclear, the attendant replied. The general is probably preparing a counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the attendant finished speaking, numerous signal flares shot up from the rear. The entire cracked stone bridge lit up instantly. All eyes then followed to the opposite side of the bridge, where a golden armored woman and a bone dragon, its body and head covered in gold, stood. The only reason it was assumed to be a woman, was due to the height and the protrusion from the chest area. It's the undead. Retreat. Archers, ready up, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disarrayed army began to act under the command. The infantry began to retreat, no longer tangled with the flow of gold. A barrage of arrows rained down on the woman on the opposite side of the bridge. Clang, clang, clang. The bone dragon coiled around the golden armored woman. The arrows ricocheted off the bone dragon's golden armor, making a host of ding-ding sounds. The golden armored woman didn't evade, just stood in the center of the dragon's coil, coldly observing the troops on the other side of the bridge. Both sides held their gaze. Priests, bestow blessings, Night Order prepare. An authoritative command echoed. The soldiers of the church's faction sprung into action. The hulking knights of the church, clad in heavy armor and wielding judgment longswords, stepped forward boldly. The priests behind them began their incantations, rays of holy light blessing the knights. Brilliant circles of light formed under their feet. The knights of the church wielded the power of light which naturally countered the undead forces. Charge! Roar! 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 The knights launched forward in a grand charge. On the other side of the cracked stone bridge, the bone dragon lumbered, its massive form shielding the golden armored woman. Its enormous head was aimed at the bridge, as it opened its jaw to unleash a column of dark light. A destructive beam of dark energy engulfed several men on the bridge. After barely struggling for a few seconds, they were reduced to skeletons, their flesh stripped away. The scene in front of them did not halt the stride of the Night Order. With angry cries and curses against the dark creatures, they continued to charge ahead. Arrows and magic rained down on the opposite side. And the knights, bestowed with various energy enhancements, were closing in quickly. The golden armored woman gently patted the neck of the bone dragon. The bone dragon unhinged its body and knelt on the ground. The woman mounted the dragon, and before the knights could cross the stone bridge, the dragon was already in the sky. The enormous dragon, covered in golden armor, circled once and then swooped down, preparing to unleash its dragon breath. The humans below frantically scattered, their formations no longer arrays of tight lines. Arrows from below were aimed at the bone dragon, the priests, holy incantations constantly shone above the dragon's head. The holy incantation of the church was potent against the undead. A 10th tier bone dragon could not be easily killed. However, its body began to erode at a visible pace. The downward plunge was curbed, the flow of its death breath missed its intended target. It only managed to destroy the supply carriages and a number of soldiers. Seeing that the ranged weapons behind were ready, and the church's priests and knights were also preparing for battle, the airborne Amanda ceased any further entanglement. She softly patted the bone dragon's neck to circle in the air and spoke in a cold voice to those below, "Tell your archbishop, I will level Silver Wing City with my army, turn all of you into my slaves, serving me tirelessly for eternity." Having said that, she didn't wait for any reaction from the group below, and rode the bone dragon into the night sky. It was long as if waiting. There were still no signs of an incoming enemy attack. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, riders broke away from the ranks, hitting their horses hard and rushing towards Silver Wing City. After quite some time, the command from the rear came through. All troops retreat, return to the nearby village for rest and reorganization. The army began to clean up the battlefield, and then started to retreat. This time, no one dared to ride in the wagons, everyone marched on foot with the army. And everyone knew, this plan to aid the dwarves might be going down the drain this time. With undead attacking near Silver Wing City, who has the energy to worry about others? Besides, according to the lady in golden armor, they are about to attack Silver Wing City. Once this news gets back to the city, it will probably scare some of those noble lords into peeing their pants. They will then demand the army to protect the safety of Silver Wing City first. The next morning, they did not specifically inquire about the news. While Rebecca and Olivia, two close friends, were bidding each other farewell, they heard some information from Olivia's instructions. The army that set off last night was attacked by the undead. They were advised to be extra careful on the road, to follow the main roads patrolled by forces as much as possible, and not to take shortcuts, etc. One could tell from Olivia's tone how much importance she attached to the undead. She talked to Rebecca for a long time before finally parting reluctantly. After everything was ready, the army left Silver Wing City and marched northward. On the way back, no dangers or ambushes were encountered. Once they had passed Jinmastu City, and the rest of the road had no danger. Fang Hao directly used teleport to take the heroes and Rebecca back to Lis City. While the rest of the army, led by the trusted aide, continued their journey home. The teleportation screen closed. Fang Hao, Rebecca, and Demetria appeared in the great hall of the city lord's mansion. The soft carpet, the luxuriously decorated chandeliers, made everyone smile. Especially Rebecca, the familiar copyright core and the sense of safety finally let her hanging heart fall. Finally home, how wonderful. City Lord, my lady, you are back. A passing maid, surprised by the sudden appearance of the group of people, exclaimed and then immediately curtsied. Yes, where's Rolana? Rebecca asked, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Fang Hao. The latter slyly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Oh, there was a conflict between a mercenary group and a merchant in the West City district. Miss Rolana took some people over. The maid immediately answered. The mercenary group had manpower, but the merchants were not weak either. They all had the support of trade associations and nobles behind them. Once a conflict arose, it tended to be troublesome. When Rolana returns, have her come see me directly. Rebecca ordered. Yes, my lady. Rebecca looked at Fang Hao again. Are you staying here tonight? She quietly gave Fang Hao a certain look. Fang Hao could only pretend he didn't understand and said, no, I've been out too long. I'm worried about the city's security. I'll come to see you again in a few days. With that, he took out the cosmetics and clothes he had bought in Silver Wing City. There were also gifts for Rolana. To brush up on that abysmal loyalty level. Rebecca's eyes were somewhat reluctant, but in the end she said, that's okay. After these few days, I'll go over to your place to play chess with Angia. Angia was currently rescuing the Red General, who had passed out from the teleportation. Hearing Rebecca's words, she nodded and said, I'll have Nelson play with you then, he's really good at chess. Okay. After explaining a few things to Rebecca, Fang Hao teleported back to his own city. Inside the city lord's mansion, a rabbit maid, dressed in a maid's outfit, dusting off the tables and chairs while humming an unknown ballad, her little butt sticking out. When the group made a sound, the maid finally noticed the few people who had appeared suddenly. Only when she carefully identified the appearance of the newcomers. She immediately screamed with delight, "Sister Aira, the master is back again." Thump, thump, thump. Urgent footsteps came from upstairs. Aira, followed by two bunny maids, was seen running downstairs. After glancing at Fang Hao, she jumped directly into his arms. The other two maids, along with the one who had just shouted upstairs, all piled on as well. They surrounded Fang Hao in the middle, bundling him up tightly. "Master, are you going out again?" Aira lifted her head, showing an expectant expression. Fang Hao shook his head. "No, it's winter now." "Great." Not only Aira but also other maids cheered. They all looked at him with tender eyes. Fang Hao struggled with his clasped arm and whispered, "You guys let go of me first. I've brought gifts for you. Aira, distribute them." Hearing about the gifts, the maids' faces lit up even more. They immediately let go of him. Fang Hao took out all the gifts he had brought from his storage space and laid them out on the ground. "These are cosmetics. Aseti, Angia, and L'Oreal know how to use them, let them teach you. The clothes are for the summer, so wait till next year to wear them." Fang Hao introduced the pile of items. "Understood, master." Aira, along with the other maids, immediately focused their attention on the cosmetics. They started chatting excitedly. Meanwhile, Fang Hao stepped out of the city lord's hall. He headed towards the military camp. Along the way, the servant girls and the earth spirit's daughter greeted him. He responded to each with a smile. Returning from a trip, he felt rather popular. He arrived at the central square. In the center of the square was a flower bed, where the maids had planted many bright flowers, all transplanted from the wilderness, none of them particularly rare. They were all turning yellow and withering now. On one side of the square was the Pantheon, which housed many statues of gods. On the other side was the hero's altar, used to resurrect heroes, although it hadn't been used yet. As he passed by the square, Fang Hao stopped in his tracks. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the blueprint of the Queen's Gold Tower. This time, he had obtained two blueprints from the underground palace. The Bound Spirit Tower was clearly a barracks and should be built in the military area, while the Queen's Gold Tower seemed more suitable to be built here. Queen's Gold Tower. 3,000 fine stone bricks, 3,500 cast iron blocks, 2,500 fine iron, 1,500 gold blocks, 850 metal parts, 320 mithril, 12 traces of prayer, 5 perfect essence. He chose an empty spot next to the Pantheon. And then decided to build it. Violet light flickered for a while. Only then was the entire gold tower completed. A base of fine stone bricks that was taller than a person, topped by a rising golden tower. At the pinnacle of the tower was a statue of a queen, holding a scepter in one hand and a book in the other. The entire tower was sparkling gold, and somewhat dazzling under the sunlight. The Queen's Gold Tower. Category: Wonder Building. Ability: Under the grace of the Queen, the security of the territory plus 20%, reproduction plus 35%, enlightenment plus 25%, commerce plus 15%, taxes plus 10%. Note: Queen Amanda needs to join the territory for the effect of the Gold Tower to take effect. Description: An ancient high tower made of pure gold, representing the Queen's decree, a wonder built over endless years. Damn, a wonder building. No wonder it's so tall, so shiny. Upon comparison, his own statue of the king seemed too crude, just a stone carving. Fang Hao specifically looked at enlightenment. Enlightenment. Residents of the territory are more likely to learn and understand new skills. Oh, useful, this tower is really good. Worth the materials he had consumed. Interestingly, the statue of Amanda doesn't add any undead attributes, it rather resembles a human king's statue. Having built the statue of the queen, Fang Hao continued towards the undead military area. My lord. From afar, the voices of women reached him. Looking to the side, he saw a group of women, with horns on their heads and robust arms exposed, working out at the Blackstone training camp. Daughters of the Earth Spirit. When Fang Hao left, he had recruited them to patrol around the territory with his normal skeleton soldiers. Now, each of them, with muscles all over their bodies, looked somewhat fierce, like fitness instructors. There were also some bunny girls training alongside the Daughters of the Earth Spirit. However, they didn't look as powerful as the Daughters of the Earth Spirit, their skin was fair and they were sweating profusely. Well, rest when needed. Don't overexert yourself. Thank you, my lord. After saying this, they continued their workout. The troops he recruited weren't capable of improving through practice. However, maintaining practice could enhance their combat skills. The bunny girls were indigenous and could improve through training. It seemed they were working hard. They all appeared very enthusiastic. Fang Hao continued his way and eventually arrived at the military camp. Next stop, the military camp. The skeleton conversion field was automatically processing the carcasses of some beasts. The meat from beasts hunted during patrols would be stripped to be used as food, and their bones would be directly thrown into the conversion field for transformation. Fang Hao glanced at the locations of the other buildings. The military camp area seemed a bit cluttered. Additionally, each time of recruitment, the hundredfold increase effect would apply. Such a concentration would make the movement of the troops quite difficult. After considering, Fang Hao moved the location of the buildings a bit to the east. This considerably increased the distance from the other military camps. This way, the hundredfold recruitment increase would not cause overcrowding like before. Once the location was settled upon, he opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint. Bound Spirit Tower. Sturdy wood 2200, fine stone brick 5200, cast iron block 850, metal parts 1200, shadowstone 35, death trace 5. Confirm construction. A purple light instantly flared up. Bit by bit, the light assembled itself into the shape of a tower. Finally, as the light dissipated, a complete tower appeared before his eyes. It was a stone tower, roughly 5 to 6 stories high, with gray-white walls and wooden doors and windows. Around the tower, a stream of mist would occasionally drift by, wrapping around the tower. It was as if the tower was binding tormented souls. Bound Spirit Tower. Category: Special Building. Faction: Undead. Recruitment: Bound Spirit Guardians. Bound Spirit Guardians. Wriggling Spine 7, Death Trace 4, Star Silver 2. Description: a tower bound by tormented spirits. When midnight falls, one can hear the painful wails of countless disgruntled souls. Just as he expected, the bound spirit guardians had emerged. When they encountered them in the underground palace, he had noted them very clearly. These 7th-tier bound spirit guardians, despite their skeletal appearance, were intelligent. Being intelligent and unintelligent were completely different statuses. Unintelligent skeleton soldiers could only execute simple commands, but having intelligence meant they would possess judgment. On patrols, they would not just blindly slaughter all living creatures that enter the territory. And upon encountering enemies, they would bring back information. Without any delay, Fang Hao immediately began the recruitment. Hundredfold increase triggered, recruiting bound spirit guardians 101. Started by recruiting 100 to see how it goes. It was as if a curtain of light had been ripped open, allowing a group of bound spirit guardians to appear in the flat open space before him. Just in time, a squad of skeleton warriors on patrol passed by. The difference between the two was immediately apparent. Compared with the regular skeleton warriors, the bound spirit guardians' skeletal frames were more robust, with a blackish hue, and they had longer arms. The hollows of their eye sockets glowed with a ghastly blue flame. As the momentary confusion passed, the bound spirit guardians' gazes all landed on Fang Hao. With a bit of hesitation, they all saluted him. Greetings to the great immortal lord. The voice of the bound spirit guardians was a low, gravelly sound, clearly different from the voices of living creatures. When they all spoke together, they sounded quite imposing. Yes, welcome to the team, Fang Hao declared loud and clear. Then, he immediately checked the attributes of the bound spirit guardians. Bound spirit guardians Tier 7. Faction: Undead. Racial traits: Undead, hollow skeleton, weakness to light. Skills: Cleave, Protector, Lingering Wraith. Innate abilities: Advanced Single-Hand Knife Mastery. Cleave, a heavy strike filled with the resentment from souls, adds an extra 15% physical damage. If the target is a living creature, the wound is hard to heal. Protector protects specific areas, persons, increases defense by 18%. Lingering Wraith: when the unit dies, the resentful souls in the body will harass everything within a 5-meter radius and inflict random negative statuses like fear or morale loss on living targets in the area. Description: Bound Spirit Guardians are outstanding warriors from the Gold-Eating Queen's elite troops who retain all their discipline and combat skills from their mortal lives. In battle, the Bound Spirit Guardians formed an unyielding armored army. In numerous battles, they caused their enemies to bleed on the battlefield, and countless enemies fell under their unwavering will and sharp weapons. The attributes of the Bound Spirit Guardians were quite good, albeit not outstandingly so. Among the skills, aside from Cleave being an attacking skill, Protector seemed to lean more towards defense, or a bodyguard-type troop unit. It could protect an area or person and offered an 18% defense boost. This made sense upon thinking. Bound Spirit Guardians were originally Tomb Guardians in the Underground Palace. The last skill, named Lingering Wraith, induced negative statuses on targets within a 5-meter range upon death. This skill had not been observed at the Underground Palace. Whether it's useful or not still required future validation, as they had always killed their enemies from a distance back in the palace. Fang Hao looked at the scantily dressed Bound Spirit Guardians, and began to make gear for them. He found the blueprint for the Storm Fine Iron set and started manufacturing it. Currently, the best set at his disposal was the Temple Guardians set, only the fine iron required for it did not suit mass production. Whereas only the chest piece of the Storm Fine Iron set needed 2 pieces of fine iron, the rest of the parts just utilized regular materials. It consumed less material. A large number of sets appeared out of thin air, scattered all over the ground. 1 set per person, Fang Hao instructed. The Bound Spirit Guardians started to move, picking up the gear from the ground and putting it on themselves. Fang Hao then found the Fine Iron Crescent Blade. Fine Iron Crescent Blade. Cast Iron Block 5, Fine Iron 3, Thick Leather 1. Production Quantity 1. Hundredfold Amplification Triggered. Acquired Fine Iron Crescent Blades X 101. The Crescent Blades appeared, without needing Fang Hao's command. The Bound Spirit Guardians all once again picked up the Crescent Blades, hanging them on their waists. Alright, you all go find Commander Demetria, he will assign you relevant tasks. Also, I will build living quarters for you all. You can rest there when you have no tasks, Fang Hao said. Thank you, Lord, all the Bound Spirit Guardians said as they saluted. At the same time, the loyalty of all Bound Spirit Guardians increased by 5 to 8 points. This was same as the previously recruited skeleton tailors and goldsmiths. After obtaining a soul, they became more akin to living creature soldiers. Having loyalty means you need to consider more things comprehensively. If one cannot maintain high loyalty, they'd be less useful than regular undead warriors who have no wisdom. But it's all about how you view the matter. It's also crucial to not let loyalty drop too low, otherwise, it may result in defections, shirking of duties, or even backstabbing. The Bound Spirit Guardians all left together, and Fang Hao also went to the undead living quarters. There, a building group composed of tailors and blacksmiths had been constructed. He selected a vacant plot of land, built a few rows of residential buildings, and directly upgraded them to level 9. By the time he returned to the Lord's mansion, Aira had already prepared dinner. The feast was grand, covering the entire long table. The number of people dining together that evening was also quite a lot. It was sort of a welcome dinner after his return. In addition to Fang Hao, Aira, and Angia, there were Demetria, Aseti, Lori, and the newly joined young mom, He Yuei. He Yuei was saved by Fang Hao from the hands of the Life-Taker bandits. At that time, she was hanging on by a thread, almost dying in the dungeon. Once awake, she decided to leave with Fang Hao, offering her services as a senior accountant. Initially, He Yuei regretted her decision when she arrived. Skeletons were lurking everywhere in and out of the territory. She was astounded to see skeletons holding wash basins while rabbit maidens hung clothes to dry. She had nightmares for several days, but as time passed, she gradually accepted the situation. Moreover, her infant daughter seemed to have more guts than her. The sight of skeletons patrolling just made her giggle. When He tried to hide, her daughter would cry and would only stop when skeletons were in sight. Gradually, her fears subsided. Usually, she would command the skeletons to do chores like fetching water or disposing of garbage. Gradually she became like the rabbit maids, with a skeleton following her around. After dinner was over, Fang Hao called all the heroes together for a brief meeting. During his absence, while the heroes like Meatfist were assisting Jia Yu, the lord of the city stayed in Blackthorn. Blackthorn's ranking was not very high, but his attributes were beneficial for defending cities. Under the close vigilance of the undead, Blackthorn was quite capable. As the skeleton heroes also came, Fang Hao immediately began the meeting for the day. The defense of the main city will be Commander Demetria's responsibility, with Blackthorn assisting. Increase the number of patrol teams around, especially don't neglect air surveillance. This was to guard against the probing of Silver Wing City. According to Tavok's report, the council had started paying attention to this area, and they'd likely send people to scout. Hiding without being noticed was virtually impossible. But making it hard for the enemy to obtain core intelligence was quite difficult. Having millions of troops stationed here, letting them in would be an extreme embarrassment. Yes, sir, I would also like to have an increase in the number of bound spirit guardians, to better defend the city, Demetria said. Okay. Tell me the number later, and I will recruit accordingly. Yes, my lord. Fang Hao's gaze then landed on Aseti and Angia, and he continued, Aseti, Angia, I want you to find some time to train the maids in the territory. Teach them riding and combat skills to improve their physical fitness. Roger, my lord. All right, I can teach them some secret techniques that I've researched recently. Angia seemed quite willing. With the Black Stone training ground, they could increase the training experience of the orcs by 10%. Now that they were back, it was a good time for Aseti and Angia to teach the rabbit maidens. They were so soft and frail that they didn't have the ability to resist when they encountered danger. After giving the heroes their tasks, finally, his gaze landed on He. After being taken care of for a while, He's condition significantly improved. Her skin was fair and clean, and her hair wasn't as lifeless as before. Dressed in linen clothes, holding her child in her arms. He, how many people are learning accounting from you currently? Fang Hao asked. He didn't expect to be asked suddenly. 5, 3 rabbit girls, and 2 fox girls. How's their progress? They have to start from basic arithmetic, and they are still learning. He hesitated, but eventually answered. This reminded Fang Hao. The majority couldn't even write, let alone do the accounts or remember them. He had planned to quickly train a batch of accountants to verify the taxes sent from each city every year. The gold coins sent from each city are really hard to verify now. The orcs and trolls, in particular, sent money without any account books. You ask how much money, which industry in the city has the highest income, how much money? They will just shake their heads and say, I don't know, after all, it's all here. But now it seems that there is still quite a distance to assemble an accounting team to go to various cities. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, all right, I got it. I'll think of a way, recruit a group of people to learn uniformly from you. By the way, are these 5 people quick learners? He opened her mouth, paused briefly, and then said, they are all very intelligent, just started learning late, so they need to take their time. She wanted to say that the fox women learned faster, but Era was present, so she swallowed her words. Well, that's good then. Fang Hao nodded, feeling as if there was nothing else to discuss, so he said to everyone, I'm done here, everyone can go rest, we'll resume work tomorrow. Everyone stood up. Yes, sir. Then they all turned around and left. Everyone was gone. Fang Hao soaked in the hot spring, letting out a moan of comfort. After spending so much time going to the Silver Wing City, he finally had a chance to relax in the hot spring, dispelling the fatigue of the journey. Because it was autumn, Fang Hao had raised the height of the walls a bit. Soaking in the hot springs, he felt no chill, but rather a sense of immense comfort. The hot spring was very peaceful today. Only Aira, kneeling by his side, listened to Fang Hao recounting the experiences of the journey. From time to time, she would take a piece of fruit from the plate and feed him. Her well-behaved demeanor was reminiscent of a demure, unmarried young woman. Angia, Lori, and numerous maid servants were discussing new clothes and learning how to use cosmetics in the large hall. Everyone was happy to receive gifts. The loyalty of the rabbit maids had basically reached 100 points, with the lowest being 98. Master, why don't we have a child? Today, Aira was wearing a casual long dress, revealing her fair, jade-like arms and slender legs. She sat beside Fang Hao and asked softly. Fang Hao looked at her curiously, seeing he Yue's child, you also want one. Aira's cheeks instantaneously turned red. In the end, she nodded her head. Fang Hao was also somewhat curious, since he had been living with Aira for a while now. Logically speaking, they should have had a child by now. Could he possibly be infertile? No, after having ingested the divinity, his constitution should be superior to that of humans. It didn't seem like this was the case with Aira either. Besides, neither Angia nor Little White was pregnant. Unable to figure out the reason, Fang Hao ceased pondering, giving a slight smile and pulling Aira into the water. His hand slipped inside her floating dress as he whispered, then let's work harder, strive to have many more. ... The next morning, Fang Hao woke up from the bed, moved the slender leg resting on his waist aside and stretched lazily. Aira was still resting. After their reunion, the two of them indulged until late at night. Even Aira's rabbit ears had a few scratches from last night's passion. Now, the cleaning and breakfast in the city lord's mansion were actually not Aira's responsibility. Sleeping in and waking up naturally were not issues. Fang Hao didn't disturb her. After a simple wash-up, he got up and left the room. He reconsidered the planning for the territory. He Yue's trainees, as well as the workers needed for Li Rong's factory. He needed a group of people who would be under his control. After serious consideration, he took a sound-transmitting shell out of storage, putting it to his mouth. Oh, my dear friend, I need a batch of intelligent, honest rabbitmen or foxmen here. Do you have any on your side? After he finished speaking, he placed it aside to wait. Not long after, the sound-transmitting shell received a similarly oily reply. Oh, my friend, I'm happy to receive your message. I'll take a look now to see if I have the stock you need. On the other end of the sound-transmitting shell was the orc slave trader with whom Fang Hao had not communicated for a long time. The rabbit and fox maids who now cleaned the territory had all originally been purchased from the slave trader. Later, as the territory developed rapidly, it was no longer lacking in manpower. As a result, no more slaves were bought from the slave trader. This time, however, he planned to purchase some more members of the Rabbit clan and Fox clan as employees for the factory Li Rong was building and to select some intelligent ones to learn accounting from He Yue. The reason why he still wanted to buy rabbits and foxes was not just because these two races were gentle and intelligent. More importantly, it was easier to control and command those who came as slaves. If there weren't enough rabbits and foxes, he would consider filling the gap with humans. However, if he chose humans, he would have to take into account the surveillance of Silverwing City. After waiting for a while, the voice of the slave trader came from the sound-transmitting shell again. Dear human friend, I just checked the slaves we recently captured. There are more than 20 women from the Rabbit clan and Fox clan. If you want to change things up a bit, we also have some good Rabbit clan men here that we can sell to you at a discount. We're old friends already, so of course, I won't charge you more. The slave trader's tone was as greasy as ever. He was trying to mimic the tone and expression of a human merchant, from an orc's perspective. Fang Hao felt a bit disappointed after listening to him. Only just over 20 people. This was far from enough according to his plan. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ask about the price. What is the price? Winter is coming and there are no shortage of refugees. If the price is right, I can consider your business. Fang Hao said into the sound-transmitting shell. After a pause, the slave trader said, "Of course, I have never overcharged you. Women for 8 warfire coins each, men for 5 each. How about it? This is really a fair price." Fang Hao thought for a moment, then stopped a passing rabbit maid. He gently asked her, "How much did I pay to buy you?" The rabbit maid was stunned. She thought about it and said, "Master, you paid 10 warfire coins to buy me. I remember clearly that you took out a bag of gold coins and bought all 42 of us." That time was the most he had ever bought at once. All of a sudden, the gloomy city was filled with life. "Ah, right, I remember now." Fang Hao snapped his fingers, recalling the event. The maid smiled and left to do her work since Fang Hao didn't need anything else. It was clear that the maids were all in a good mood today. Although their makeup skills were still not expert, they were all happy. In their freshly sent clothing, they hopped and pranced around. Fang Hao planned to negotiate a further reduction in price. Picking up the sound-transmitting shell, he said, "Previously, you would kill off the rabbit men or use them as laborers. Selling them to me now for 5 warfire coins, you're still making a profit. I want a fairer price, and we can continue collaborating afterwards." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a tone of reluctance. Then women for 7 coins, and men for 4 coins. We're friends, after all. Jesus, he only lowered the price by 1 coin after all. Of course, Fang Hao didn't plan to haggle with him any further. He said straightforwardly, "Fine, I'll take them all. But I need more slaves, both males and females. Do you have any other sources?" The reply came quickly this time, "Really? Well, then, how many people do you need?" "Around 600 people, more is okay too." Fang Hao answered. "Oh my gosh, esteemed friend, please wait, I must inform our clan leader right away." "Okay, I'm waiting for the good news." After ending the conversation, the sound-transmitting shell fell silent. The slave trader probably went to inform the clan leader of the news. In the orc community, only those with significant influence could travel around capturing slaves. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. There was no news from the other end. Upstairs, however, faint footsteps could be heard. Era, dressed in her nightgown, was slowly coming down the stairs, rubbing her eyes. Seeing Fang Hao sitting downstairs, her sleepy face immediately broke into a bright smile. She walked down the stairs to his side and sat directly in his lap. She softly said, "How did you get up so early? I didn't even notice." Era was more daring now than before. Previously, she would never have been so intimate in front of the maids. "You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you." Then he whispered in her ear, "You were a little crazy last night, so it's normal to be tired." Era's face immediately turned red. She glanced nervously at the maid standing nearby. Seeing that the maid hadn't noticed, her voice was soft and muffled as she said, "Did you like it, master?" "I like it. Hey. Era joyfully smiled, gave him a kiss on his cheek, then got up and left. Not long after Era left, breakfast was brought out, and Era went upstairs to wake up a still drowsing Angia. Angia's eyes were half closed, and she looked like she was sleepwalking. The Red General stood on her shoulder, standing straight and tall. Era led her downstairs. After a simple breakfast, the sound-transmitting shell that was left aside again gave out a signal. Fang Hao picked it up and put it to his ear. An unfamiliar voice speaking in orc language said, "Are you sure you have enough money to buy more than 600 slaves?" Without guessing, this must be the clan leader the slaver mentioned. An orc clan that survives by selling slaves. The leader must be a ruthless orc as well. Money isn't an issue, can you manage to gather so many people? Fang Hao immediately responded. "I have 2 tribes of rabbits and foxes, who are having a hard time getting through the winter. They're looking for a master to take them in. Besides them, I can also get the Deerman tribe, but the price will be slightly higher. Are you interested?" The orc clan leader continued to ask. It seemed that the other party had a lot of resources at hand. "Are the Deerman intelligent?" "Yes, they're smart, and they also meet the aesthetic standards of your human clan." I feel that you should be interested, the orc confidently said. Was there some misunderstanding in his words? All right, how much? Fang Hao continued to ask. A female deerman costs 15 warfire coins, a male 8 warfire coins, and elderly and children 2 warfire coins. Okay. I agree. When can you deliver the goods? After a short silence from the other party. The voice turned back into that of the greasy slaver. Generous friend, you must have heard that the orc city of Tazgo has changed hands. It's now led by Bronze Bull, the former leader of the Manam market. It seems he has a certain opinion of us. Our caravan can't take hundreds of people through the city, so we can only trade in the territory to the east of the orc city of Tazgo. After conquering the orc city of Tazgo, Fang Hao handed its management to Bronze Bull. Friendly persuasion was carried out towards the neighboring orc tribes. No one dared to arbitrarily plunder and start wars anymore. At the same time, a patrol unit was set up at the border, making it difficult for a large amount of people and horses to cross the border of the orc city of Tazgo. If discovered, they would be attacked. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, I know Bronze Bull. I will inform him about this trade in advance. You can bring the slaves directly to the orc city of Tazgo, you won't be attacked. Really? Will that work? Bronze Bull is a very strict city lord, the slave merchant sought confirmation again. Yes, you can try it yourself at the border. If they let you through, you can come in. By the way, when can you reach Tazgo? The slaver responded, at least 3 days. I will notify you using the sound transmitting shell. Oh, our clan leader also mentions that he hopes to exchange the trade money for weapons produced by your human clan. Weapons. Fang Hao's eyebrows raised, what a good deal. You're too thoughtful. What kind of weapons do you want? Fang Hao asked. Preferably of green quality. Weapons, swords, armors are all acceptable. They can be used to offset the required warfire coins. Understood, I await your good news. After setting up a time, the conversation ended. Outside the Lord's mansion, Angia stood with her hands on her hips, the Red General perched on her shoulder. Looking like a great general, she watched the bevy of rabbit girls and fox girls below with a solemn gaze. Once everyone was assembled, she shouted, quiet down, no more chatting. After the maids quieted down, she continued, Fang Hao said that you are too weak. Starting from today, Aseti and I will train you, making you as brave and healthy as me, unafraid of enemies. Chirp. The Red General flapped its wings and followed with a cry. The maids below, looking at each other before their eyes all turned to Aira, who was among them. Listen to Angia, Aira said softly. A training ground was built in Blackstone. With Fang Hao providing potions and starting their training, the maids' levels somehow still increased very slowly. It seemed that this time it was going to become serious, with Angia and Aseti starting to train them. Angia was approachable and they weren't afraid of her. But Aseti has always been reserved, which scared them a bit. As no one answered, Angia continued, all right, now follow me and we'll run around the Blackstone training ground. Red General, you stay at the back. If anyone slacks off, cry out once and I'll smack their bottoms. Chirp. The Red General cried again. Then, she led a group of maids toward the Blackstone training ground. Inside the room, after Fang Hao set a time with the slaver. He left the room and arrived in the backyard, lying down on the lounge chair. While basking in the sun, he watched the area channel in the Book of Lords where everyone was chatting and bantering. Aside from some who started to prepare for the winter by purchasing and exchanging supplies. More people were idling around, either chatting or trying to flirt with girls. Half of my bed for rent. Given that I'm a clean loving guy, I prefer tenants to be girls under 45. Interested parties, please PM me with a photo. Damn, the above guy is such a flirt. I'm also a boy, a very young and tender one at that. I could squeal for a long time just by being pinched. Looking for a mother who can take care of Maya. PFFTA. Fang Hao spit out a mouthful of water. What's going on? Why is the channel filled with such weird vibes today? You all this way, isn't that going to lead to the downfall of a great dynasty? Something felt off after watching for a while. Only by scrolling up and checking the chat history did Fang Hao understand what exactly was going on in the channel. It turned out, a well-established female lord was supporting a young male lord. The two of them had been frequently showing off their affection in the channel lately. They were now living together. Fang Hao was also curious about how the two of them looked. He set up the display messages and scrolled up for a while longer. Finally, he found a photo the couple posted together. The woman looked around 40, but with an excellent aura, resembling a beautiful aunt. In contrast, the man in the same frame was in his 20s, likely a fresh college graduate. The woman was lightly made up, probably using cosmetics produced by Li Rong's side. The two were huddled close together, making a victory sign. In the channel, most people's lives were far from carefree. Being sponsored by a beautiful woman, having your meals served to you, and not having to worry about future security, many people were envious. That led to these partners seeking messages in the channel. After a while, those flirtatious partners seeking messages, which didn't receive many responses, also slowly calmed down. New messages began to appear in the channel. Selling blue armor. Only one set, up for a cheap sale. Interested brothers, PM me. Buying leather. Anyone with spare leather to sell to me. Buying cotton. Buying furs that can resist chills. PM me, please. Does anyone sell glass? How do you solve the window problem? Winter is coming. People are going to freeze to death. Glass. Why don't you ask who has air conditioning in their house? How many people can produce glass now? Even if they have it, they probably use it themselves, or give it to their troops, they can't sell it. Covering the windows with leather, although it's a bit dark, it's pretty good at warding off the wind. I remember, someone was producing glass before, how could I forget? Nonsense. No one can have glass. My nearby level 10 native city, even their city lord's mansion doesn't have glass. How could we possibly use glass? That makes sense. What levels are your cities? The highest one shouldn't be too behind the native city, right? Anyway, I know the highest one reached level 11. I don't know if it's the highest. What about Lord Fang Hao? Lord Fang Hao has been quiet for a while. We don't know what level he is at. Having gotten past the early phase, it seems Lord Fang Hao doesn't have much of an advantage anymore. Perhaps his territory isn't the highest level now. It's possible. Everyone started to discuss it back and forth. Fang Hao was watching the conversation in the channel and had no intention of commenting. But he was a bit surprised at the speed of other people's development. He immediately opened the Book of Lords to check his territory level. Level 10 Lord's Stone Castle. He was still at level 10, and someone had already risen to level 11. This was just the publicly known information. There was no telling how many others hadn't publicized their levels. The first transmigrator to complete a level 5 upgrade would receive a special reward from the system. He couldn't let others snatch this reward away. Once decided, Fang Hao sat upright from his reclining chair. After stretching lazily, he walked directly out of the Lord's mansion to the front door. Level 10 Lord's Stone Castle. Upgrade requirements. 30,000 sturdy wood, 20,000 stone bricks, 7,500 fine stone bricks, 1,200 limestone floor, 2,500 iron, 1,200 cast iron blocks, 1,200 metal parts, 5,000 tiles. In fact, Fang Hao had gathered enough materials long ago. He just hadn't had time to upgrade. As there was no one in the Lord's mansion, he chose to upgrade directly. Light enveloped the stone castle. Little by little, it expanded.